Behind every crime lies a story waiting to be uncovered, from chilling mysteries to untold truth. This is where the darkness comes to light.
Green buzz lights up the air, faces tense as stories tear, truth and lies like a tango dance. Justice here takes no chance. Gavel strikes, hearts beat fast. Witness takes and shadows cast. Whispers loud like wildfire spread. In this game, none's ahead.
Hello, good morning, everybody. How is everyone? Good morning, Susan. Good morning, Paula, Maria, William, Lois. Hello, everybody. Good morning, Zizzy, as well. And a new morning comes. It's chair dancing time. We've got a couple bits to cover first. Indeed, a happy Friday Eve. Definitely, it is Thursday. I slept most of the night. I still had not a great night of sleep. But anyway, who needs a full night of sleep anyway? Nobody. No, we all do. No, I'm joking. Absolutely, we do. Um, all need some good rest. I hope you guys can hear me okay. But one of the main things, and we're gonna talk about Connie Calhoun a testimony in a second, because of the many things that I did. Good morning, Stephanie. Hello, good morning, my friend. I hope you're okay. Good morning, everybody. Um, of the many things that I have done this morning, because I've done a bit of trial prep ahead for Lori with some like information and mini timeline and something other stuff, and I did the timetable as well for for the trial. I put several time zones. Good morning, Susie. Hello, my friend. Good morning. Welcome in. Hello. Um, so it's all in the Discord as well. So hi, Samantha Terry. Hello. That is true. You stole my thing that I was gonna say. One of the many things, but yes, indeed. Happy birthday, Paula. I hope you all have the greatest day ever. I was actually gonna say that before Samantha brought it up. No, I'm joking. But I hope you have a great day, my friend. Definitely. It's hopefully you have a wonderful day and 29 again. Yay! We all if you want, can you not be 24 21 forever 21? I'm gonna be forever 21 too, but yes, hope you have no, you're working well. I think something might happen to the work computer, Paula. I think so. Oh no, it's okay. Don't you worry, Samantha. I was gonna say it anyway. So, oh, crab dinner. So I think we're all gonna come for your celebration dinner, Paula. But no, I hope after work you have the greatest days. My friend, I hope you honestly have a good day. Work can be work today. I know it's definitely a nice birthday dinner, for sure, and you deserve, Paula, you deserve every single good thing towards your side. You are an amazing person, as well as everyone. But yeah, it's Paula's day today. Let's just put that it's Paula's day today. Um, no, yes, exactly. See, you guys are so nice. That's awesome. Ooh. Oh, okay. All right. We all come over, Paula. Yes, definitely for sure. I'm on my way. Don't you see? I'm literally almost there. The good thing of the internet is that I can be like from anywhere, but definitely. Oh no. I hope you guys enjoy it. You do deserve all the best things in a world, Paula, and I'm sending you a big hug virtually, and maybe next year we'll give you one in person, or not hopefully, but yeah, most certain likely. That's yeah, we're gonna have one in real life for sure. But yeah, so um today on Paula's Day, because today that's gonna be declared Paula's Day. I've got something. I'll see you soon too, Paul, Samantha. Thank you for popping in. Um, There you go. See you very, very soon. Oh. Oh, I've seen those. I've been stalking you on the internet. I've definitely been stalking you on the internet, Paula, so I've seen those. No, I'm joking. I am not a stalker. I'm just a person that's sometimes I have too much time on my hands. Um Even though which is it's amazing how I still have that much time on my hands. But there is something other that is not as great as Paula's birthday, but something as well that is really, 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 really cool is I figured it out. Um Oh Paula, you are amazing. I figured it out how to do the counter thing again. Today's gonna be a test day because I'm using GardenBot's computer to be able to do it. So I can add to the stage the counter. We've got a counter again. But from a second mouse that I'm gonna have that is GardenBot. So that's GardenBot's mouse, that's my mouse. So I'm gonna have to use two mouses. It's not gonna get complicated at all. Um, so I can have a counter. Look, it moves and everything. So hopefully it will be okay, and we can have a counter again. So oh, and that's awesome. That's I did not know that. That was possible. I use on the phone, so I don't know how to do that. That is actually probably quite good. But I like to spy on other people's too. I like to spy. Oh, I have got a problem of spying on people, so I like to seeing people that is not even relevant to me, seeing things. Sometimes I do find quite interesting things. Oh no, what's happening here? Oh, it's the screen protector of my screen is falling off. Oh, great. Sorry, just so yeah. So now we can have a counter again, which is awesome. But I just need to make sure that I'm using the correct mouse for it. Um, is that on the PC or on mobile too, Paula? Because I've been I've posted a couple bits on the Facebook group today. See, Stephanie, it's not just you posting things. I post things too now. Anyone can post whatever what you want on there. But yes, I've posted a couple bits on there. I haven't read the transcript yet, but I need to do that because this morning I was in a Lori Daybell Vallow mindset for some reason. So I was just doing things about her. Um but yeah, has anyone heard from Pickles? Because I haven't heard from her today. From our friend Pickles. I have texted Pickles, but nothing yet. Hello, William. Um and yeah, because I was too obsessed with Lori. I have got a Lori problem. I went down a rabbit hole with Lori. That it's not. Yes, I saw that and I forgot to. Hello, gentlemen. I forgot to put that on the little pictures that I did, and I felt bad. So I think I'm just gonna redo them and delete the ones that I posted on Discord and on Facebook. Redo them and put the jury info there on there. But I need to do that. But I need to go to Linda because I still have my doubts about Linda, but you guys probably are my voice of reasoning, and I know that you guys are my voice of reasoning. That's why you guys are here to tell me that I'm wrong. Hey, good morning, CSD mom. Hello. I can't speak today. Good morning, my friend. Hello. Uh, Good morning. Welcome in. It's nice to see you all. I know. I went and watched the Connie Calhoun testimony, right? And I have I now it's not like good morning Nancy, good to see you, hello, hi, good morning to my friend, hello, welcome in everybody, don't forget to leave your DNA on the like button before you take your seat. But about the Connie Calhoun testimony, because I did rewatch it, even though I had to rewatch it like on 1.25 speed, and it was amazing because it was over and done with very very quick. She was not a good witness for either the state or the defense, in my opinion, right? She didn't recall anything even after the state was trying to make her remind about things. So I think like she was, I'm sorry to say it, like, and she's not that as a witness she was a bit of useless. um the whole point of bringing her in, I don't know. Yeah, I think she was indeed, because I true as well, but the thing is the jury doesn't know that. But I mean, the the jury's not dumb, because this jury that we're dealing with is a very very smart jury. They are on the ball, on it, and they ask the most perfect questions, and they know who to ask questions, because they are witnesses. They feel like they don't need to ask questions, they don't, because they can. So I feel that we are dealing with a very smart jury here, and they do, and that's why I I think they changed venues, didn't they? Or did I read that wrong? Or maybe I'm confusing with Nicole Rice's trial. Um, so I absolutely think that those juries are very smart, and they're gonna see the truth. I think I am wrong thinking that she's not guilty, but I just can't see it. But probably, um, yeah, I'm just, yeah, um. Oh yeah, like I'm sorry, like I'm sure, and I don't know if she started her drug problems. Then Connie started her drug problem with this thing. But oh, see you very soon, Paula, birthday girl. See you very soon. Um. Oh yes, indeed. Indeed. So. Anytime, Zizzy. You can call at any time. I'll post the link. Remind me to post the link, and I will definitely, you and anybody that wants to call, you can call. It's free of charge. You can just have your voice. So I like that's what I'm been struggling, Nancy, because in my eyes she's guilty, but in terms of the trial, and I'm trying to be a good girl here and trying to see things in a different way, but I'm not gonna be like that with Lori. I'm gonna go in guilty and going out guilty no matter what. She's guilty because it's Lori. But like for this one I am really really trying that. I don't know about that. So yeah, true. It's just very hard. This trial is creating me a lot of confusion. Oh yeah, Laurie's so guilty. That is like literally that trial is gonna be bananas. We need to know what to count, because guys, I fixed the counter. It is a little bit small. I need to put it a little bit bigger probably. But I fixed the counter. This is not the correct number that we are for the trial. This is just the number I did for practicing the counter. But I did the counter. Da, 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 da. Look, it's going up. Sorry, I was just playing with counter. So yeah. Oh yes, Lori. There is no way, because I was doing some investigation today as I went down a little bit of a rabbit hole about Lori. There's no way. Oh yeah, it was broken. Yeah, glad you noticed, Zizzy. Um, glad you noticed that very very well, that it was broken. He hasn't been there for a couple days. Because the counter was getting making my computer very laggy. The main one that I use for streaming, it was making it very laggy. So now I'm using GardenBot's computer to be able to do this. So I yeah. So, all right, see you very, very soon. Court should be back starting soon because feed is up. Feed is there, but we are just waiting for court to start. So that's why we just. But yeah, the counter has been broken and now it's fixed, so it's there. This one, I think we're gonna just put the random number on the track because I lost count of how many sidebars they have done so far. I've got 2, 4, 6, 8. I have got 10 only written down, and I'm sure it's pretty much more than that on the screen. So yeah. Um. So, oh, there is a sentencing going on right now that I wish we could see. We did not follow the case, but I am very, very intrigued about the case. The Tracy Nix case is out of Florida. She got found not guilty of manslaughter of unaliving her grandchild that she left in a car for a long time. That case was wild. I don't know how she was found not guilty, but anyway, but she was found guilty of leaving a child in the car for 15 more minutes, more than 15 minutes. In Florida, that's against the law, and then she's facing a maximum of 8 years in prison. But there's a whole other thing that she's been involved since she's been in jail that has just been wild. So I was like, I really wanted to follow that case, but I think at the time we were yet again on another trial. This is why I wish sometimes, right, um I could be in two places at one time, because then I could stream two cases at the same time. But sadly that is not possible. And well, it is possible. I mean, I could stream at the other case, and instead of looking at my face, you'll look at my back. Because I could just turn my back to Garden's computer and the camera and just, no, I'm joking. I'm absolutely going off the rails, guys. But the I need help. I need help because I need, in a very short way before court starts, um do you guys tell me about this investigator that they are, I understand. Absolutely off the rails. Thank you very much, Lizzie. Love you lots. Um yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, wow. That is very good point. Thank you. The main takeaway CSD dog's mom saying of the Matthew Bethy testimony was that Linda was definitely leaving the scene and only turned around because the neighbors were driving in. And that does not make Linda look very good. But Linda was very upset. The testimony from Connie really affected Linda, and I noticed that either she was like starting to cry, she was getting very emotional about it. She did not like that testimony very well. I think it got to her. I think it was one of the most that got to her in the whole thing. Um, yeah, because she thought she was gonna get away with it. So like, yeah. But how she thought like, okay, now that's one thing that is making my mind out, right? If oh, and I don't think we can talk about it because I think court. Oh, I do have sound. Is it near the headphone? Yes. Um. So I just don't know. I'm like, but will the jury see it that way though? Do you guys think? What do you guys think where the jury is? Do you think the jury is in a guilty, because we can kind of see that from the questions that they ask, right? So am I being delusional thinking that the jury somehow is going to find her not guilty because I can see that they haven't presented her, or maybe um maybe I'm just delusioning. So maybe I'm just being delusional. Mm. Oh, sorry, Paula. I was not gonna see that. I don't see that on my phone. Sorry. It's just we're talking about the Friends tab thing on Facebook because I can't see it either. Yeah, probably like, and they can also perceive if she was high or not, because she was not so bad. That I can imagine, and I hope that after the court she did not go and do something worse, and that she's okay and she's safe. Because that scares me a little bit. Oh, it true. You are so right there. We have seen in the last two trials, last couple trials. I'm gonna put this on 15. But I absolutely agree. Sorry, it's going down on a Oh, she probably noticed that, and she was like, "Yep, no, I did not see that. Sorry, I'm trying to fix the counter to a more agreeable. I'll put the 25 for now." Um, but oh wow, yeah, she is like, "Yeah, I'm not belong here. I'm gonna zoom out for the other side." The daughter is still there, alone. Like literally, she's all well. Oh no, there's a person in a row behind her. I did not even see that. Uh, yeah. The I mean, it was not funny. I'm not saying it was funny, because funny doesn't has anything. It was interesting, but the fact that she did not even help to the well, she did not help the defense or the prosecution for that matter. She did not help anyone with that testimony, in my opinion. So I'm just, yeah. We'll see. I still need help with the fire inspector. So did the prosecution and the fire inspection, because I saw bits and pieces of him, because I saw some pictures that he was going through a lot of pictures of the house, burned house. Um I saw that of the pictures that he was going through, but I did not hear his testimony. So oh, nice. Yes, Paul. That's awesome. I wish I could have made it as well, but sorry, my friend. But happy birthday again, everyone. Please just, today is Paula's birthday. Wish her a great happy birthday for those that have come in later. But yeah. Yes, it was the first time. Yeah, I know it was, wasn't it? It was. I saw her cry, but she cried during the Connie testimony, right? Because I was busy last night, as you guys know, and I was trying still to kind of catch up on the trial, keep like a year out, and I was trying to hang out with my friends as well, and paying attention to them too. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. That's what I thought as well. That she was crying. Both of them were crying.
On the record, in the case of People versus Linda Stermer, all are present except for the jury. Any matters to address before we bring them in?
Yes, Your Honor, I can approach.
You may.
And of course, we start the day with a sidebar. What else? And I could use our counter. I'm sorry. I'm so excited that we have a counter again. Please keep me right with the counter. Of course. I mean, what else would we start the day with than a sidebar? We need to come to a census, by the way, guys, and I need ideas of what to count and what to name the counter for Lori Fallow. Definitely need to come up, because sadly with this new counter, I can try to find another counter that will allow me to count more things at the same time, like our previous counter, but I did this very last minute. So oh, she was, no way. Oh man, I need to go watch that. That it's that is off. So need ideas for the Lori Valo thing. Oh, that is spicy. Oh man, why is it that always that I leave, that I have to go somewhere and someone, either garden bot or rubber, is covering the stream, right? Why is it always that I leave? There's always something spicy and something good happening. Oh, the defendant. How? How is that possible? Well, that's an idea. How many times? Why is not showing up there? Yeah, we could do that. Either count the how many Lori cries, or we could count how many times the judge is gonna say, "I can't give you legal advice."
So before we bring in the jury, the record should reflect that we do have 15 jurors here, 3 to be excused when the time comes because of some confusion between the court roll and statute on the number of alternates allowed and whether there's a 14 cap. There's also the case of People versus Missouri, 100 Mishap 310, a 1980 case. But in any event, parties all agreed that 3 alternates would be appropriate due to the length of the trial. Is that a correct statement?
That is an accurate, correct statement, Your Honor.
Agreed? Okay, thank you. We will bring in the jury.
Sorry about that. Just distracted that people are checking in, which is good. I am so glad. I hope everyone is safe, by the way, after the tornadoes and bad weather that is going around the US. I really hope everyone is safe and is dry and everyone is okay. So that could be an idea, definitely. Like, I want to do the times that she's shocked, but probably it's not going to be that many. But we definitely need to come up with a great idea. I mean, we can count several things under the same counter. Like, I can do sidebars / something else if we were doing that. But definitely we need to do something funny.
Welcome back. Ms. Siderby? Or Mr. Blair, I'm sorry. Sir, you can come on.
We're easily confused.
Yes.
See how that
As I've said before, you look so much alike.
Yes, easily confused. We will recall Scott Leroy to the witness stand.
So I'll swear you in again. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And microphone near your mouth so the jury can hear you.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. So, Mr. Leroy, let's go ahead and, if we can, kind of recap yesterday, just summarize very briefly. We were talking about determining the area of origin. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And we were going through your various hypotheses as to what may have been the area of origin at the Stermer residence. Is that also correct?
Yes.
And we had already disproved, it sounds like, 2 of your hypotheses as far as areas of origin from yesterday. Do you recall that?
I'm just object, way the
I didn't use the word disprove, I eliminated.
Eliminate, fair.
Yes. Or I was still working on, I eliminated the east section of the house and we were still discussing the south section.
Very good. And my memory serves correct, it looks like we were on People's Exhibit 34-13. I'll hand you those exhibits. Yes. Yeah, I think I admitted them yesterday afternoon, like first thing. And looking at 34-13, is that the photograph that's up on the screen?
That's correct.
Okay, all right. And is that your recollection where we may have left off yesterday?
Yes, we left off there yesterday. I was discussing the remains of the southern section of roof section. And I'd drawn your attention to a small area burning in the roof just to the west, or as we look at the photograph, the top portion of the ridge line of the roof. And I just suggested we switch to an interior view of the south section, which is going to be photo 22.
Before we go to 22, I did kind of neglect to ask this question of you. When you're evaluating burn damage, what are we looking for there?
Well, as I evaluate burn damage, I'm on the basics. I'm trying to find out how bad something is burned. And understanding the part that's burned the worst is the part that's gone. So, for instance, if we're at a campfire in the backyard and you put a log on the fire and it burns, and it gets late, you go in, come out the next morning, and there's still remnants of the log left. The part of the log that's the furthest away from the fire has, sometimes it's even not even burned, but it has the least amount of char. And as you look down the log towards where the fire was, it gets smaller, because that is what we refer to as mass loss. Mass of the log has been consumed away, so there's mass loss. So that's one of the things we're looking for. If there's mass loss, that means this may have been closer to the fire. And then when you get down closer to where the fire was, there's nothing left. That's also a term of mass loss. So as I'm evaluating burn damage, that is one of the things I'm looking for, is the mass loss of material, or we'll also use the word fuel. And when a fire investigator uses the word fuel, don't confuse that with like fuel for your vehicle or anything. We're talking about anything that burns. Wood, paper, plastics, anything else that can burn, we consider fuel for the fire. So that's a generalization of when I'm looking at burn damage, what I'm doing. I'm trying to evaluate that burn damage to similar structures and that burn damage. The higher, the longer the burn, the more burn damage typically means that burned longer and it is closer to where the fire started.
Now, do you also evaluate burn damage on, say, things that are not part of the house, like a person?
Yes, it's one of the reasons I looked at Todd Stermer the night is to look at the burns on him. The burns on everything, furniture, the structure, and victims are part of the burn damage that need to be evaluated.
Very good. So now we're going to turn our attention, I believe you said, to picture number 22. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what are we looking at here again?
So this photograph, I was standing in the central portion of the basement, looking towards the south. So in the previous overhead shot, the area where the roof was still intact, this is the rooms directly underneath it. So this is going to be the rooms in the southwest quadrant of the structure. I'm looking for the fire damage in these two areas. One of the things to notice is the amount of debris on the floor of the second floor. Obviously, is that the area I'm pointing to here? Correct.
Okay.
Obviously, the floor between the first floor and the basement is gone. But you can see there's still wood or wall structure that's unburned, especially if you look at the photo, the top left of the photo, you can see a wall section that is unburned. And you can see a large amount of debris that the prosecutor pointed to earlier on the floor. Now, this debris would be a accumulation from both floors. Actually, the debris you're looking at on the top, that likely came from the first floor when the floor burned away and it collapsed down. The significance there is the amount of debris in this area is more solid than the area to the center. So what I'm saying is there's less mass loss of the fuel in this area than the center area. That determination helped me eliminate the south side of the structure as an area of origin.
And is the fact that the roof still appears to be intact in that area relevant? I'm not sure if we talked about that.
Yes, it is. That's part of the overall mass and the burn area of the south side.
So at that point in time, then, you were able to eliminate that particular area of the house, is that correct?
The south section, yes.
South section. What section did you move on to next?
Next, let's go back to photo 13.
Certainly.
So I've eliminated the east section and the south section, so that leaves what I'm referring to as the center section and the quadrant in the northwest section. The northwest section, by evaluating it, obviously there's collapse damage. There is significant burn damage here, but by looking at it, I'm comparing the amount of mass of the fuel that's left, the amount of structure that's burned or unburned, and there is significantly more on the north side of unburned area. You can also see kind of in the middle between the north area and the center area, there's studs. In this picture, they're actually kind of horizontal, but that's the picture of a wall that's collapsed down. But those studs are still intact, which denoted a wall section between, or a wall section, that's a wall section between the north part and the central part.
Just so the record's clear, we're talking about the area in the kind of upper right part of the photo here where I'm circling with my pointer?
Correct.
Okay. All right. And so at this point in time, were you able to eliminate that area, or is there additional evidence you need to consider?
So at that point, I eliminated that area, the northern area, as an area of origin. So now I'm concentrating on the center section. The center section has two floors, the main floor and the basement. Well, I can see it with this photo. You can see it with this photo. You can see at the top of the photo, there's the exterior wall that appears to have remnants of a bay windows that would, typically...
This area here, sir?
Yes.
Okay.
That you would expect to see with a cathedral ceiling. So I'm going to examine this area. Now I want to determine if it's the first floor or the basement where the fire starts. So, I apologize. So if we can pull up photo 12.
12? That's easy.
So we're examining the west side or back side of the structure from the exterior. Important things to notice is, now I've already eliminated those sections, so I'm kind of concentrating on the center portion. I'm looking at the fire damage that's coming out of the windows. So where is the fire from inside the house first and longest coming out of the house? We look to the large bow windows. We can see there's heavy charring all around those window sections. We've already seen that the roof in this area is consumed away.
And we're talking, just so I'm clear, this area here, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Now, if you look to the right, we're still talking the main floor, the area that I've previously eliminated, but you can see that there's fire coming out of that window, and you can see the black and it kind of comes out in kind of a cone shape out of the window as the fire does. Now let's compare those two areas, the burn damage there, to the windows on the basement level.
That would be these windows down in this area here.
Correct. So notice the amount of fire, or specifically lack of fire, coming out of those windows. Let's go to photo 17.
17?
Yes. So this is the close-up of the door leading into the basement. We've talked about how heavy the fire is to the windows above, but this basement window, there is no fire coming out of that door. And the two windows on the side, the one to the left doesn't have any smoke or fire coming out of it. The one to the right has some smoke and probably a little bit of heat coming out of it. But comparatively to those other windows, and especially the windows above, dramatically less. The reason for this is, or let me say it a different way. If, as I'm thinking about area of origin, if I think, what would this look like if this fire started in the basement? If that fire had started in the basement in this center section, what would that fire do? It would eventually go up to the ceiling, which is going to be the floor of the first floor, and from there it's going to start spreading to other areas of the basement, including venting out those windows. Now, if it goes long enough, it will eventually burn through the floor, and then it will go up into the living room. But before that happens, it's going to burn and spread through the basement. Let's look at it the other way around. If the fire starts on the first floor, where's that fire going to go? The fire's going to want to go up. So as it goes up and it starts spreading on that main floor, it's going to spread, eventually go through the windows, and then it will start attacking the roof. At some point, the roof, in this case, burned, collapsed, and when it collapsed, it came down, when it came down, and then it started burning away the floor. At some point in this incident, the floor burned away, and then all of that debris on the first floor now dropped into the basement. But since the roof was already burned away, the fire will go straight up instead of going sideways. It's sort of like if you were outside and you have a burn barrel, and you have all kinds of holes in the side of the burn barrel. When you light something on fire in that burn barrel, the fire doesn't come out the holes in the side because it can go straight up and out. So that's kind of an analogy for what's going on here. Because the roof is already burned away, the fire that's now in the house can go straight up and not out those windows. So, given that information, I've now narrowed my area of origin to the main floor living room in the central part of the house, central west part of the house.
And if we flip back to People's Exhibit 13, wrong one. That would be this area right here where I'm circling with my pointer. Is that correct?
Yes. If you could you zoom in to that area real quick?
Yes.
So the boundaries of that room, you can see towards the bottom of the photograph, there's a wall section that is above the fireplace. So that would be the eastern wall of the living room. On the left side where that roof is, that would be the boundary for the south side of the living room. We know you can see the exterior is the boundary to the west side of the living room. And where you see that wall collapsed, that would be the boundary for the north side of the living room. So in that area that we're looking at right now, on the main floor, is the area of origin. Is what I determined to be the area of origin.
So you determined the area of origin to be the living room of the Stermer residence?
Correct.
And in determining the area of origin, at the time you determined this originally, did you have information about the statements of what Linda Stermer had stated to either Mr. Shinsky or other investigators?
Not at this point, no.
And had you received any information about the gasoline present on Mr. Stermer's sweatpants, if you recall?
I had not received well, I hadn't even taken the sweatpants to the lab at this point.
Okay.
Because this was all done on the January 8th.
And I think we've already touched on this a little bit. The next finding you need to make is basically the cause of the fire. Is that fair?
Correct.
And how is it you go about doing that?
To determine the cause, I say cause, what started the fire? What was the ignition source for the fire is trying to determine the cause of the fire. It's one of the kind of the same process, the scientific method as we did with origin. I'm looking in the area of origin, and I'm figuring what is there that can start a fire. Now, I'm breaking this down into origin and cause and section, but as the two in real life kind of happens simultaneously. As I'm looking through the house, I'm taking notice. As I'm looking for the area of origin, I'm obviously taking notice of items that may be a cause of the fire or need to be considered a cause of the fire. We kind of break it down, one for analysis purposes, one or the other, but really it almost happens at the same time as you're walking around. So in the area of origin, things I considered at what could start the fire. The fireplaces, an associated chimney. I considered smoking, electrical, the furnace, the laundry machines. And I also considered an intentionally set fire as a possible fire cause. So then I start examining those to see if I can eliminate them from the scenario.
Are you familiar with the term ignition source?
Yes.
What is that?
Ignition source is something that generates enough heat to ignite or catch fire a piece of fuel.
And are you familiar with the term first fuel ignited?
The term is pretty self-explanatory. The ignition source comes into the fuel that is first ignited or first caught on fire.
Fair enough. Let's, if we can, then work through your hypotheses as to what may have caused the fire at the Stermer residence, if we can. What was the first hypotheses you would have tested against the data you collected?
The first one I would have looked at is the laundry machines. We had one photo of, we had a couple photos actually. If we go to photo 23.
Certainly. We're looking at 23?
Yes, 23.
Okay.
So when we introduced this photo yesterday, I mentioned you could directly in the middle of the photograph on the other side of those 2x4s is a white vertical. That is the side of one of the laundry machines. And we don't need to go to it, but we also showed a photo of the dryer. Those can be eliminated as a fire cause because they're not in the area of origin. They're on the other side of that 2x4 wall, and there is, if one of the mental exercises a fire investigator goes through when he looks at an area, an ignition source, excuse me, is you look at that and say, okay, if this started the fire, what would this fire look like? If the fire starts in one of those laundry machines or at one of those laundry machines, it's going to spread from the laundry room, going to go up, it's going to spread outward. Well, as it does that, it's going to start consuming fuel, the structure of the house. Well, in this case, in order for that amount of fire damage to occur in the living room, it would have had to, the fire from the laundry room would have had to burn through that wall or up the stairs. Well, there's still significant mass left of that wall. As a matter of fact, if you look at those studs, 2x4s, they're not even smoked. The typical reason those aren't even smoked in this case is because they had drywall on them. If you can see that center 2x4 towards the bottom, you can see a little, right there, you can see a strip that's kind of greenish and white. That's leftover drywall or gypsum board. So that was on that wall, and drywall serves as a fire barrier. And so that would have kept the fire from the laundry room into the living room. The reason it's gone now is during fire suppression, that drywall gets crumbly in the fire, and then when it's hit with a high-pressure water hose, then it falls off. So with that, I can eliminate laundry machines as the cause of the fire. I also considered the furnace. Let's look at photo 26.
That photo 26?
Yes. This is right in the center of the photograph. You can see the sheet metal. That is the furnace. Again, notice the amount of structural material that's still there compared to the living room. And go to photo 27. That is a closer view of the furnace. Now the furnace is damaged because the upper stories collapsed on top of it, so there was damage. I examined the fuel lines, didn't find any significant leak in the fuel lines that I could see visually or I could test, and there was structural damage, or the structural damage around the furnace was less than the area of origin in the living room. So with that, I was able to eliminate the furnace as a cause of the fire.
What would be another possible hypothesis you would consider as to the cause of this fire?
One of the hypotheses was smoking, but I learned that there was no smoker, or that no one smoked cigarettes in the Stermer household. I think occasionally, I was said that Todd would occasionally smoke a pipe, but no one smoked cigarettes in the home.
And did you receive any indication that anyone was smoking in the house that day?
I did not.
And what else did you consider as a possible hypothesis for the cause of the fire?
I considered electrical cause. Well, let me back up. I considered an electrical cause. Electrical cause is a little more difficult because a lot of the electrical components are missing, which is not uncommon when you're doing a fire investigation, especially one of this magnitude, that sometimes the electrical components just are gone. So you have to consider the how the fire burned, the fire dynamics. And you have to consider where the electrical is located. Electrical is located typically in in the walls or the ceiling. So if the electrical system malfunctioned or failed, that fire is going to be in the wall. And electrical fires start small. So if you think about if you have something plugged into an outlet and that starts sparking and catches on fire, well, that fire is going to start small and is going to slowly grow. It's not going to be a large, expansive fire at the onset. It's going to slowly grow. The indication, number one, we noticed a lot of the walls are still in place, right? When we looked at the photographs for the southern bedrooms, we had that one wall that was still there. We still had significant wall structure on I'm talking about studs. The studs are left on the north side. So if an electrical fire would start in those walls, we wouldn't see those studs, because they would have to, same thing, the fire would have to burn out, get rid of those studs before it could get into the living room and burn up to the roof. And the origin is not coming from any of the wall areas, it's coming more from the living space of the living room, on the first floor living room. So given the fire dynamics, the way the fire reacted, and the lack of initial damage to the walls, I eliminated electrical cause at that point.
Now, you mentioned an electrical fire is kind of a fire that starts small. Is that what you elaborated on here?
Correct.
And is that if you can opine on this, a fast developing fire or a kind of a smoldering, slow developing fire?
The development of the fire would all depend on the fuel load around it. The electrical short or the electrical fire starts small, but if that electrical fire happened to have been surrounded by styrofoam, it's going to burn faster than if it was just touching wood. So that varies.
Would there be smoke?
There would be smoke.
And to your understanding, how many people were in the Stermer residence on January 7th, 2007?
I was told on both 7th and the 8th that there was 2 people in the residence, Todd Stermer and Linda Stermer.
And is the fact that there are 2, and this fire occurred about what time, if you recall?
3:30 in the afternoon or 2:30? I'd have to look at a report to get the exact time, but it was in the afternoon.
In the afternoon. And typical hours when people would be awake?
Correct.
And does that factor into this decision at all, that there were 2 persons in the home that would likely be awake?
Yes, I was given initial information from the Van Buren County detectives who did some initial interviews on the 7th that there were 2 people. Linda and Todd were in the house at the time of the fire, and they were both awake. Todd may have been taking a nap, but Linda was awake. These were some initial statements that the Sheriff's Department relayed to me.
So I guess to kind of get to the bottom of my question here, and to your knowledge, were either of the Stermers disabled or invalid of any kind?
Not that I'm aware of.
In fires you've investigated before, does that play a role in that, in when there's a fatality or something sometimes?
Yes, it does.
How so?
I've done fatal fires before where people were bed-bound or wheelchair-bound. I think one of the fires, the person was wheelchair-bound and the fire started in their lap from smoking, and because they're wheelchair-bound and they're by themselves, they couldn't escape. Same thing, I've had people who are bedridden, fire starts, and they're unable to escape because they physically can't move. Also, occasionally, I've had it where people are known to be intoxicated and in bed, And this can also impair their ability to escape or to self-rescue themselves from a fire.
Would you agree with the premise then that the likelihood that a person is awake and not invalid, for lack of better words, would increase the chance that they may notice a small fire or a fire starting slowly? Don't think so at all. I think it's a hypothesis.
I'll overrule that, I don't think it's legal.
Yes, I would take that in consideration. The general condition of a person and how quickly they discover the fire or they could take action about the fire, both mental and physical state.
I mean, this kind of goes without saying, but does smoke have a smell to it?
Typically,
Do electrical fires have a certain smell to them?
they do, and sometimes they're associated with sound,
What kind of sound?
like an arcing sound. Not everyone. Electrical fires is kind of a broad category, and I got to be very careful to try to lump one generalization to all electrical fires.
When you describe an arcing sound, is it like an electrical current kind of sound? Like the sound of...
If you take two wires and you touch them together, and it's going to go, you can hear the zap pop, and usually if you're holding the wires, you usually jump.
Fair, thank you. Just want to make sure everyone understood that in case people haven't played with electricity. What was the next, so at that point in time, I guess, were you able to eliminate electrical as a
I
cause?
eliminated electrical as a fire cause at that point.
What was the next hypothesis you would have tested in this case?
I examined and considered the fireplace for an hypothesis. On the day of my exam on the 8th, I believe I was aware that there could have been a fire in the upstairs fireplace from the information that was passed to me by the Sheriff's Department detectives.
If I can stop you right there, when we say upstairs, we're talking about the main floor of the house, is that correct? Okay.
There's basement and the main floor, and if I misspeak, I say main floor, first floor, I'm meaning the main floor where the living room is.
Very good.
So I started examining the fireplaces. Let's look at photo 19.
Is that photo 19 on the screen?
This is photo 19. This is the main floor fireplace. Before I talk about this, I just want to go to photo 20 real quick. Yes, that's photo 20. I documented what was inside the fireplace, and there is burnt wood in the fireplace. So that tells me there may have been a fire. Now, obviously, is it possible that fire debris during the collapse got in there? It's possible, but unlikely, because the collapse is going to come straight down versus jump sideways. This is likely it's probable that there was a fire in that main floor fireplace. Now we can go back to 19. So I'm examining the fireplace. To understand the construction of this fireplace, this is a modern fireplace versus I'll call an old-time hand-built fireplace. Old-time hand-built fireplace, the kind you'll find in the nice farmhouses that are 150 years old. They were built piece by piece with stone or brick, made the firebox where the fire actually was built. There was a brick or clay liner in the chimney that went up to carry the smoke out. Typical modern fireplaces are a contained steel box, and that's what you're looking at there. And out of the top of the steel box is a steel round chimney pipe. Sometimes it's referred to as a vent or a flue, and that is the round chimney pipe that's connected to that firebox, the steel firebox, and then it runs up, eventually out through the roof. Then what's the important part for that? That is the actual fireplace construction. Typically then, people build walls around it because nobody wants to look at the ugly backside of a metal fireplace or the fireplace, the chimney. So they will build walls around it. And sometimes you'll see they'll actually put like brick or stone on these walls, but that's just for decoration. The walls themselves are typically built of wood. And I refer to that as the chimney chase. So that's the area, area inside or around the fire, the chimney, the metal chimney, that's separating that chimney from the rest of the living portion of the house, is this chase. And it's typically built with wood. It may be drywalled. Sometimes they'll have OSB on there. It varies on construction, but that's a chimney chase. If there is, so I'm considering ignition sources from the fireplace. Did the chimney malfunction? Was there a chimney fire? If the chimney malfunctions, I've seen it where holes have developed in chimney pipe. So now the hot gases from the smoke that go up the chimney can escape the chimney itself and get into this chase area. Now this chase area is built with, especially in this case, you can see it's built with wooden structural members. So that those wooden structural members have some sort of sheeting on the outside. Could be OSB, could be drywall. That's going to contain, just like we talked about earlier with the laundry machines. If that hot smoke or gases in that chase, that's going to contain that hot gases and eventual fire for a while inside that chase. The fire inside that chase is going to go up, typically burn out the roof at the top of the chase, and then it's going to eventually spread outward. And as it spreads outward, it's going to consume the fuel or the wooden structural material that make up that chase to proceed. And typically that'll always happen at the top versus the bottom, depending on where the hot gases from the chimney collect the most and longest for the fire to start. Excuse me. You can see here on the photo 19, this is the upstairs fireplace again, and you can see the remnants of the wall that was built around it. This wall would have been part of the chimney chase, where the metal chimney would have gone behind it. You can see there's 3 2x4 studs still in place and intact to the right. There's one directly above that is broken up to the left. That's broken off, but in your mind's eye, you can straighten it up and you can see where it would be. And there's one that's missing directly above it, of the fireplace. There's an area where there should have been one. And you can, if you know what you're looking for, right at the bottom, you can see the stub where the nails were, right there. Yeah, there was one. Now, that's obviously, remember, we've had a lot of fire in here and structural collapse. And we've also have that 2x6 that runs horizontally right across the top of the fireplace. That still has clean wood and burns. So like I mentioned before, that likely had drywall on it up until the fire hoses hit it and knocked it off. So looking at the damage profile, specifically the lack of damage there, that's significant in considering this as a chimney fire or a fireplace fire. Additionally, if we look at photo 21, this is the chimney pipe that I collected from inside the structure. Yesterday we talked about excavating. Later I would excavate then it would be the basement floor, but had the debris from both the basement, main floor, and the roof directly above in this area. This chimney pipe was located. I moved it out and I put it here I examined it and nothing extraordinary came to my attention. Obviously, if you look at it, it's bent, it's burned, but remember there was a whole house burning on top of it at one point. So, and the collapse happened, that's going to disform the metal, disform the pipe, and it was under burning roof sections for a while. So there is fire damage. But that being, what I discovered is there was nothing obvious to me that would indicate there was something wrong with that chimney. And that also states for the fireplace itself, I didn't find anything obvious with the metal fireplace box that would show that it malfunctioned or there was something wrong with it. And that backs up with the lack of burning of the stud, the wooden stud members around it. At that point, I could eliminate the fireplace and chimney as a potential ignition source.
If I can back up then to number 19, I guess, and maybe I missed this, but can you explain why it is you would expect this stud right here to be burned?
If the fireplace was the start of the fire is going to be directly above the fire. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm doing that again. Is going to be directly above the fireplace, and that's going to be one of the first structural members that are going to burn.
And so I guess just by the dynamic, would we expect then, as it burns to the roof, hot material to be falling down on top of the fireplace? Or what are we?
It depends if we're talking about the fires in the chase or outside the chase.
Inside the chase.
If it's inside the chase, the fire's going to go up inside the chase. If it burns the roof section, that'll eventually burn and fall down into and sit on top of the fireplace itself. I've seen fires in new houses before where the cellulose insulation will fall in. And on top of that firebox, it'd start the fire on top of that box, of the firebox. But the fire is inside the chase, sitting on top of that metal firebox, not in the place where the fire is supposed to be, which is surrounded by like fire bricks. So yes, if the fire was down there, we'd expect to burn off that area.
And what other hypothesis did you consider as to the cause of the fire?
I considered the possibility of a log rolling out of the fireplace. The entire living room was consumed. The floor, the furniture, the whole thing was consumed. So by looking at that hypothesis, that was more of a mental examination of the fire dynamics. So we think about, okay, what would happen if a log on fire rolled out into the room? If that burning log is sitting in the middle of the room, the fire from that log is still going to go up. It's going to start burning the floor underneath it, but for the fire to spread from that log, it's going to take a significant amount of time. And when I mean significant, I mean it's going to take several minutes for it to really spread versus if a log rolls onto your floor in your living room, the whole living room floor isn't going to burst into flames. It's going to take a while for it to progress. Same thing if that log, let's say, rolled all the way over and was up against the couch. The couch is going to catch fire, yes, but if you would watch it, it would start at the log, it would start slowly moving up and into the couch and start slowly spreading on the couch. And of course, as it's doing this, it's giving off smoke and heat that would be easily detectable by someone in the house before it could spread to the entire living room area. So with that dynamic eliminates the log hypothesis as a fire cause.
And if I can kind of circle back to the idea of a chimney or a fireplace fire, you indicated that those are kind of it takes time for the heat to build up before that fire can erupt, for lack of better words?
Because, yes, the main heat is contained in the firebox and in the chimney. How that heat gets out usually comes from a small, like a chimney, even a chimney fire. It's a chimney fire that escapes the chimney. It's coming through a small hole. So that's all the heat has to come through that small hole until at some point it ignites the surrounding chimney chase. That can take time. Obviously, times are very subjective depending on how close the combustible materials are to the chimney, how long has it been, and how old is it, the materials that are made of. So that's very subjective. But yes, it doesn't. If you have a hole in your chimney, you start a fire, it's not going to the whole thing isn't going to burst into flames. There's going to be a progression.
In that progression, would there be smoke?
There would be.
And is that something that possibly a person who's not invalid would possibly notice within the residence?
He's not any kind of human factors expert. What somebody would or would not do is not within his expertise.
I think he's capable of testifying based on his training experience about, he's investigated these in the past. I think it's fairly reasonable.
I'll allow it.
A typical person should notice smoke in their house. Where that, again, every fire is a little different, so I can't say if this would have been a chimney fire exactly how the smoke and heat would have progressed.
Fair, thank you. And so we've talked about a log rolling out, and you have eliminated that. What is your next hypothesis that you went to?
One of the hypotheses I considered was during the initial interviews with Linda Stermer, she mentioned that there was some an oil candle on the, I believe it was the half wall between the living room and the dining room on the north side. Again, I considered that. Again, that is a small fire source. I don't know what this oil candle looked like. I'm using generalization terms. I'm assuming it is a normal, could be as much as a lantern, an oil lantern, or a smaller candle that's from.
Well then, yeah, he's describing what are possible oil lanterns that he's encountered, so I think he's even said he doesn't know what it was, but he's just describing what they could be.
I'll allow it.
I was given information that there was an oil candle in the area. I do not know the size or makeup of it. But if this candle broke or tipped over, again, the fire is going to be relatively small. And it's going to be contained over towards the area of where it was located, which is the half wall towards the north side of the living room. That did not, again, that also has a hard time meeting the challenge of going undiscovered until it was a very large fire.
And these oil lamps, are you familiar with what type of fuel they burn?
The typical oil that these lamps burn are lamp oil. It would actually, if it's tested in a lab, it would come back referred to as a heavy petroleum distillate, which is the same as kerosene or diesel fuel.
And in this case, did you ever receive any lab reports that there was a heavy, which you just described here in court, present in the Stermer residence?
In the lab results back, there were no indications of a heavy petroleum distillate.
Thank you. And what was the next hypothesis you would have considered?
The next hypothesis I considered was an intentionally started fire. With this hypothesis, the one piece of data on this date, I had smelled accelerant on Todd Stermer's pants. I later learned to further that hypothesis, I waited until I got lab results. I got the lab results back that Todd Stermer's pants had gasoline on them. So I took that information and said, does that fit what I have at the scene? So with a gasoline is on Todd Stermer, and Todd Stermer is also severely burned. So remember I talked about burns on people are also burn patterns. Just like looking at the structure, the burns on Todd Stermer indicated he was at or near the...
Move to strike. One, he's not a medical expert, and under Smelser versus Norfolk Railway, he can't testify to medical conditions.
He's not
He's
testifying
not
about a
qualified
medical
to that.
condition. He's talking about burns he
He's
observed on
talking
his
about
body.
causation.
You're both talking about
Sorry.
Thank you. He's talking about causation, burn patterns causing whatever this degree of injury is. That's a medical opinion he can't make.
I don't think that's what he was testifying to. I think
Just
Mr.
asking about burn patterns?
Yeah,
All the testimony was to burn patterns. And obviously, prosecutorial.
thank you.
As a result, burns on a person is a burn pattern. It is stated right in NFPA 921 that burns on a human is a burn pattern.
You just mentioned NFPA 921. We haven't heard that here in court yet today. What is that?
Okay.
What is that, please?
NFPA 921, it's a long acronym. The NFPA stands for National Fire Protection Association. The National Fire Protection Association puts out volumes and volumes of information about building construction, safety precautions, anything to do with fire. And there's so many of them, they give them a number. So the specific number, NFPA, National Fire Protection Association 921, is the document that the National Fire Protection Association puts out as a guide to fire investigations. And that is updated, well, now it's updated about every 3 years.
Guide, or has it also been considered a reference manual?
It's a guide, it's a reference manual.
Very good. So again, we just talked about you considered the burns on Todd Stermer. How is that relevant to your determination of an intentionally set fire?
We know that Todd, with the burns on Todd, I know he is at or near the area of origin. And with the gasoline, positive for gasoline on his sweatpants, that says there is gasoline at or near the area of origin. Now, the gasoline at the area of origin actually fits the description of a fast-moving fire, where instead of a small individual area, the whole area is on fire at the same time.
Well, let's go this way. Does the statement of Linda Stermer that you reviewed factor into this as well?
Linda Stermer's statement is very important to my factor.
Why is that?
Because Linda Stermer was at the scene. She was in the house. She was able to give statements. Witness statements are very important. Her statement was that she was in the basement. She heard Todd upstairs scream. She ran upstairs and she saw the living room on fire. Subsequent statements, that was the initial statement I believe she gave the detective route. Then later statements were more specific. It says, started the same, in the basement, heard Todd scream, ran up the stairs, described seeing the recliner towards the north side of the living room on fire. Todd was towards the south in the living room with his upper torso on fire. And there was fire on the floor between Todd and the recliner. That description of a very quick starting fire, of she's in the basement, she's awake, and she hears a scream. That would be an. Then she goes upstairs and finds this large fire, not concentrated in one area, but it's spread in two areas across the room with a connecting fire between. That is an indication of a fast fire, which would be explained by the presence of an ignitable liquid, gasoline, which would lead to, there's been no evidence of why gasoline should be in the living room. That would to lead me to believe this is an intentionally set fire.
Now, additionally, for lack of a word, trail of fire from essentially one side of the living room to the other was described by Linda Stermer. Is that what your testimony was?
Yes.
And in your line of work, is that described as something?
It can mean several things.
Okay.
I'd prefer just to leave it at that statement.
Okay, fair enough. So your conclusion, based on your review of the evidence, and I'm summarizing the gasoline and what was described by Linda Stermer, is this was an intentionally set fire. Is that correct?
Correct. And this also, I also use this to confirm my origin determination. She says the origin is in the main floor, first floor living room.
And so we've already kind of talked about what the first fuel ignited is earlier. Do you have an opinion as to what the first fuel ignited in this case was?
Yes, I do.
What was that?
The first fuel ignited was fumes from the gasoline.
And let's talk about that a little bit. How does gasoline burn, for lack of a better way to describe it?
Gasoline, as we know, is liquid. We put it in our lawnmowers and our cars. People who are unsafe sometimes try to use it to get their leaves burning. When you burn gasoline, it's actually not the liquid that burns, it's the vapor that comes off the gasoline that burns. So if you've ever seen videos of people pour gasoline on a pile of leaves and then they start walking up to it with something to light it, and it catches on fire before they get to the pile of leaves, that's because the vapors from the gasoline, the liquid gasoline, has now evaporated and spread into a vapor cloud until it hits an ignition source, and then it ignites.
And does the fact that the gasoline may be indoors or outdoors affect how that may happen?
The environment as a whole, indoors or outdoors, is going to affect is there a wind, the temperature, if it's hotter outside, the gasoline is going to evaporate quicker. Any air currents are going to move the vapor around.
And in this case, I've already asked you what about ignition source. Did you determine what you believe to be the ignition source in this case?
The ignition source would be an open flame.
Do you have any idea what the source of the open flame may have been?
I do not know definitively what the open flame would be.
But we do know there was a fire burning in the fireplace per the statements of Linda Stermer.
There was open flame in the living room from statements and indications that there's logs, so there would have been open flame in the fireplace.
Now, we've talked about what you kind of touched on it already, but what is a flash fire?
A flash fire is almost self-descriptive. It's a fire that immediately propagates quickly, like a flash. It goes very fast. It would be indicative of a gasoline fire.
So, for instance, when the vapors of a gasoline poured someplace are exposed to an open flame.
Correct. It's the vapors are going to ignite. The fire and the vapors are going to spread to the source, which is typically going to be the liquid gasoline, because that's where the source of the gasoline vapors came from. And then the fire is then going to make the liquid gasoline evaporate faster because it's hotter, and then it'll be burned more. Then it'll burn faster until the gasoline, in some cases, is burned up.
And that was my next question. Can fire totally consume gasoline,
Yes,
leaving no trace?
it is possible, yes.
And just so the record's clear, and Judge, I'm going to ask this as a leading question so we don't go afoul of anything. You're not offering any opinion here today as to who set this fire, correct?
No.
You have just a moment, Your Honor? Just one last question. I am sorry. I neglected to ask this. You indicated earlier there was a fuel oil furnace in this house. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is fuel oil different from gasoline?
It is.
How so?
So they're both petroleum products, but they're refined differently. If you were to take fuel oil and submit it to the laboratory for analysis, that would come back as a heavy petroleum distillate. The lab, and if you ever had Troy Ernst, he probably described this better than I did, but it is a different than gasoline. Gasoline can be determined specifically, where the other petroleum distillates are put into broad categories of heavy, medium, and light petroleum distillates. Fuel oil would be a heavy petroleum distillate, along with kerosene and some lamp oils.
Thank you. Nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
Not to discuss the case or do any research. Media.
All right, so I did say that they were gonna go.
Jury has left. Any matters to address in the break?
I have none, Your Honor.
Defense, any matters to address in the break?
I'm sorry,
Any
Judge.
matters to address in the break? Any matters to address? Okay, thank you.
Indeed, yes, the dog's mom. Yes, he was not happy. The fact that she borrowed thousands of dollars because for the horses, and he was not even either happy about the fact that she had spent some money and did not put in the account or balance the accounts or whatever. So she was spending more than they were making. He was trying to get the reins on it, and yeah, he couldn't, and then I think she decided. So I'm posting the link in chat for if you want to come up and talk about this or something else, you can. This is more for Zizi because she said earlier that she wanted to come up. I'm gonna remove the counter for now so I can no, she didn't. She said she ran to the van barefoot and she was gonna go for help. I'm sorry, but that's not like, I think I'm going on the guilty side. I'm sorry. I think I'm going to the guilty side. I'm tired of being on like trying to find excuses, but I'm gonna get on the bandwagon of guiltiness. But I'm sorry, but how can you, like, if you trying to get someone's help for fire, you don't go to your van. You call 911. You go somewhere to grab some water. You live on a farm. You could have done it. So, you know what I mean. So it's just, I think you wanted to call Zizzy, no? I think I'm jumping off the not guilty. Ooh. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Sorry, I was hearing myself in the background, and I was like, no.
So I'm going to tell you what I think happened because
Yes,
I've already
please.
said it. I've already said it in chat over and over. So one time in all those years they lived over there, she's one time spotted at the marathon filling that gas can with gas before this whole incident, right? Suspicious to me, right? Okay. Oh, well, we have a lot of implements on the farm that use gas, blah, blah, blah. What, what? Okay. Well, one time, so you need a snowblower, whatever else, right? Whatever else you've got. But you never did this before. So then the money, I didn't know about the loan. So there's the loan, right? And she's mad about that. She's also having an affair with a guy she works with, right? So the day before he asked for a divorce. So her life is really heading, as you say, off the rails. But she did make sure that the house insurance was paid up. Remember the mama said that?
Yeah.
So so that's motive right there. The guy she's having an affair with is motive. So I think she juiced what doctor in this day and age, I know it was 2000 something, but gives hydrocodone and hydrocodone for an earache. You can't get that if your back is broken now, So,
Yeah, I don't think that's, yeah.
No, but that was in his system, right? So I think she put that in his juice to make him wonky. She soaks towels with gasoline. Now he's kind of passed out in this chair, and she puts gas on his pants, and he's probably like, "What are you doing?" Now she runs downstairs to the laundry room, throws all that stuff in the washer because they found towels soaked with gas in the washer.
Yeah.
Now she realizes there's
that.
She realizes there's gas on her shoes, so she throws the match or whatever it is, or the aim and flame, whatever it is, at him, kicks off her shoes and runs out to the van, right? So boom, he goes up in flames. What amazes me is as much thought as she put into the dog, she did not let the dogs out of the house first. She set the house on fire with the dogs and the guy in the car. This is the part that I just am like, you are a psycho. So she, for that area of the country, to leave your keys in the van is not, there's no, that's not suspect at all, really, I promise. But she goes, no shoes, out in the snow, no coat, out in the snow. And just like, I think it was Stephanie or GSD's mom was saying, she's trying to get away. So she goes out. Now here he comes stumbling out the front door. He's on fire, and she hits him with this pedophile van, then backs up, right? This husband is on fire. He's burning up, the Burning Man. He's trying to roll around in the snow, and she plows over him, backs up, runs over him again. Then he's still moving, so she gets out of the van and tries to smother him. And that's when the neighbors pull up, and she's acting like she's trying to give him CPR, and they're telling her to get off him. How, and, even poor Connie, Clonopin Connie was like, she was really upset just recalling his physical state. And I
Yeah.
can't imagine, they were saying his skin was sliding. Ay, ay, ay. So
Ugh, I know
how
that
she,
description. Oof.
at what is her mental state that she can look at her husband after causing all this? Their family home is roaring up in flames. The dogs, God knows where the dogs are. And she can jump on him when his skin is sliding off and try to smother his face when his skin is sliding off. So no, there's way too much. Now, I know it's probably not direct evidence, but there's too much circumstantial evidence pointing at her. She wasn't trying CPR. The dentist was like, we were telling her to get off him, and she wasn't really getting off him.
Well, yeah, like the fact that she was trying to do CPR when he was, I'm sorry, burn crisp, that is a wild conception and a wild idea because she was not doing anything. I
She
mean,
was,
just to
yes,
think because like they were saying, sorry, the graphic information, but if the skin was, falling off or anything, what kind of CPR did she do? Not a very good
yeah,
one.
no, it wasn't CPR. She was trying to stop him from breathing because
Oh,
she
no, wait,
freaked out.
was Sarah Boone's CPR?
Oh, Sarah Boone, I think she did that too. But I thought I remembered them saying, they thought she was doing CPR when they
Yeah.
pulled up because she was on top of him. But my
Agreed.
theory, this is all my theory, just because I'm an expert in this trial, Stephanie has granted me,
Oh, was she? Okay, awesome.
yeah,
Okay, then
right.
you are. Yep.
I'm
Yep.
I'm
Uh-huh.
Stephanie's intern here.
Oh, you Stephanie's intern. Oh,
Yes.
nice
Thank you
one.
very much.
Yes.
Thank you. But
Awesome.
but what blows me away is that, she can sit there and smirk. I mean, this woman, I don't know how, I don't know, right? So she already hated the guy but I just don't know how she could have done some of the stuff she did. I don't know.
Yeah.
A very dangerous human being. And I don't know how I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I don't know how this doesn't absolutely just prove just for the fact he had gas on his pantaloons, that alone. Why do he have gas on his pantaloons? Why is
And
the same?
and why did he had like stuff all over him and she had no drop? That is a little bit suspicious because how would like and now I think I am moving more forward to the guilty side and I'm gonna join you, Susie. I am literally joining you all guys in the guilty side. It was
Yeah.
too lonely up in here, and I just don't see some of what she's saying. It's absolutely yeah,
But, and
ridiculous
I
and
know that the state has to prove her guilt, right? They
beyond the
don't have to,
reasonable doubt.
right. They
Yes.
don't have to prove her innocence, but okay, well, first of all, why are you in the van? Why are you in the van? Oh, well, I couldn't find my phone and I was going to get help.
The two phones. She had two phones. You cannot find
Yeah.
the two phones?
Yeah, no, all of this is just, no, sorry. No,
It's too
no, go.
coincidence that she couldn't find her two phones, but yet the keys were in the van. I know it's it's not uncommon of the keys being in a van, but it's like, okay, so then the phones probably would be in the van too. Would it not make any more sense you call from the van if you were already in the van and not driving off?
Yeah, and they want to say, oh, well, she was hysterical. She had no shoes on, this kind of stuff. That doesn't add up to innocence. That adds up to, wow, gas causes a big fire faster than I realized, and I have gas on my shoes.
And I need to get out of here before I get on fire too.
Right, right. So it just all adds up to all that. And, the night before he asked for a divorce, she sends the kids out, so the kids aren't home. So she cared for the kids, but I can't wait to hear
What the
the
kids say
son's
about
testimony. Yep.
Yeah. Like, you know what? You converted me. I'm converted. You converted me.
Well, I should hope so. My job is done here.
Your job is done here.
Yeah.
You got me on the back ranking of guilty. Let's get this party
Yeah.
started because I was too lonely in the not guilty side,
Yeah.
and I will never assume that someone is not guilty. No, I'm joking.
Always be critical, cynical, and suspicious. That's how
Always.
Okay, I'm going to go and let someone else call and try to convince you that she's not guilty. How about that?
I don't think there's no one there anymore that thinks she's not guilty. Everyone is laughing and agreeing with you, by the way, in
Oh,
chat.
good.
Everyone
Oh,
is literally saying that Zizzy is absolutely correct and me, I'm absolutely wrong. Basically, that's what they're saying.
well, if nothing else, I believe my own crap. You can be sure of me believing my own crap.
Oh yeah, no, I get it, and I love that. I love how passionate you are, and I absolutely appreciate that. And you converted me, so I
Okay.
thank you for that.
Yes, honey. Yes, and I'll go back down and chat.
All right, I'll see you in
Okay.
chat. Thank you very
Okay,
much
bye.
for calling.
Yes, sir.
The thing is, I agree with Zizzy and I agree with y'all, but I was trying to look from a perspective of a juror. I did not last long, but um, oh, it's just it's just there was a lot of doubt, and I had a lot of doubt, and for once, like, all the other trials have been going like, oh, she's guilty, is guilty and everything, and then time after time I've been like, oh no, it's gonna be not, it was going to be not guilty when clearly I thought she was guilty. And for once I was like, okay, let's go into a trial and think that she's not guilty and see if the state actually approved. But then all of you were just like, jumping on the bandwagon, and then I'm all alone. And Paula, you're not alone. We're here with you, even though you are on the not. Well, you are in the middle camp. We still like you and love you. Oh, but yeah, but I think this guy's testimony, I think absolutely made. I was wavering. Sorry, I have something in my eyes. I was wavering a little bit. I I was looking for him. Um some of the information was provided through court and some information through research, but I think the only thing that so far hasn't presented in court that we know about is the towels, the gasoline towels that she was that she put in the washing. Let me know if I'm wrong, but yeah. Oh yeah, he did completely deter any doubt. Cross is gonna be amazing, and I want to hear as well from their fire expert if they decide to call one. But I'm sure they will, because that's the one of the most whole reasons we are here in this retrial is because of the fire expert. But I think for me, the fact that says that it was intentionally set, the fire, and then the orange of the fire, of the fume of the gasoline, those two parts I think confirmed for me, especially the intentionally set, because there was no one else in the house, because Linda said so herself. She has sent the kids out, and the kids were not there. So that either he did it himself, right? Which there was no proof that he was mentally unstable, that he wanted to self-delete, to go, or was Linda. So, and Linda had motives. Now we're thinking Linda had motives. She had an affair. She had debt problems. She took more money than that because she was drowning in that. She wanted to get rid of Todd because she wanted to be with her affair person. So, Paul, it's absolutely fine. I mean, you can still say what you think and what you don't think. You know, and I agree, that is definitely not one of the ways that people will self-delete. Many people OD, so many people jump, many people do other things, but I think setting on fire is a very painful, harmful, self-deleting situation, and you wouldn't do like that because it is painful to do that, to set yourself on fire. That is crazy. That is just a crazy thought there. But I think I am on the bandwagon. I am on the guilty side. You guys converted me. You guys finally convinced me to come on the guilty side. You all, Stephanie, Zizzy, Case One, GSD's mom, Paula, William, Pickles, you all made me turn to the dark side. So it was. Oh, hello. Good morning. Hi, vamos. Buenos dias, my friend. How are you? How are you feeling? I hope you are safe and you are well on this beautiful Thursday. Hi. I welcome to the dark side. I love the dark side, Pickles. I used to live here, but awesome. I'm so happy. I lived many years in the dark side, Pickles, but I tried to move out, but you guys pulled me back in. CSD life insurance, I think there was, but I don't think they were up to the payments. But there was house insurance, and that's what I think that she was trying to get, because they've already had to tried to they burned two houses prior before this. See you soon. Oh, hello. Good morning, Rabba. Good morning, my friend. Oh, I forgot to do something. Hello, CEO. Sorry, I had to whisper in CEO's ear. I said I was gonna do that. Sorry. You guys know that I like to whisper in other people's ears. It's so much fun. It is the greatest thing to do. But I think the state is doing a good job now with with the fiery expert. But I hope Doctor, by the way, goes well, Robba. Let us know or let me know privately if you want to share, but I hope everything goes well there. But they are proving better and better, but they just now need to establish a motive of why Linda would unalive Todd. And that presents a problem in itself. Because I don't know how long much more this trial is supposed to go. Good morning, retired not bored. Hello. Good morning, my friend. Hello, everybody. Hello. Oh, and now I was gonna say hello, Dr. Nick, but we are not in The Simpsons. But that's like what I was saying. I don't know how much long this case is gonna go for because I'm scared we're not gonna be able to. I don't want to watch this trial until the end, but Lori is just around the corner. What are we gonna do, guys? Oh yeah, you gave me the motive, yes. But how are they gonna present that the motive of what the affair, the finances, the insurance money? That's the motive, absolutely. And the manner was it's yeah, but it's just how the state is going to introduce that, because I am not seeing them taking much longer. I was hoping that we will be done with this trial by tomorrow, because otherwise we're gonna have a definitely we need Lori. We are gonna be following Lori. I don't want to say anything, but we might go crazy. What we might do is I might stream this trial before Lori, stop for Lori, and then catch up. But that's gonna be too much. So, oh yeah, she's in the DA, in the former life. Oh, she played Cluedo or Cluedo. How do you say it? Too much. You know the board game that you have to have the motive, the mana, and the place, and then who did it. Cluedo? I think it's Cluedo that you say. It's a board game that I really like. Clue. Oh, is it called Clue? Okay.
Please be seated.
Back on the record, any matters to address before we bring in the jury, counsel?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll bring in the jury.
Sorry, hang on. We call it probably something else in the UK, and I just put a candy in my mouth, and I'm really sorry. But Stephanie, is there a movie about it? What? How I haven't seen that movie? Sorry, I had 1 second. No. Sorry, I just swallowed the candy. My apologies. I did not know there was a movie about that. I need to go find it. I think I have my movie for tonight. Sorry, I'm looking for something to watch. You call it Clue, but I'm gonna put Cluedo movie because I know what I'm talking about. Yes, that one, Yeah, Colonel Mustard in the library with a candlestick.
And sir, you're reminded that you're still under oath.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Mueller, Cross?
Thank you.
Morning, sir. Good morning.
You and I have met before one time, correct?
Yes,
June of 2001?
I'll take your word for the date.
Okay, I'll give you, take my word, it's the 16th and 17th of June 2021, not one.
That sounds correct.
And I asked you a bunch of questions, right?
Yes,
And you were under oath?
yes,
And you told me the truth?
yes,
Under penalty of perjury?
yes.
So if we look back at that testimony, we can take that as the truth, fair?
Depends on how much you take of it.
I'm sorry?
Depends on what you take out of it, but yes, it's the truth.
Okay. Can we agree as we start here, if you don't have a cause of the fire as being, suggesting an intentional fire, intentionally set fire, we don't have a crime of arson?
That is correct.
Okay. And we'll talk about the classifications, but you and I talked about that before, right?
Yes.
There are 4 classifications of fires.
I guess we need to, I'm going to clarify where he's referring.
Council knows, or...
Well, there's,
knows.
it depends if you're talking about under the, oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'll allow it if you understand the
Thank you.
question.
Let me break this down. You and I have talked about this before, right? There's an accidental fire, correct?
Correct.
That could be a toaster burned up. Fair?
Yes.
We have natural causes of fires. That would be lightning strikes, that kind of thing, right?
Correct.
Then we have what's called undetermined.
Correct.
You just can't tell, right?
Correct.
And sometimes the damage is so big and so much that you can't tell, right?
Sometimes.
Sometimes. And it's not an embarrassment to you as a fire origin and cause expert to be able to say, I just can't tell, there's not enough here.
That's
Fair?
correct.
It wouldn't be embarrassing to you, right?
That's correct.
In fact, it would probably be intellectually honest to admit, I just can't tell. Fair?
That is correct.
Then we have an intentional or an incendiary fire, it's called, right?
Correct.
And that would be, excuse me, correct me if I'm wrong, but an intentionally set fire under circumstances where a fire shouldn't happen.
Yes.
And that's what you're calling this,
Correct.
an incendiary fire.
Yes.
And that's the one that supports a crime.
Correct.
And out of those 4 categories, only an incendiary fire supports crime, correct?
Not necessarily.
If you can't, let's go back to
No.
one thing.
Okay. Not necessarily. The crimes can be prosecuted with an undetermined cause. I've seen it in the past.
Okay. If you don't have a cause of a fire, you can't find the classification of the fire, fair? You can't tell what
Correct.
happened. You said the origin is the where, correct?
Correct?
And the cause is the why.
Correct.
And if you don't have the why, you can't say a crime occurred, fair?
I don't make the determination if a crime has occurred.
If arson, I'm just talking about arson.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. I think we're asking for legal conclusions at this point in time. Prosecutor's office could charge a crime based on an undetermined fire. He's already testified to it, so I think we got to ask an answer, but also we're asking for legal conclusions.
The question is simply, if you don't have the cause, the why, you can't even classify the fire.
That question's fine.
You can't even classify the fire because you can't tell why it happened, right?
Well, the classification you just said was undetermined.
You can't tell why a fire happened. You can't classify it, right?
Objection, asked and answered.
Yeah, I didn't get an answer for him.
Yeah, I'll allow it. I
Yes
just
or
don't
no?
have the answer.
If I can't tell the what, the why, then it
Yeah.
would be classified as an undetermined fire.
Okay. Let's talk about this excavation you said that you did, all right? On January 8th.
Yes.
On January 8th, you did an excavation And as we know, the living room was the area of origin, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to show you, we've already admitted this as Exhibit O, floor plan of the living room. You've seen this before, right?
I have not.
Does that represent to you what the floor plan of the house looked like?
Yes,
Okay? And you know that the living room, as you said, was the area of origin of the fire, right?
correct.
And you excavated that to get important data.
I excavated the basement that was below the living room.
The living room you showed us on that aerial photo had collapsed into the basement.
Correct,
So anything regarding the living room would have been in the basement.
correct.
And you've testified that that was 2 feet of rubble, correct?
I didn't say 2 feet of rubble.
Okay, let's look. If I may approach, Your Honor? Thank you. I've got your prior testimony from this case. Why don't we look at the part that says Dalbert 1? Okay?
I guess if I can, Your Honor, as to the form of the way the question's being asked, was he asking about 2 feet of rubble today or now at the previous hearing, I think is where we're going, but I think it's confusing question.
You have testified that the area,
If you could just clarify what he's saying now, and then, are you pursuing prior inconsistent, or?
you're
refresh
telling us
memory?
you don't know how deep the rubble was in the basement that you excavated?
No, you asked me if I testified to 2 feet of rubble.
Do you,
And I-
do you admit there's 2 feet of rubble in the basement?
Approximately 2 feet of rubble. That's an approximation. I never measured it.
Could be 3.
I never measured it.
Okay. If there's 2 feet of rubble, and we know from the living room that it's 18 by 18, you see that?
Yes.
Yes?
Between the 118,
18 feet. This was 18 feet.
okay.
And there's a little bit of more. You'd have to add the area too, right?
Yes.
Do you know how to do that? Add, calculate that area?
Yes.
Sines, cosines, tangents, Pythagorean theorem?
I'm aware how to do area.
Can we agree, like we had before, that that's about the total 20 by 20, roughly?
I'm just looking at the 118, and there's no 18, but that's, 18. Yes, that's 18 by 18 with a little bit left. I didn't see the 18 at the bottom.
Okay, we say roughly 20 by 20?
Yes.
Okay. Now, that's the area of origin, correct?
Yes.
And if we talk about a 20 by 20, if we measure from you roughly about to that first row, it's about,
I don't know how far that is. 20, the first row? It's a little further than that, I think, but you have the measuring tape.
would you like to hold the one and we'll measure it? Thank you. If I may.
Oops, sorry. I actually didn't mean to do that.
That's the dummy end of the tape. I'm going to hold that. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and about 20 feet right here.
Okay?
We good?
Yep.
And if I told you that 20 feet was about, thank you, I'll go. From the jury box to about here,
Approximate.
approximately. So we have an area of origin in the living room of this whole area here, correct?
Correct.
And you can't narrow it down where the fire started amongst anywhere in here,
I
correct?
cannot.
Could have started over in this area over here, right? Could have started by the fireplace,
Not against the fireplace.
but anywhere in here, you don't know.
Correct.
But you dug out the rubble, right?
Yes.
In this 18 by 20 by 20 spot, right?
Yes.
2 feet of rubble, correct?
Approximately.
And you had a person with you, Greg Stormzan from the Michigan State Police,
Yes.
and you deposited the rubble, as I believe, on the west side and the back side of the house, correct?
I would have, yes.
Well, you did, correct?
Yes.
Put it on the west side of the house,
Yes.
and you cleared the basement, because that's how you do it, right?
I
You gotta-
not the entire basement, just the area underneath the living room.
So there would be basically a clear area of 18 by 18 in that house if somebody came after you, correct?
Yes.
You made this rubble pile, and this rubble pile should be, well, if we say 20 by 20 by 2, that's 800 cubic feet, right?
I don't know how much the rubble pile would have been.
Well, you didn't do 800 cubic feet of excavation and put that outside, did you?
I have no idea.
Did you create a rubble pile of approximately 4 feet by 8 feet and 7 feet high?
It was not a 7-foot-high pile.
Let's go to your testimony at that Dalbert hearing on 162, lines 7 to 11.
Your Honor, can we approach real quick? Thank you.
Why do they always have to approach when I'm eating candy? And why I'm always eating candy, that is another question. But yeah, counter is going up. Well, I think that's counting. But too many mouses. I have 2 mouses now. I think he's drowning a little bit. I don't know.
You there?
Yes, on the first page, yes. Daubert 1, yes.
Well, just prior hearing on page 162 at line 7. You with me?
(162), line, what line?
Line 7.
Line 7.
You had been asked, so outside the house was the area that you laid all the debris, correct?
Yes.
Your answer. Again, we didn't lay it out, so it was placed in a pile. The pile, in my recollection, would probably have been 3 or 4 feet by 6 or 8 feet and 7 feet high. But I don't have a great recollection of the size of the pile after we excavated, right?
Correct.
So if somebody came after you, were there on the 8th, like somebody on the 15th, a week later, we should see behind the house a picture of a 4-foot by 8-foot by 7-foot high pile of rubble.
I have no idea what the rubble pile would look like after I left.
Well, do you think somebody would have taken it and moved it?
No,
You
but it's
think-
possible.
You think somebody would have put it back in the house?
I have no idea.
Okay. The pile that you had, the rubble that you would have been removing, and I'm going to show you defendant's exhibit B. Tell me, these are your photos?
Your Honor, are we meaning all of his photos or just a selection of the photographs?
Select photos. 15, one I gave you yesterday, counsel.
No, I understand that. Are they just
They are select photos, not every photo.
I respect that and I understand that. Are they separated from a giant exhibit of other photographs or are they just?
They are in exhibit B by themselves. You tell me if those are your photos.
So you want him to review the entire binder right now?
No,
Oh,
they're just
okay.
15 photos.
Which 15 though?
Hold on, I want to make sure, is this exhibit B? I will, once,
Do you know which ones to look at?
yes.
Okay.
These are the photos, look like that have been previously entered into evidence by the prosecution.
Some are the same, some are different.
Looks like 47 under B is the same as defense 34:9. But this one's very dark. Okay. Would you like me to continue? Would you like me to continue through B on photos?
Please. All those photos you identified for the prosecutor, you had reviewed your photos before this trial, right?
Yes,
And you identified those easily as your photos, right?
correct,
And these are, a lot of these are just duplicates of your photos.
but I'm going to make sure.
To determine that.
56 is the same photo as 3411 with the prosecution. '57 is one of my photos, but not with the prosecution exhibits. '58 is one of my photos. It's in the prosecution exhibit 3412. '59 is my photo that is the same as People's 3410. '61 looks to be the same as People's 3418. '62 is one of my photos that is not in the People's exhibit. '75 is the same as People's 3425. '96 is one of my photos and is similar to People's 3413. I think this might be a different photo of the same shot. '123 is the same as People's 3421. '138 is one of my photos, but not in the prosecution photos.
Okay,
And that finishes up B.
that's all. Move for the admission of Exhibit B, 1 through 15.
What'd you say, 15?
15.
1 through 15.
Thank you. So if we look at page, photograph 62 there, you can look up on the screen if you'd like. We can see, you good?
Yes.
We can see that fireplace in the basement, right?
Yes?
Right here. So basically, what we're showing is the living room area, and the living room extends out toward the bay window to the left.
No,
right?
this photo's taken from underneath the bay window.
Okay. You're saying the fireplace is directly across from the bay window, is that what you're saying?
Yes. Where you have the FP on your
So
drawing.
what I'm seeing then is entirely the living room.
Yes.
Now,
Or the basement under the living room.
the living room that had collapsed and have the 2 feet of rubble that you excavated and cleared, you and Mr. Stormzang.
Yes.
Okay. So, if somebody like Mr. Shinsky came and Mr. Shinsky took a photo a few days later, what we should see is photo of the back of the house where you laid it out, right? Am I correct?
Yes.
And what we should see somewhere in here, in the back west side, is a pile 7 feet by 8 feet by 7 feet high, correct?
I do not see that there.
You certainly don't. You also didn't document the excavation, did you?
I did not take a photograph of the excavation once completed. That is a mistake that I have admitted to, and it's a mistake on my part.
Okay. You know the importance of documentation, correct?
Correct.
Important for corroboration, correct?
I've got some.
Okay.
It's important for corroboration, correct?
It is important to document the scene.
Because you want to have corroboration in case somebody asks you, did you actually do some excavation? You want to be able to show proof.
Correct.
That's called corroboration. True?
You can call it that.
Okay. You didn't take any photographs, right?
What do you mean, didn't take any
Of your
photographs?
excavation.
Yes,
You didn't write in your report, your official Michigan State Police report, anything about an excavation, correct?
I think there may have been a section, but without reviewing my report, I can't be sure.
Well, did you testify in a hearing that you didn't document it in your report?
I may have.
And if you testified in that hearing, that would have been under oath,
Correct.
and you had reviewed your file,
Correct.
and you had reviewed your report,
Correct.
and you told us the truth when you told us you didn't put it in your report?
Correct.
You also didn't even take any notes during your whole scene inspection, did you?
What is your definition of notes?
Well, things like the jury is taking down to document you did what you did. Did you take any notes, yes or no?
I dictated the scene examination directly into the report on a recorder. For years, been doing this 20 years, I typically don't take copious written notes on scene examination.
Okay. We don't have anything contemporaneous in terms of any notes of yours, of the excavation itself, fair?
There are no notes of the excavation.
Okay. Even though that's such a critical aspect of fire investigation.
The notes aren't critical. It's the information in the report that's critical.
The excavation is critical in a fire excavation, true?
Did you say an excavation is important in an excavation?
The excavation process in a fire investigation is critical, am I right?
Yes.
Because that's where you get the evidence that might show how the fire progressed.
That is a step that may develop evidence.
And that is the step where you collect data, it's called.
Yes.
And that data will help you find evidence that might point to the why, the cause.
Possibly.
You can't overlook doing an excavation when you're doing a fire investigation, right?
Depends on the fire investigation.
You testified that, correct me if I'm wrong, that the reason you didn't take any photographs, make any notes, is because it was a long day that day.
I never said anything about notes. I did testify that there's no photographs that should have been taken. I don't know why I didn't take it. It's possible. It was a long day, and because we didn't find anything of notable significance in the excavation, it's possible I forgot to take the photograph.
Well,
Photographs of post excavation.
let me see if you turn to D2 there.
We're talking transcripts again?
Your book of the transcripts.
D2, what is that?
Last one. Last tab.
So when you say D, you're referring to Dauber, correct?
You can read from page 42 to yourself, line 13 to 16.
And I'm sorry, I didn't hear the expression read out loud, or,
To yourself.
okay. 42 to what lines?
Line 13 to 16.
It's only 3 lines. So I don't think I can speak much. But I don't know.
Yes,
Okay. Does that refresh your memory that the reason you forgot to take a photograph or note your documentation was because it was a long day?
it does. Possible a long day.
You were tired
Yes,
after a long day.
yes.
So you didn't document this critical aspect because you were tired because it was a long day. Fair? Let me ask you something. You've trained fire investigators, right?
I have.
Okay. If you had a rookie fire investigator you were training, would you accept such a poor excuse as, boss, I didn't do what I was supposed to do and take any pictures and notes because it was a long day. I was tired.
What do you mean accept it? Of course I would. Because if that's what happened, you're going to
Okay.
accept it.
Wouldn't you maybe ask that person, why didn't you go back the next day?
We're calling for speculation, Your Honor, Jackson.
Thank you. You would ask
I don't know what
that,
I would say, because it depends on the scene. Everything depends on the scene.
if he says that I didn't do it because it was a long day and I was tired, and he's a rookie investigator,
I'm going to object, ask and answer, Your Honor.
you would ask him, why didn't you go back the next day?
Well, I'll allow this one.
Thank you. True?
I don't know what I would say.
Okay. Is there a law that says you can only go and do a scene investigation one day?
No,
Is there any Michigan State Police policy that says you can do a scene investigation only once?
no,
Okay. And after you were the law enforcement person responsible for the scene in terms of the fire investigation, right?
in terms of the fire investigation.
So after January 8th, you didn't come back anymore.
I did not.
And you released the scene to people like Mr. Shinsky, right?
Correct?
And Len McHugh, do you know him?
Yes,
He was on the scene a couple days after you,
yes.
right? Now, I want to talk a little bit about your origin and the basis for your origin opinion. You went through a whole lot of things about how you ruled out various areas in the house, right?
Correct.
And if we look at the New York skyline, let me get back on here. If we look at your investigation, I'll get it back in a second. You did the physical investigation, all the physical evidence led you to the area of origin in the living room, correct?
All the data.
All the data. All the data, including what you said was very important information from Linda Stermer, correct?
Correct.
Linda Stermer told you that she was in the basement, am I right?
I've never talked to Linda Stermer.
You
This
read a
is-
statement that Mr. Shinsky took an interview,
Yes,
but you relied on it, obviously.
yes,
And she said she's in the basement doing laundry. Yes.
Correct.
She hears this horrible scream upstairs, right?
correct,
She runs upstairs.
Correct.
She sees the living room on fire.
Correct.
She sees her husband on fire by the bedroom, you said, right?
Correct.
Okay. Have you ever burned yourself on a stove or anything in your life?
Yes.
Okay. That pain is immediate, isn't it?
Yes. But
That
I'm not a
pain-
medical expert. I can't testify to that.
You certainly can testify to your own experience that the pain was immediate to you, right?
Yes.
I'm not trying to be funny with you. Are we clear?
Yes, sir.
I don't think that's appropriate.
I'm not
He's-
clear what that
he's-
last dialogue was
He's
about.
smirking
Okay,
at
well,
me.
you're being argumentative, so move
So-
on, please.
You've had burns, and they were immediate, correct?
Correct.
And they were painful, correct?
Correct.
So, one of the things that NFPA cautioned you is if you have a hypothesis that violates the laws of physics, that's an invalid hypothesis, right?
I'm not aware of that section, but proceed.
Okay. One of the rules of physics, we talked about Newton's laws of motion
Yes.
before.
No objection, Your Honor. I think we're getting into areas that's not proper for trial at this point in time. These laws of motion, this is physics, he's not a physics professor.
He's familiar with it, and we agreed.
I'll allow some.
Thank you.
But I assume there's
Sir.
some relevance where you're going.
One fundamental law is you can't be in two places at the same time, can you?
Correct.
So, if Linda Stermer is in the basement and she hears a scream and that burn injury is immediate, that means Todd Stermer caught fire and Linda was in a different room, correct?
Correct.
Now, let's talk about some of the fundamentals of being an expert witness. One of the purposes, or one of the things you have to do is obviously collect all the relevant data, correct?
Correct all the relative data that's available.
Relevant data
Relevant data that's available.
that is available to you. What's available to you are witness statements, right?
Yes.
You can interview witnesses, nothing stops you.
No.
You can go to building departments
Correct.
to get house records.
Correct.
Do a lot of things that aren't just physically at the inspection site.
Correct.
And that's all data gathering.
Correct.
You can agree with me that in your fire investigation, you have to comply with the scientific method, correct?
Correct.
And you described that for us.
Correct.
I'm going to show you what is proposed Exhibit D. You've seen this before?
Yes.
It's in your NFPA 921 book,
Correct.
and it's what you follow,
Correct.
correct?
Correct.
And that's what you used in this case.
Correct.
And this is what you followed in this case, correct?
Correct.
And this would illustrate the steps for the jury, correct?
Correct.
All right, I move for the admission of Exhibit D.
Object is relevance, Your Honor. It's also, I don't see why it's relevant to put this, can we not display it to the jury until the court's admitted it?
I'll admit that. I think it's relevant. I think the foundation's
Obviously, the first,
What is your marking on that? What is it?
Exhibit D,
D?
obviously, you said the first two steps are kind of the same in everything you do, every assignment. Find the origin and cause of the fire.
Correct.
So the real work starts when we're talking about collecting data, correct?
Correct.
When we collect data, you gather all the relevant evidence that you can to try to help you come to a conclusion, right?
Correct.
The next step is you analyze all the data that you've collected, correct?
Correct.
Then, once you've analyzed that data, then you develop a hypothesis based on, here's the evidence I have, could it be this?
Correct.
Then you test the hypothesis, right,
Correct.
to disprove the hypothesis, correct?
To prove or disprove, both.
You're telling our jury that it's to prove it or disprove it.
When you're testing hypothesis, yes. To try to disprove it, yes.
If you can't rule it out, can't rule out a hypothesis, then you have to collect more data or develop another hypothesis, right?
Say that again.
If you can't rule out a hypothesis based on the data, then you either have to get more data Or develop a new hypothesis. Isn't that what NFPA 921 tells you?
Or, so you've jumped down to testing the hypothesis, correct?
We're on testing hypothesis.
Okay. So you're testing the hypothesis to see not just if it's ruled out, but also if it's ruled in. You're testing it to see if it is, if the hypothesis is ruled out, then it's not a valid hypothesis.
It's an invalid hypothesis.
Correct.
Because you're able to rule it out from the
From the data,
data.
correct.
And in this case, if the hypothesis was Linda Stermer was with Todd Stermer and somehow got gasoline on him, you're able to rule that out with the data, reliable data that you had that she was in the basement.
That was never a hypothesis of mine.
I'm asking you, you're an expert witness. If the hypothesis is that Linda Stermer somehow did something with with gasoline that caused Todd to be on fire.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. Can we close, please?
Okay, we need to settle the debate. It's data or data? I'm confused because both of them say data and data, two completely different. But definitely they are keeping me awake too. And it's actually quite interesting, but this attorney is just something else. I have no words. I don't know what he's trying to get it, and yeah, he's trying. Sorry, William. I just saw you do that thing there. Yeah, he's trying to confuse them, but the witness is doing such a great job that he's not letting them. But don't forget, the jury gets to ask questions as well. So I'm sure that right now they have a lot of questions written down. So.
So, you're an expert witness. You're an expert in fire investigation. You develop hypotheses, right?
Correct.
And you measure it against the reliable data, correct?
Correct.
The reliable data you had, as we talked about, was Linda was in the basement at the time she heard Todd yell.
Correct.
Assuming he's on fire, correct?
He's yelling and a fire's discovered on him.
Okay. If the hypothesis is Linda was with Todd Stermer and somehow got gasoline on him, that's ruled out by your reliable data that she was in the basement.
That specific hypothesis, correct.
And there's other data that would suggest that Linda didn't have anything to do with any gasoline, isn't there?
I'm not aware of that hypothesis.
Well, how about Linda's clothes tested negative for gasoline?
Well, do you want me to?
Are you aware of that?
I am, and I'm aware of other data
I want you
also.
to just want you to answer my question. You're aware that Linda's clothes tested negative for gasoline, correct?
That is true.
You are aware that the Michigan State Police brought a canine in, and the canine did not.
I'm going to object. That's for hearsay, Your Honor. It's not evidence.
He's relied on that collection of data, and including canine evidence. It's in his report.
Now we're talking 703, just like we've been dealing with all over this. That facts are not evidence.
I'll sustain that objection.
Okay. You rely on all kinds of data when you're developing your hypotheses, right?
Correct.
One of the pieces of data that you rely on is testing.
Lab testing,
Lab
correct.
testing. And you also rely on things like Michigan State Police canine experts being called to the scene. True?
Your Honor, I guess we're dancing around the subject again here. I'm going to object as relevance.
Relevance? It goes directly to the issue of
I've
relevance.
already sustained the objection, Mr. Mueller. We can move on.
Were you present when there was a canine?
Objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Mueller, I've sustained the objection.
Okay. Are you aware, well, you were aware of the gray sweatpants, right?
Mr. Stermer's gray sweatpants?
Yes. You collected it.
Yes.
All right. Are you aware that they were 100% polyester?
I was not aware.
Data you could have collected.
It is possible.
Have you, in your past experience, tested the flammability of materials?
You object, I don't think he's an expert at textiles, Your Honor.
I'm just asking for his experience.
I think it's fair and within the range of his expertise, I'll overrule.
Go ahead.
I have not tested, I do not recall testing flammability of polyester.
You've tested materials.
I have not tested materials.
Are you aware of what polyester is?
It's a synthetic material,
Synthetic material made of plastics.
of plastic polymers, correct.
Okay. And you understand that it doesn't just burn, it melts.
It can burn and melt at the same time.
Okay. So we talked about collecting relevant data. Then we also have, as one of the main aspects of being a expert witness and an expert in general, is you have to keep kind of like an open book policy of document all your investigative techniques, correct?
I don't understand what you're asking.
You told us about the importance of documentation.
Correct?
And the importance of documentation is so others can review your work.
Correct.
And then you can defend your work if people are criticizing it.
That's a portion of documentation, yes.
Portion of documentation is your peers are going to review it, right?
Yes,
Your colleagues.
possibly.
And if you've said there was an intentional fire and you think it's arson, there becomes a criminal case, well, the defendant's expert needs to look at it as well.
I never called it arson, I call it incendiary.
Listen to me carefully. If you call something arson and it results in a,
I'm going to object. We've established that as a legal conclusion, and we should not be talking about that in this case.
I agree. I'll sustain that objection.
okay, if your opinions result in a criminal charge, the suspect or the defendant has a right to look at your stuff,
Correct?
and it needs to be complete.
They can look at all of my material.
And it needs to be complete and thorough.
They can look at all my material as is.
So they can compare what you're saying you did to what you did by your
Correct.
documents. Corroboration again, right?
Okay? Correct.
So we don't just have to take your word for it, right?
Correct.
And then finally, you have to kind of make a good faith effort, play devil's advocate with yourself, right?
Correct.
How could I be wrong, right?
Correct.
Did I miss something?
Correct.
And you did all that in this case
Yes.
to rule out all the things that you ruled out.
To rule out as many of the things that I could think of
Okay.
and that I had indications of.
Now let's talk about one thing here. This 921 book is the primary training guide for all fire investigations, correct?
It is the main text for training.
It is the main text that you've trained to, fair?
Yes.
It is the text that they test on when you've tested for certifications, right?
Correct.
So you've trained up to this 921, you've tested this 921, and when you've taught young firefighters or fire investigators, you teach out of this book, correct?
That is one of the books.
One of the books. There are others.
There are others.
There are kind of authoritative reference guides.
Yes.
One might be the user's manual for 921.
That may be one.
One might be Kirk's fire investigation. We've seen that.
Yes.
You have that.
I don't know if I have the newest copy, but I have a copy.
You have a copy. John Lentini's book, Scientific Protocols for Fire Investigation. That's a reference guide.
That is a reference guide.
Have you used it?
I can't think if I have.
Do you own it?
I do not own that one.
All these are resources for you to go to if you have questions regarding your field, right?
Correct.
And then, of course, I think the main guide for you would be a code of ethics, right? In how you do your work.
There's a personal code of ethics of, yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what we've marked as proposed Exhibit L, see if you recognize that. And you can tell us what it is.
This is a quote from the IAAI Code of Ethics that is no longer valid because there's been an update.
An update. You believe it to your core, don't you?
What?
You believe this statement to your core, don't you?
The outdated statement?
Yes.
I don't know, Jack, I think he just establishes an outdated statement.
It's what,
Well, that's if it's outdated.
because it goes to his code of ethics that he believes in. Whether it's outdated or not, he still believes
Maybe
in
you
the
can inquire
statement.
of him how it's outdated, in what way, what's different.
Do you know why it's different now?
Yes, the IAAI committee met and updated the Code of Ethics in 2020.
Okay.
I have a copy if you'd like.
Do you believe in the principle, I'm just going to ask you that, do you believe in the principle that you should be a truth seeker and not a case maker?
Yes.
You believe that to your core?
I don't use those word core, but yes, I believe it.
Let's go to your D1 hearing at page 66. Let me know when you're there.
Say 56, 5?
66.
66.
You there?
Yes, D1, Daubert 1, page 66.
66. And we, from line 1 to 9,
Your Honor, I'm going to object because this questioning is based on the outdated statement.
that he said he believes in, Your Honor. I'm asking if he believes in a principle. It's simple.
He's basing it on prior testimony, so I'll allow it.
Go ahead.
Which lines you want to review again?
1 through 11.
Yes. Yes, on line 9, my answer to that same question is I believe it to my core.
Correct. And what that means is being a truth seeker is you are not here to just get a conviction, right?
I am not here just to get a conviction.
You're here to offer, you're supposed to offer your objective opinion.
I am here,
Supposed to offer an opinion. Form of the question. Your Honor.
Argumentative, Mr. Mueller.
Pardon?
It's argumentative.
You are here to offer your objective opinion,
I am.
okay? Which means you'd be open to new evidence if you hear it.
I would listen to all relative evidence.
And be open to new evidence and change your mind if it drives you that way, right?
If it was properly produced and researched.
Okay. Now, can we agree that if you don't collect the data, you're violating the scientific method?
Available data.
If you don't collect all available data, you're violating scientific method.
And I'm going to go with that's relevant data. Clearly, there's an infinite amount of data out there, so it needs to be relevant data.
Well, you can't determine what's relevant until you collect the data. Then you decide. That's part of the analyzing, right? This is important, that's important.
But there's a portion of common sense of data collection.
Isn't it true that if you don't collect all the relevant data, you're violating scientific method?
Objection, asked and answered.
It is asked and answered, Mr. Mueller.
I think it was a simple yes or no question.
Your Honor, again,
I think he's answered it already.
If you don't analyze the data, you violate the scientific method, yes or no? We're on analyzing data, the next step.
It's a little different, but you can ask one more time.
Yes or no?
Correct. You must analyze the data.
If you don't develop hypotheses based on analyzing the data, you violated the scientific method, correct?
You must develop hypotheses or theories.
If you don't, then you violated the scientific method.
Correct.
And then if you don't test those hypotheses, you're violating the scientific method.
Correct.
And if you fail to consider alternate hypotheses, you violate the scientific method.
Reliable alternative hypothesis.
Then you violate the scientific method.
Correct.
If you violate the scientific method, you have an unreliable methodology, don't you?
Correct.
Which means unreliable can't be relied upon, correct?
Correct.
To rely, to have confidence in, to trust, right?
Correct.
And if you don't have a reliable methodology, then you don't have a reliable opinion, do you?
I think this has been asked and answered, Your Honor.
Haven't even asked it.
Yeah, it is asked and answered. I'll have to move on.
I've not asked that question ever.
Okay, one more time.
Thank you.
One more.
If you don't have a reliable methodology, you don't have a reliable opinion, do you?
Correct.
You've heard of the phrase garbage in equals garbage out?
I have heard that.
All right. Let's go to your cause opinion. Are you comfortable that you've explained the cause of the fire to this jury?
Yes.
You wouldn't change it, would you?
No.
You know, and as I remember from my notes, the cause of the fire was the ignition source was an open flame,
Correct?
and then the first fuel ignited was gasoline.
Gasoline vapors.
Okay. And that's the cause of the fire,
Correct.
which is why you then classified it as intentional,
Incendiary, yes.
incendiary. Give me a second, Your Honor. Okay, give me 1 second. Mortimer, we're back. Let's go to NFPA 921. NFPA 921 speaks to cause, doesn't it? The causal factors.
Yes.
I'm curious what this is going to be before the jury sees this, because I'm not sure what we're specifically looking for.
I'm going to show you, and this is not an exhibit, Your Honor, it's for impeachment and learning treatise.
Well, then he can impeach him with it, but it can't be displayed to the jury. It's not an
I
exhibit.
can read it or show it to the jury, it just doesn't go back to the jury room as an exhibit.
I'll allow it for
Thank you.
demonstrative, for cross, but it won't go back to the jury.
Right. Sir, you recognize those causal factors?
Yes.
NFPA 921, the premier guide for your training, lists what has to be found and determined for the cause, correct?
Correct.
The ignition source, the first fuel ignited, everybody read that? And the circumstances that brought 1 and 2 together.
Correct.
Unless you have all 3, you don't have a cause of a fire, correct?
Correct.
Which means unless you have all 3, you don't have the why. Isn't that true?
The why of the cause of the fire? Is that,
Yes, that is the why.
Correct.
Okay. Let's go to 19.4.4.1. I'm happy to give you the book if you have it.
I do. 19.44. Yes, 19.4.4.1.
Let me know when you're there.
Yes.
It says, simply identifying a fuel or an ignition source by itself does not and cannot describe how a fire occurred. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, that's an excerpt from that section.
That's what that says, right?
Correct?
So, what it's saying is, if we have 1 and 2 but not 3, we don't have the cause of a fire, correct?
Correct.
You've given 1 and 2 to the jury. You're comfortable with that conclusion. You didn't give 3 to the jury. You don't know the circumstances that brought that open flame to the gasoline in this 20 by 20 living room, do you?
I don't, but there's an exception in 921 that allows for that.
You don't have all 3 factors for the cause of a fire, fair?
I do have all 3 factors.
You have the circumstances, you haven't given the jury the circumstances that brought the open flame and the gasoline together. The how. True?
That has not been discussed with the jury.
Okay. That was never discussed in your report, correct?
My report from 2007, it was
Yes,
not.
the official Michigan State Police fire report of this case.
The language has changed since 2007 with these specific monikers?
Oh, you updated your report?
No, I did not.
Okay, in your report, you never listed even an open flame. We can go to your report.
I did not list an open flame.
So you did not list gasoline, or strike that. You did not list first fuel being gasoline.
I did not.
And you certainly didn't list in your official report the circumstances that brought those 2 together. Fair?
I did not.
Then you've testified on several occasions, right? In this case.
Correct.
Testified in 09, didn't you?
09, that would have been the first trial? Correct.
Your Honor, can we approach?
In my honest opinion, this attorney is getting absolutely nothing. Absolutely zilts. I I don't think is going anywhere. He's going impeach, but I don't think he's gonna go get it. I don't think it's so I'll share the Facebook group again. You can join it. If anyone knows how to create a Facebook group chat on Facebook, let me know, because I've been trying to figure it out. I will share the Facebook group again. But I've been struggling in terms of how to create a Facebook group on Facebook. So it is in chat now. If anyone knows, just please let me know, because I'm struggling. Because we could do like a second version of the Discord for those that doesn't have Discord. So yeah. Yeah, he did. He opened the door, but I think he wants to close it now. He was like, oh no, I opened the wrong door, let me close it. The demons are gonna come in. Then they're gonna come back.
You testified, excuse me, in a prior hearing in 2009, and you laid out what you said was the cause of the fire, right?
Yes.
And you didn't mention one time an ignition source being open flame.
I can't remember what my testimony was on that.
Well, let's look at what's called PE. PE in your binder,
I've got multiple. This binder?
transcript binder.
See one that says PE on it?
The 09, correct?
Called PE, I think.
It doesn't say PE.
Oh, sorry.
But it says 09. All right.
Direct your attention to page 49.
Yes,
You listed as the cause of the fire, time of day, right?
yes,
I'm sorry?
yes,
Time of day, condition of the known people in the house, which means basically able-bodied people.
correct,
And you said the fire started very rapidly, larger and more rapidly than an accident fire could have started.
correct,
And then you tied it in with gasoline on Mr. Stermer's sweatpants, right?
correct,
Which then caused you to say it's an intentional fire.
correct.
So when you testified that didn't lay out the circumstances that brought anything together, correct?
Correct, but there's still an
And then-
exception.
You can clear that up. You did not mention any of the circumstances, fair?
Correct,
Okay. Then you testified in 2010 and went through the same thing and never mentioned an ignition source of open flame, correct?
correct.
Never mentioned,
I don't know, I don't recall my testimony verbatim from 2010.
okay. Do you recall that the first time when I asked you, the first time you testified to an open flame and gasoline as an ignition, first fuel ignited, was in our hearing in 2021?
I recall that testimony.
Okay.
That being discussed in the testimony, I don't recall if that was the first time that was mentioned.
In fact, to this date, in 18 years, you've never set forth in a report or testimony the circumstances that brought forth your open flame gasoline, correct?
I think I just did it today in testimony.
Didn't you just tell us you did 1 and 2, but not 3?
No, that I haven't explained, there's an exception for the 3 with the 1 and 2 being brought together.
You did not, in any direct testimony, set forth the circumstances that brought 1 and 2 together.
Objection has been answered.
He keeps disputing that he did.
Because you won't let him answer the question, Your Honor.
It's asked and answered.
Thank you. Now, in terms of, you certainly know the difference as to what a causal factor is in terms of ignition source, correct?
Causal factor?
Yes, that's ignition source and first fuel.
Correct.
And you've been under oath saying that the time of day was a causal factor, correct?
I've never used the word causal factor.
It was a cause of the fire.
No, it was a circumstance of the fire.
Is there anywhere in NFPA 921 that says time of day is a cause of the fire?
No,
There's no reference manual anywhere that you've been trained on that says time of day is a cause of the fire.
no,
Am I right?
correct.
There's no authority that you've ever heard of that says time of day is a cause of the fire.
Correct.
Accidental fires happen all the time in the daytime, right?
Correct.
Then the next thing you had, and we can talk about that PE again at page 49, was 2 able-bodied people.
Correct.
Is there anything in NFPA 921, this principal guide, if there is, I'd like you to cite it for our jury and any peers who are watching, anything that says the condition of people are a cause of the fire?
It does not.
No authoritative guide, no somebody you look and respect has ever told you that, correct?
Correct.
You've never taught that, correct?
Correct.
You've never been tested where that was an answer as a cause of a fire. 2 able-bodied people,
No,
am I right?
correct.
Able-bodied people die in fires all the time, unfortunately.
Correct.
Just like disabled people, like you told us, right?
Correct.
You didn't mention that you've investigated many fires involving able-bodied people who were seriously injured or died, fair?
That is correct.
And then, of course, another factor you said in that preliminary hearing was the speed of the fire, correct?
Correct.
Now, you know, sir, from all your training and expertise, that how fast a fire progresses is based on a lot of different factors, right?
Correct.
One of the factors is the construction of the house,
That is one.
because that depends on the fuel loads, right? That,
More than just fuel loads. Depends on fuel loads, container size, room size, configuration.
fire will spread faster if you have more ventilation. It takes oxygen to feed a fire.
Correct.
So it's not simply a fire was fast and therefore it had to be an accelerant. Fair?
That is fair.
And certainly you can't rely on eyewitness testimony, the subjective testimony of, ooh, it was burning fast.
Not by itself, no.
You were aware that when some of the first witnesses showed up, that they saw a fire coming through the roof on the north side of, not the north side of the house, on the back side of the house?
The west side, yes.
West side? Well, we don't have it here, right?
Correct.
By where the bay windows were?
It was, yeah, there were some statements of through the roof in the center of the house.
With the tip, don't put your exhibits by a furnace.
Your Honor, can I ask that we take some of these demonstrative exhibits down if they're not going to be used anymore?
Are you done with that one? What's on the screen? Is this something new coming up?
No, this is, I can see what this is. This is fine.
Mr. Mueller, if you could give
I'm
us
gonna-
the New York skyline, please.
I'll just go black, how about that? Early witnesses said that the fire was coming out of the roof on the backside and toward the middle,
Correct.
which one of the things you relied on,
Correct?
right? And the fireplace would have been here and toward the center,
Correct.
right? Just, so it says FP, right, fireplace?
Correct.
You would have to collect data in terms of maybe how the house was constructed to have a better idea of analyzing that data and developing a hypothesis that why the fire, you say, was so fast.
Data was collected through observations.
Okay. There was other available data, correct?
There may have been.
And you had access to that available data, like building records, correct?
I assume I would have availability to building records. I did not look at any.
You chose not to.
I did not look at any.
You could have talked to Linda Stermer.
I could have.
You chose not to.
I did not.
That would have been obviously a very valuable source of data in terms of how the fire was, or the house was constructed. Fair?
Your Honor, can we approach really quickly because I want to be very mindful of what issue we're talking about here?
I think this attorney, it's done. I think I am over him. I can't hear him anymore. So, like, he's not a detective that is just... absolutely ridiculous. This guy, he just needs to move on and be done and over with. A sidebar again, I know. I mean, it's... They think spend more time on sidebar than anything else.
Sir, were you, excuse me, were you aware that the entire living room floor was nothing but OSB subflooring?
I became aware. I can't tell you when.
Okay. Not as of January 12 when you issued your report, correct?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Let's get a timeline. January 7, the fire starts, or fire happens, right?
Correct?
January 7, you're on the scene.
Correct?
Take a couple pictures, and pictures of the body you showed, and also pictures of the house.
Correct?
You took 46 pictures, would that be correct?
I don't know how many I took.
If I tell you you took 46 that night?
That sounds about right.
And then you took a total of 138, so you took from 47 to 138 the next day.
I took several pictures the next day.
Okay. And Then, that was the 8th, and then the 12th, you learned the MSP results on the gasoline on the sweatpants.
That's
Yes?
correct.
And then you issued your report shortly after that.
Correct.
Okay. And the key, obviously, was the gasoline on sweatpants.
That was an important piece of data.
No, that was the thing that lynched it for you, didn't it?
That was an important piece of data.
You know what a keystone is? Ever seen a keystone in an arch?
I'm aware Keystone architecturally, yes.
Yes, architecturally, and the keystone is the piece at the top, the single
Correct.
piece that holds the arch together.
Correct.
And then if it's removed, the whole arch falls?
Correct.
That was the keystone, wasn't it, for your opinion,
There's an
gasoline?
argumentative.
I'll allow it for cross.
Thank you.
I would never use the word keystone. It was an important piece of data.
Let's get back to the construction of the house. You didn't know the floor was nothing but OSB with some rugs on it, right?
I did not.
You didn't know there was exposed 2x4s around the framing, especially around the whole bay window area?
At the time of the investigation, I did not.
You didn't know there was a lot of other exposed wood?
Your Honor, can we take the...
Oh, sorry. Didn't even know I was doing it. Good, thank you. You didn't know there was a lot of exposed wood, uncovered, not drywalled, in that first floor, correct?
I did not.
And that certainly would add to the ability of a fire to spread, correct?
It would.
Because as you know, if it's a lot of drywall doesn't burn, right?
Correct.
Were you aware, sir, as you were trying to rule out these hypotheses, that there was no final electrical inspection?
I was not aware.
Were you aware that there was no final mechanical inspection?
I was not.
Were you aware that the house didn't even have a certificate of final occupancy?
I did not.
That'd be important data to know, right? In terms of evaluating electrical sources, mechanical, that kind of thing.
I did not have those information.
Pardon?
I did not have that information.
Now, you said you ruled out electrical as being a possible cause of the fire, right?
Correct.
Electrical fires happen all the time in this country, don't they?
Correct.
And they can happen behind the walls, right?
Yes.
And all of a sudden you have a sudden fire you didn't even know, right?
They happen in the walls.
Okay. You do not have expertise in electrical house wiring, do you?
I'm not a licensed electrician.
You are not an expert in the electrical wiring of a house, are you?
I am not.
I think it's been asked and answered, Your Honor.
You didn't?
It's a little different, but I'll allow it.
Go ahead.
I'm not.
Okay. And on September or January 8th, you didn't hire somebody to help you with the electrical examination, did you?
Your Honor, can we approach?
And another approach. This is ridiculous. I understand that like the state needs to object, but like if they are objecting every single time, they're gonna lose even more the jury than they already lost. Even with this sidebar, they already losing some kind of it. The prosecution can clear this up on redirect or recross or whatever you name it. But it's just ridiculous that he's asking questions that he like, oh, was the house wasn't clear for habitation. Why does it matter? That was prior to the fire, so it's not with this witness.
You ever heard of the phrase, know what you don't know?
Yes.
Smart to know what you don't know and stay in your lane. You ever heard of that phrase?
Correct. Yes, I've heard it.
Now, you don't have evidence, physical evidence of any ignition source, do you?
Physical evidence? No, there's no physical evidence of an ignition source. Well,
And you-
there is physical evidence of a potential ignition source. That's the fireplace
And candles,
and candles.
which you would have to rule out according to the scientific method
Correct,
by collecting data.
correct.
You didn't collect data about the candles in your inspection, did you?
I did. The data for the candles were statements about the candles,
That they
that
were,
they existed.
okay, they were open flames.
Correct,
And one open flame was candles, right?
correct.
One open flame with a fuel lamp, correct?
I don't know.
You don't remember that?
I don't know the fuel lamp.
Okay. And one open flame was a fireplace.
Correct.
You don't know which of those open flames were involved in this fire, do you?
I don't know of which open flame is involved in the ignition,
Or any of them?
or any of them.
Okay. And you certainly don't know, well, let's talk about the gasoline on the pants. The gasoline on the sweatpants that tested positive, you said was a very, very important part of your conclusion.
I don't think I used that many varies. I think I just said important.
Okay.
Or,
Very important? Yes?
yes.
Okay. In fact, sir, you have no opinion on how long the gasoline had been on his sweatpants. Is that true?
That is correct.
Because you don't know where he was when he got gasoline on.
Correct.
You don't know when it happened in terms of what day.
I do not know when the gasoline got on the pants.
You don't know how it got there.
I do not know how the gasoline got on his pants.
You don't know how much gasoline was on his pants.
I do not know the exact amount of gasoline that went on his pants.
And you have no opinion as to how long it was on his pants, correct?
I have no opinion how long it was on his pants.
Therefore, you cannot rule out the logical possibility that it has nothing to do with this fire.
No.
Am I right?
No, you're not.
All right, let's back out. If you don't know how long the gasoline were on the pants, you don't know if he had gotten it on the pants a week before.
I know that the gasoline was on the pants.
100%.
At that
You know
time,
that.
I do not know when the gasoline got on his pants.
We don't know the last time the sweatpants were washed.
I'm sorry?
We don't know the last time the sweatpants were washed.
We do not.
But what you're doing is extrapolating, just saying he had gasoline on sweatpants, therefore gasoline must have been in the living room.
Because he was in the living room
Okay.
and near the area of origin.
Do you have any explanation for why his sweatpants didn't catch fire if they had gasoline on them?
They may have been covered, like a blanket or something may have been over them. They may have been something pushed together so there's not oxygen. Do I know exactly why? No, I don't.
Okay, when you're saying they may have, you're speculating.
I'm offering a speculative opinion.
Okay. And as an expert witness, do you think offering a speculative opinion is appropriate?
It is an informative statement. I do not know. Go ahead.
Would you agree that experts should not speculate or guess?
Opinions should come from a body of knowledge.
A body of scientific knowledge based on the scientific method, right?
Body of knowledge.
And as we agreed, garbage in equals garbage out, right?
Correct.
So if you're offering speculation as an opinion, what you're doing is misleading the jury, aren't you?
Yeah, I can never remember that.
Sustained.
If you're offering speculation as an opinion, you're violating that.
Objection.
It's
Excuse
asked
me,
and
I-
answered. It's asked and answered.
I didn't, it's a different question.
I think it's asked and answered.
Talk about that red gas can in the front yard. Oh, one thing, let's go back. One thing that, in relying on Linda Stermer's statement, that she was in the basement, she came upstairs, all of a sudden she saw the fire, right?
Correct?
Then she ran out of the house, right?
Correct?
And all the information you had that she was running around hysterical, correct?
Objection, that's facts not evidence, these will testify to that, Your Honor.
Did you learn that from your,
You know, allow it with the foundation.
thank you. Did you read Mr. Shinsky's statement of Linda Stermer?
Yes.
Okay, did you read anything about what the witnesses said?
Correct. Yes, I did.
And they were describing her as hysterical, right?
There were some descriptions of that, yes.
Okay. So, given that information, you can't rule out the possibility that Linda Stermer was surprised by the fire when she saw it.
Objection, cause for speculation.
Fair? Based on the evidence he has.
Well, Your Honor, he's asking you to rule out Linda Stermer's surprise. How is he supposed to know how she reacted? He wasn't there.
I agree, it's cause for speculation. I'll sustain.
Okay. Let's talk about that red gas can that you picked up in the front yard. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. You actually saw it the night before, didn't you?
It was in a photograph the night before. I do not have an individual recollection if I took specific notice of it on the 7th.
If you thought it was important, you would have picked it up that night.
I don't know.
Well, you certainly know that in a potential crime scene, evidence can disappear, right?
Yes.
And as you testified earlier, you thought this might be a crime scene when you saw blood on the front bumper of the car, correct?
Correct.
That's why you took pictures, correct?
Correct.
And then, after that, you saw the gas can, but you didn't even pick it up.
I don't know if I saw the gas can or took notice of the gas can the evening of the 7th.
The next day, you picked it up, correct?
Correct.
Detective Rout, is she the one who pointed it out to you? Or she took a picture of it too?
I don't know if Detective Rob pointed it out to me or not.
Certainly possible that you wouldn't have even noticed it or thought of it important on the 8th.
I don't know what that question is.
You don't know how the gas can got there, correct?
I do not.
You don't know where the gas can was before it got there.
Correct.
You don't know who put it there.
Correct.
In fact, if I look at your photograph 116 in your package from B, that's the gas can in the front yard, the picture you took, correct? Yellow stickers in the bottom right.
Yeah, B, what?
116.
116. There is no 116 in here.
It would be then in your, well, the picture here, do you remember taking that picture?
I do remember the picture.
Remember looking at that picture in direct exam?
Yes,
Okay, it shows the gas can.
it does.
Do you recall taking a picture, a more close-up picture?
Yes.
And if we see this picture, close-up, see the gas can, it's all dirty and muddy,
I do,
and the spout is all muddy,
correct,
and the
and
rest of the spout is broken. The rest of the spout is to the left.
correct.
As you sit here, sir, you have no idea if that gas can, 1 gallon gas can, has any connection to this fire, do you?
I do not.
Because to suggest that would be pure speculation on your part, correct?
Correct.
And would be intellectually dishonest if you suggested it, correct?
Correct.
In fact, if anybody suggested that a gas can had anything to do with this case, that would be misleading the jury, wouldn't it?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. I think that's relevant.
Sustain that objection, and it calls for speculation.
Give me 1 second here, Your Honor, I might be wrapping up. Oh. In order to arrive at your opinion that gasoline on the sweatpants means that it was there at the time of the fire, you're with me?
Correct.
You'd have to rule out that when, any time period between the time of the fire and when you got there 3 hours later, gasoline could have transferred then, right?
There was no evidence of that.
Okay, let's work through that real quick. Todd Stermer was found outside the house by neighbors, right?
Correct.
Neighbors, Matheny in particular, throws clothes on him, correct?
At some point, yes.
You finally learned later that it was Mr. Matheny's coat that had the gasoline, that tested positive for gasoline too, correct?
Later, I did learn that that was Mr. Matheny's coat that was sent to the lab.
You thought it was Todd Stermer's coat, somebody mislabeled it, fair?
Somebody mislabeled it. I don't know if it was me or somebody mislabeled it.
Okay. So, you'd have to rule out the fact that maybe there was transfer of the gas from Matheny's coat to the sweatpants.
There was no indications of...
You would have to rule that out. That's a plausible theory.
Correct.
And that's why you do the whole scientific method.
Correct.
Then they transferred him in this dinghy boat called the John boat. Somebody describe it?
Yes.
And they transferred him to where he was finally found and workers worked on him, right?
Correct.
You would have to rule out that plausible scenario that maybe there was gasoline in that boat.
That was not a very plausible theory, but yes.
Okay. Even though you may not believe it, you still, as a scientific person, have to rule that out through the scientific method. True?
Correct.
Okay. So, and certainly, you know what expectation and confirmation bias is, right?
Yes.
NFPA cautions against that, correct?
Correct.
We talked about those as being a big no-no, right?
Have we?
Yes.
Previously, is that what you're
June?
saying? Yes.
Big no-no, expectation bias is having an idea of what you think happened and then disregarding or ignoring evidence that doesn't fit, right?
Correct. It's not looking at all the data.
Confirmation bias is the flip side of the coin. Once you've arrived at a decision or an opinion, you ignore contradictory data, right?
Correct.
Both violate the scientific method, don't they?
Correct.
Because if you do receive new evidence, you have to then reevaluate. True?
Correct.
That's the proper way to do it.
Correct.
So, we have had testimony now that, and you smelled gasoline 3 hours later on Todd Stermer, right?
Correct.
Which led you to take the sweatpants.
Yes.
We've had testimony from 3 witnesses, Mike Matheny, Connie Calhoun.
I'm going to be objecting, Your Honor. I don't think he's aware of this testimony. He wasn't present in court to hear the testimony.
It's still setting a question, Your Honor.
Maybe just do it more as a hypothetical.
Hypothetically, if 3 witnesses who were there, the first 3 people on the scene, said they didn't smell gasoline on Todd Stermer, you'd have to consider that, correct?
I wouldn't know what other people smelled or what they detected.
Have you told me in the past that you can't really consider that because sometimes people's memory are crazy when it's a stressful situation?
Oh, I never said the word crazy.
Not crazy. This was a chaotic situation, right?
Yes.
And when people are in chaotic situations, you've said that their memories aren't so good.
I don't recall saying that.
No. Have you been trained as a Michigan State police detective or trooper or detective on how to handle stressful situations?
I've had a lot of training. I don't know if anything specific on stressful situations.
Well, you do shoot training, don't you? Or didn't you?
I did.
So you can handle, if there's a shootout, handle the stressful situation, right?
Well, that's two different things when you're asking about handling stressful situations versus firearms training. That's two different things.
Okay. Have you had training, sir, to teach you how to deal with shootouts?
Objection has an answer, Your Honor.
Relevance?
Dances around the
Relevance.
question. Relevance?
What's
It
relevance?
goes to how a trained professional might act in a chaotic situation versus a lay person.
Overrule it, I don't find it relevant.
You know, overrule the
I'm sorry,
objection.
sustain the objection.
Okay. Even though you didn't necessarily believe that the boat could have transferred gasoline, there could have been gasoline in the boat that transferred to a sweat, you remember that?
Yes.
You still have to, you just told us you still have to analyze that as a plausible.
Your Honor, this man has an answer.
I don't remember this question, so
Right.
I'll allow it.
You don't have to, or you still have to analyze it via the scientific method, correct?
Consider the data,
Right. And which means you got to collect data
collect data.
about the boat,
Correct.
so you can analyze it,
Correct.
so you can develop a hypothesis,
Correct.
so you can test.
Testing the hypothesis and the analyzation of the data collected.
Okay. Did you take a rag and wipe anything on the boat?
I did not.
Okay, that would be data, right?
That would be a form of data.
Did you get any witness statement from Linda Stermer or her children about anything about gasoline in the boat?
I have seen statements from her children.
I'm talking about, you took a statement, yeah, you heard a statement from Linda Stermer, you read it.
Correct.
I'm talking about before January 12, when you wrote your report.
I don't know what information was relayed to me by other detectives about, I don't know, I forget the question, about comments from the family? Is that what the question was?
About the boat, specifically about the boat.
I didn't, the only information I was told is the boat was used to transport Todd from near the house to his final location.
Okay. And you did not collect any data from any individuals about whether there was gasoline in the boat, correct?
Objection has an answer.
He said he mentioned Linda Stermer. I'm just asking if anybody else.
Ask about the boys again. I can't remember. I think you asked about the boys as well?
He did.
Okay. You can ask that again, because I can't recall his answer.
Sir, you did not collect any data regarding the possibility of gasoline in the boat, correct?
Objection has an answer, Your Honor.
I asked about various sources.
Sounds like
I'm
a good
wrapping it up right
winding
now.
up question,
I'm
Mr.
wrapping
Miller,
it
so
up.
assuming it's a wind-up question, I'll allow it.
Thank you. True?
I did not.
Okay. Which means you can't analyze it, correct?
Your
You
Honor, object.
can't.
That's the answer.
This is, it's really cumulative at this point, Mr. Mueller, so
Yes.
either move on or sit down.
If you didn't collect the evidence, you violated the scientific method with respect to that hypothesis, didn't you?
I've collected data from statements of people about the boat,
Before January 12th.
not before January 12th.
Okay, and it's not in your report,
This is not in my report.
and it's never been in part of testimony, have it?
I don't recall if it's part of testimony.
And you didn't tell us about it this morning, did you?
No.
Give me 1 second to wrap up. Joy, let me just kind of wrap up and summarize what we talked about. You didn't take photographs of your excavation, right?
Objection, Your Honor, these have all been asked
I'm
and
just
answered. You don't
wrapping it up.
Asked and answered.
Do you believe, based on everything you did, that you properly documented your investigation?
Yes.
Do you believe that everything you did, you complied with all the mandates of the scientific method?
Yes.
And NFPA 921, everything they say to do and don't do?
Yes.
No more questions, Your Honor. Give me a second for my housekeeping.
And then, counsel, you moved to admit just the one, the rest were demonstrative, correct?
I move to
I
admit
think the scientific method one.
that scientific method was D,
That was D?
and A and B, his photographs.
Okay, so we got the photograph. We thought we heard an L.
L was previously admitted.
Oh, okay.
Let me,
Is that your understanding, Mr. Blair? So
Yeah,
it's
that
the-
sounds about right,
just
is what
the-
we've gone through, Your Honor.
The scientific method one will admit, the others are demonstrative, other than the photos that were already admitted. Okay. Okay, thank you. So we'll take our lunch break, jury, and I'll have you come back at 1:15 to the jury room. Please, no media, no discussions with anyone.
Oh, my dear days, what did we just gone through? I absolutely don't know. This was painful. This was hard. I never thought I was gonna go through something like this. The thing is, we still have the recross. No, the redirect, and then the recross, and then the jury questions at the end of this. So, oh yeah, no worries. I'll see you very soon, Stephanie. Absolutely no problem. I'm gonna have the lunch sooner as well anyway.
Jury's left, any matters to address in our break, counsel? Any
Nothing there,
matters to
Your Honor. No,
address?
thank you.
Anything? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, judges had enough. Just like I'm out. The judges also like, yeah, I'm out. Bye. Yeah. All right. See you very soon. We'll be back in about an hour, exactly in an hour. I'm gonna have lunch as well. I'm gonna leave some music, and I'm gonna be behind scenes as well to chat it up with you guys if you're still here to chat. But I do need some food as well. But this is absolutely. Yes, Zizi. What they gonna come back? Prosecution is gonna have their go at redirect. They're gonna have time to recross again, and then he's gonna have a go again, and then jury instruction. Then it's gonna be like, yeah. Oh, yep, no worries. I'll see you very soon, Willa. We're very, very nice to see you again, my friend. Definitely missed you a lot. I'll see you very soon. But yes, they are gonna yeah, they're gonna be back in a second for sure. And I think we all need a bit of a break and a bit of a who's a moment. So oh yeah, exactly. Nice. So definitely nice. That sounds nice, Zizi. I hope you enjoy it. But I will put some music. We'll be back in about an hour's time so we can carry on watching court. So give me a moment just to set up.
Courtroom buzz lights up the air. Faces tense as stories tear. Truth and lies like a tango dance. Justice here takes no chance. Gavel strikes, hearts beat fast. Witness takes, stand shadows cast. Whispers loud like wildfire spread. In this game, none's ahead. International eyes on the scene. Lines of right blurred and lean. Arrested dreams, shattered glass. In this court, who holds the past? Lawyers dance in verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn, heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat. Families watch soul torn apart. Courts drama quick to start. Chains rattle, futures bleak. Yet in silence, justice seeks. Around the world, eyes do gaze. Every trial a twisted maze. Judgment passed through smoky gaze. In this court, no room for haste. International eyes on the scene. Lines of right blurred and lean. Arrested dreams, shattered glass. In this court, who holds the past? International eyes on the scene. Lines of right blurred and lean. Arrested dreams, shattered glass. In this court, who holds the past? In this court, who holds the past? Lawyers dance in verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn, heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat. Lawyers dance in verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn, heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat. Lawyers dance in verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn, heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat. Lawyers dance in verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn, heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat. On repeat. On repeat. On repeat. No repeat. Families watch soul torn apart. Courts drama quick to start. Chains rattle, futures bleak. Yet in silence, justice seeks. Around the world, eyes to gaze. Every trial a twisted maze. Judgment passed through smoky gaze. In this court, no room for haze.
She's a Portuguese soul in the UK, rolling dough at the bakery day by day. Sugar on her apron, flour on her face. But when evening comes, she steps into a darker place. Grab the keys to the car for that Costco run, loading up on snacks before the work's all done. 'Cause once she's home, it's time for the show. True crime on YouTube, spotlight aglow. Late night trials and conspiracies. She's digging for truth for the world to see. Documents on Discord. She's on the hunt. In the hush of midnight, she's on the front. Got her boyfriend by her side. Together they host this chilling ride. Nightbots watching, chats alive. Everyone's hooked, ready to die. Her days are sweet and filled with bread. Her nights are dark, deep in her head. From morning dough to midnight files, she dances between the day and trials. Late trials and conspiracies. She's digging for truth for the world to see. Documents on Discord. She's on the hunt. In the hush of midnight, she's on the front. Portuguese pride in the UK sun. She'll solve every case till the morning comes. Daytime bakery, nighttime sleuth. Our true crime addict revealing in the truth. courtroom keeps the dream alive. Blonde taking notes with her strange pink pen. Baby Huey tripping, falling over again. Flirty attorney winking, raising a brow. Judge slams the gavel, order in here now. Toilet paper murder trial making him sweat. Evidence stacked up, but we're not done yet. The jury's confused by the caffeinated vibe. Chaos in this courtroom keeps the dream alive. Java's steaming hot, but the truth's ice cold. Blonde's got a secret that's never been told. Flirt's got moves sharp as her file. Baby Huey's just here stumbling in style. Toilet paper murder trial making him sweat. Evidence stacked up, but we're not done yet. The jury's confused by the caffeinated vibe. Chaos in this courtroom keeps the dream alive. Eyes on the clock, but it don't tick tock. Spinning in my head, let it all unlock. Courtroom vibes with a pop style flair. Truth and chaos floating through the air. No drama here, just a steady beat. Chains on my belts, but I won't retreat. Judges sipping soda, tapping their shoes. Motion denied, but I'm singing my blues. For watching pop makes my mind unwind. Twisting words like vines till the truth aligns. No dramatic scenes, just electric sparks. Lightning in my veins, lighting up the dark. They're typing up the pages, rhythm in clicks. Life's a verdict, rolling dice and tricks. Jury with the shades, not into the vibe. Feeling like redemption's got a new tribe. Echoes in the hall hit a sweet falsetto. Writing my own journey in the stiletto. Witness speaks, but the mics turn low. Reality's a movie, but it's my show. Oh, watching pop makes my mind unwind. Twisting words like vines till the truth aligns. No dramatic scenes, just electric sparks. Lightning in my veins, lighting up the dark. They're typing up the pages, rhythm in clicks. Life's a verdict, rolling dice and tricks. Jury with the shades, not into the vibe. Feeling like redemption's got a new tribe. Echoes in the hall hit a sweet falsetto. Writing my own journey in stiletto. Witness speaks, but the mics turn low. Reality's a movie, but it's my show. Boy, watching pop makes my mind unwind. Twisting words like vines till the truth aligns. No dramatic scenes, just electric sparks. Lightning in my veins, lighting up the dark. Watching pop makes my mind unwind. Twisting words like vines till the truth aligns. No dramatic scenes, just electric sparks. Lightning in my veins, lighting up the dark. They're typing up the pages, rhythm in clicks. Life's a verdict, rolling dice and tricks. Jury with the shades, not into the vibe. Feeling like redemption's got a new tribe.
The gavel echoes, noise in the hall. I'm sneaking glances at the clock on the wall. A courtroom circus spinning its wheel. My stomach's growling, it's the real appeal. Oh, lunch break, come save me now. Tie the judge's vote to a plow. Drive me to the sandwich stand. Freedom tastes like food in hand. The stenographer's fingers tap a beat. My thoughts are swaying to something sweet. A jury stares with unshaken plight, but I'm focused on my appetite. Oh, lunch break, come save me now. Tie the judge's rope to a plow. Drive me to the sandwich stand. Freedom tastes like food in hand. Outside the case, the sun shines wide. The world is waiting just there outside. But here I sit in lost cold shade, tossing dreams of lemonade. The lawyer's words, they drone and pine, but my soul screams out for the food line. Justice might be served today, but I just want my lunch tray. Oh, lunch break, come save me now. Tie the judge's rope to a plow. Drag me to the sandwich stand. Freedom tastes like food in hand. The stenographer's fingers tap a beat. My thoughts are swaying to something sweet. A jury stares with unshaken plight, but I'm focused on my appetite. Oh, lunch break, come save me now. Tie the judge's rope to a plow. Drive me to the sandwich stand. Freedom tastes like food in hand. Garden plots trembling with a mechanical hum. Petals and pixels where the daisies come from. True crime addict sits and ghost and enthralled, sketching out trial scenes on the courtroom walls. Garden bot stumbles on a patch of weeds. Meanwhile the gavel falls with chilling speed. Colors of justice swirl in pencil gray lines, while the roses bloom soft in uneven designs. Ooh, the garden grows as the stories unfold. Metal and soul, while the tales get cold. Truth seeps in just like roots below. Garden bot blooms and the sketches blow. Clues pile up in charcoal strokes and dust. Garden bottle whispers just to just trust. Spines of sunflowers twist towards the skies, while on paper truths hide in mascara lies. Who's the guilty party? The verdict's unclear. Garden bottle whispers just to just trust. True crime addicts' fingers smear their work. Injustice is heavy like rain-soaked dirt. Ooh, the garden grows as the stories unfold. Metal and soul, while the tales get cold. Truth seeps in just like roots below. Garden bot blooms and the sketches blow. Who's the guilty party? The verdict's unclear. Garden bots tangled but doesn't feel fear. True crime addicts' fingers smear their work. Injustice is heavy like rain-soaked dirt. Ooh, the garden grows as the stories unfold. Metal and soul, while the tales get cold. Truth seeps in just like roots below. Garden bot blooms and the sketches glow. Flames dance on the couch like they've got no shame. Smoke wraps the walls calling out my name. A spark in the night that I couldn't ignore. Now ashes lie where we laughed before. Fire burns fast, and don't ask why. Truth comes out under a blackened sky. He ran to escape, but fate had a plan. Laundry spun while the wheels met the man. Screamed louder than a broken cry. He's on the pavement while the embers fly. Soap suds spin, but they can't clean this mess. Life's a cruel movie, no chance to press reset. Every heartbeat's a crackle, every breath's a flame. He played his cards but lost the game. She folds the towels like nothing's wrong, but her silence is louder than any song. Fire burns fast, and don't ask why. Truth comes out under a blackened sky. He ran to escape, but fate had a plan. Laundry spun while the wheels met the man. Ashes settle, but the guilt won't fade. She walks through the ruins of choices made. A van on the street, a heart torn apart. Life doesn't warn you before it starts. Courtroom buzz lights up the air. Faces tense as stories tear. Truth and lies like a tango dance. Justice here takes no chance. Gavel strikes, hearts beat fast. Witness takes stand, shadows cast. Whispers loud like wildfire spread. In this game, none's ahead. International eyes on the scene. Lines override, blurred and lean. Arrested dreams, shattered glass. In this court, who holds the past? Lawyers dance in verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn, heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat. Families once so torn apart. Courts drama quick to start. Chains rattle, futures bleak. Yet in silence justice seeks. Around the world eyes do gaze. Every trial a twisted maze. Judgment passed through smoky gaze. In this court no room for haste. International eyes on the scene. Lines override, blurred and lean. Arrested dreams, shattered glass. In this court, who holds the past? International eyes on the scene. Lines override, blurred and lean. Arrested dreams, shattered glass. In this court, who holds the past? In this court, who holds the past? Lawyers dance in verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn, heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat. Lawyers dance in verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn, heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat. Lawyers dance in verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn, heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat. Lawyers dance in verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn, heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat. On repeat. On repeat. On repeat. No repeat. Families watch soul torn apart. Courts drama quick to start. Chains rattle, futures bleak. Yet in silence justice seeks. Around the world eyes do gaze.
She's a Portuguese soul in the UK, rolling dough at the bakery day by day. Sugar on her apron, flour on her face, but when evening comes, she steps into a darker place. Grab the keys to the car for that Costco run. loading up on snacks before the work's all done. 'Cause once she's home, it's time for the show. True crime on YouTube, spotlight aglow. Late night trials and conspiracies. She's digging for truth for the world to see. Documents on Discord, she's on the hunt. In the hush of midnight, she's on the front. She's got her boyfriend by her side. Together they host this chilling ride. Nightbots watching, chats alive. Everyone's hooked, ready to die. Her days are sweet and filled with bread. Her nights are dark, deep in her head. From morning glow to midnight files, she dances between the day and trials. Late night trials and conspiracies. She's digging for truth for the world to see. Documents on Discord, she's on the hunt. In the hush of midnight, she's on the front. Portuguese pride in the UK sun. She'll solve every case till the morning comes. Daytime bakery, nighttime sleuth. Our true crime addict revealing in the truth. Java the Hutt's where we made our plot. Flirty attorney giving all she's got. Blonde in the weeds sipping lukewarm teas. Baby Huey's crying, someone hand them the keys. Toilet paper murder trial making him sweat. Evidence stacked up but we're not done yet. The jury's confused by the caffeinated vibe. Chaos in this courtroom keeps the dream alive. Blonde taking notes with her strange pink pen. Baby Huey tripping, falling over again. Flirty attorney winking, raising a brow. Judge slams the gavel, order in here now. Toilet paper murder trial making him sweat. Evidence stacked up, but we're not done yet. The jury's confused by the caffeinated vibe. Chaos in this courtroom keeps the dream alive. Java's steaming hot, but the truth's ice cold. Blonde's got a secret that's never been told. Flirt's got moves sharp as her file. Baby Huey's just here stumbling in style. Toilet paper murder trial making him sweat. Evidence stacked up, but we're not done yet. The jury's confused by the caffeinated vibe. Chaos in this courtroom keeps the dream alive. Eyes on the clock, but it don't tick tock. Spinning in my head, let it all unlock. Courtroom
Neon vibes with a pop style flair. Truth and chaos floating through the air. No drama here, just a steady beat. Chains on my belts, but I won't retreat. Judges sipping soda, tapping their shoes. Motion denied, but I'm singing my blues. Oh, watching pop makes my mind unwind. Twisting words like vines till the truth aligns. No dramatic scenes, just electric sparks. Lightning in my veins, lighting up the dark. They're typing up the pages, rhythm and clicks. Life's so verdict, rolling dice and tricks. Jury with the shades, not into the vibe. Feeling like redemption's got a new tribe. Echoes in the hall, hit a sweet falsetto. Writing my own journey in the stiletto. Witness speaks, but the mics turn low. Reality's a movie, but it's my show. Oh, watching pop makes my mind unwind. Twisting words like vines till the truth aligns. No dramatic scenes, just electric sparks. Lightning in my veins, lighting up the dark. They're typing up the pages, rhythm and clicks. Life's a verdict, rolling dice and tricks. Jury with the shades, not into the vibe. Feeling like redemption's got a new tribe. Echoes in the hall, hit a sweet falsetto. Writing my own journey in stiletto. Witness speaks, but the mics turn low. Reality's a movie, but it's my show. Core watching pop makes my mind unwind. Twisting words like vines till the truth aligns. No dramatic scenes, just electric sparks. Lightning in my veins, lighting up the dark. The gavel echoes, noise in the hall. I'm sneaking glances at the clock on the wall. A courtroom circus spinning its wheel. My stomach's growling, it's the real appeal. Oh, lunch break, come save me now. Tie the judge's vote to a plow. Drive me to the sandwich stand. Freedom tastes like food in hand. The stenographer's fingers tap a beat. My thoughts are swaying to something sweet. A jury stares with unshaken plight, but I'm focused on my appetite. Oh, lunch break, come save me now. Tie the judge's vote to a plow. Drive me to the sandwich stand. Freedom tastes like food in hand. Outside the case, the sun shines white. The world is waiting just there outside. But here I sit in lost cold shade, tossing dreams of lemonade. The lawyer's words, they drone and pine, but my soul screams out for the food line. Justice might be served today, but I just want my lunch tray. Oh, lunch break, come save me now. Tie the judge's rope to a plow. Drag me to the sandwich stand. Freedom tastes like food in hand. The stenographer's fingers tap a beat. My thoughts are swaying to something sweet. A jury stares with unshaken plight, but I'm focused on my appetite. Oh, lunch break, come save me now. Tie the judge's vote to a plow. Drag me to the sandwich stand. Freedom tastes like food in hand. Garden plots trembling with a mechanical hum. Petals in pixels where the daisies come from. True crime addict sits engrossed and enthralled, sketching out trial scenes on the courtroom walls. Garden plot stumbles on a patch of weeds. Meanwhile the gavel falls with chilling speed. Colors of justice swirl in pencil gray lines, while the roses bloom soft in uneven designs. Ooh, the garden grows as the stories unfold. Metal and soul, while the tales get cold. Truth seeps in just like roots below. Garden bot blooms and the sketches glow. Clues pile up in charcoal strokes and dust. Garden bottle whispers just to trust. Spines of sunflowers twist the woods of skies, while on paper truths hide in mascara lies. Who's the guilty party? The verdict's unclear. Garden bottle whispers just to trust. True crime addicts' fingers smear their work. Injustice is heavy like rain-soaked dirt. Ooh, the garden grows as the stories unfold. Metal and soul, while the tales get cold. Truth seeps in just like roots below. Garden bot blooms and the sketches glow. Who's the guilty party? The verdict's unclear. Garden bot's tangled but doesn't feel fear. True crime addicts' fingers smear their work. Injustice is heavy like rain-soaked dirt. Ooh, the garden grows as the stories unfold. Metal and soul, while the tales get cold. Truth seeps in just like roots below. Garden bot blooms and the sketches glow. Flames dance on the couch like they've got no shame. Smoke wraps the walls calling out my name. A spark in the night that I couldn't ignore. Now ashes lie where we laughed before. Fire burns fast, don't ask why. Truth comes out under a blackened sky. He ran to escape, but fate had a plan. Laundry spun while the wheels met the man. Screamed louder than a broken cry. He's on the pavement while the embers fly. Soap suds spin, but they can't clean this mess. Life's a cruel movie, no chance to press reset. Every heartbeat's a crackle, every breath's a flame. He played his cards but lost the game. She folds the towels like nothing's wrong, but her silence is louder than any song. Fire burns fast, and don't ask why. Truth comes out under a blackened sky. He ran to escape, but fate had a plan. Laundry spun while the wheels met the man. Ashes settle, but the guilt won't fade. She walks through the ruins of choices made. A van on the street, a heart torn apart. Life doesn't warn you before it starts. The man whose hangs out under a blackened sky. He ran to escape, but fate had a plan. Laundry spun while the wheels met the man. It's a cruel movie, no chance to press reset. We're set.
Hello, everybody. Sorry, I don't want to scare anybody. I'm still need to take all the stuff off. Where is it going? Oh. Yeah. So, we are almost back. We are about 15 minutes away from court to be back. I thought I was just coming back and maybe talk about, well, everything and nothing at the same time. I mean, I don't know. Actually, I haven't seen a lot of updates today because I'm still following the Karen Reid jury selection. I don't know if there is any notifications or anything new. I think like Tracy Nix, she got convicted to 5 years of the unaliving um of her granddaughter. But our friend Willow, she was watching and she gave us a bit of a rundown of it. Basically, she spoke in her own sentencing hearing. She literally never apologized to her daughter, basically, because that's uh the victim's mother is her own daughter. So it's just incredible how people can be. um you would imagine she wouldn't apologize, but I guess not. But I think in terms of Karen Reid, I don't think it is, if there is um any really updates, because I've heard earlier something about they getting like about 40 jurors that were called today, and then they oh my days, and then they just 37 out of the 40 had the bias or something, so it was just crazy. And so I don't think that today they're gonna pick any jurors today, so it's just crazy. Sorry, I'm just reading through X to see if there is any news on that or anything, or well, yeah, sorry. Just looking and seeing if anyone has any news or anything about the Karen Reid trial. That would be good, because I can't find anything, and I'm getting distracted by the stuff that it's on my feed. So, um, and in terms of this trial, I I am on a guilty side, and I'm gonna explain, because there is a lot of evidence, yes, that the jury hasn't been able to listen and to be present for it, for that matter. But also there is this fire investigation that we've been hearing technically since yesterday. He's been saying a lot of things that kind of point for and he said it is an intentional fire that got set, and the origin of such fire. And I don't think it would be, it's very rare, I think, for someone to self delete by fire. I think they would just, if Todd wanted to go, if self deleting, he couldn't have done any other way. So I don't think that would be the case. So the only other person inside of the house at the time, and she agrees with that, is Linda. She said that she sent the kids off to the mall or wherever she sent the kids to the movies, or because I hear the movies, I hear the mall, I hear a lot of things that where she sent the kids. The fact is that the kids went somewhere, so the kids weren't there. Um, so it was just Linda and Todd. It's basically Linda can Todd's word. Todd can't speak because he's not here anymore, so it's just Linda. So, but there's the evidence that we've been listening to. Um, throughout with this fire investigator, because I think like everybody else that we had so far, it was like layered the evidence. Well, yeah, movie theater at the mall, probably. Yeah, Th- that is probably a very very high possibility, Paula, for sure. The Even though here in the UK we have theaters that are not in a mall, they are just its own building. I don't know if that would be a thing in the US. I think I've seen movies, but again, it's movies, not reality. So, yeah, and it's just the cross was absolutely abysmal. The cross was just the attorney, the bold attorney, make a joke out of it and like asking ridiculous questions that had nothing to do. Oh, they are actually. Oh, nice, awesome, that's cool. The He was asking questions that had nothing to do with it. Like, first of all, like one of the things that is popping in my head is about the book that he was trying to get into. I mean, the book was outdated, and he's still saying, "Are you going for this?" Even when the witness said, "No, I am not," because the book is outdated and got updated since. So. Even the witness, yes, you could say that the witness was a little bit, um, like responded to him and like talking back, but he needed someone to talk back and telling him that he needed to not say anything and like to tell him that he was wrong, because he was just like super convinced that he's, oh, I am right, I am the know-it-all. This is the defense attorney, right? I'm not saying that, oh yeah, they both got snarky. It was snarky tone. I mean, it was absolutely crazy, those two going bickering at each other. But I saw that this attorney needs someone of this level to prove him that he's wrong, because with his snarky comments and his little things that he kept saying towards the witness and everything else, it was just taking advantage of the other witnesses, especially. And there was, I think, the detective yesterday, the Gabrielle one. I don't like his crosses, but finally he met his match. Finally met a witness that can speak up against him and actually say, "No, you are wrong. This is not what I said. This is what happened." And he was asking questions that was not relevant. He was asking questions about how the house was prior. Like, sir, he was not there when the house was not on fire. He doesn't know if the house was had a certificate to habitate. Normally, you do have to have those, but apparently they didn't have, because it was a self-build. They did not the inspection or anything. That just proves that Linda knew that the house was probably very easy to go catch on fire, and she used that for her advantage to unalive her husband. So that can be a two-edged sword, Mr. Attorney. So it's just incredible how the attorney can just be like that. So um I'm just it's just interesting that he. Hi, oh yes, Dizzy, I am in the dark side. You fool me, turn me on to the dark side. And I was thinking over lunch about this whole situation, and I'm like, how was I so blind before? Yes, I have flipped, Denise. You did not listen to this investigator, friend. It is, yeah, Zizzy made a call and flip me, but you would see. Like, the thing is, I think she's guilty. Will the jury find her guilty? Probably not, but she is guilty for sure. Will the jury? Probably not, but the thing is, the fire investigator gave us a pretty good clue about how the fire was set and everything. But I mean, I still have doubts. Don't get me wrong. Will the jury have doubts as well? Yes, but this is a very clever jury, and you can see that by the questions that they ask. And I am very interested to listen to the questions that the jury has this afternoon after they stop bickering at each other. But I'm very, very interested. But I'm also very, very sad and very concerned that this trial is not going to be over before Laurie starts. Yeah. Oh, I mean, this is just that point of the gasoline in his pants or pantaloons or whatever you want to call it. Is just the fact no one in their right mind, right, no matter his high or anything, he would not walk around with a gasoline pants, like fully submerged gasoline pants. So it's abs. You stay here while you watch. You all watch follow. The thing is, what I was thinking, right? Just finishing my thought of about the gasoline, right? The no one within that right mind, right, walk around with clothes that smell and they are wet of gasoline. No one. You cannot tell me that not even the crazy cuckoo person on earth, aka Laurie Vallow, would do that. So, yeah. Oh, I know. Oh, yeah. He tried to say the dentist, but yeah. But no one would walk around with gasoline clothes. I would certainly would, and I know every normal human being wouldn't walk around with gasoline clothes or anything. So that is just absolutely ridiculous. That idea that he was saying, "Oh, you don't know how long the clothes would be with gasoline." Don't you know how? No, no. So you are ridiculous. Stop talking. Now about Lori Vallow and this to. Oh, which one? Which is the quote of the day? I want to know. About Lori Vallow. The thing is, no one will walk with gasoline clothes. No one will. Well, you come here for the fun and for the quotes too, apparently. What I was gonna say about Lori Vallow, in this case, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Um, I I don't know. Like, the thing is, right? Lori Vallow only starts. Oh, I need the times for Lori Vallow because I'm so confused. Right? Hang on. Where did I post? I post them on Discord chat. Uh. So Lori Vallow starts on let's do this Florida time at 2 p.m. Right? 2 p.m. the court starts in Eastern time. I'm talking Eastern, right? They start at 2 p.m. So technically, we could do court from 9 a.m. Eastern to 1 p.m. and then from 1 to 2 p.m. we would have a lunch break. But then I need to convert those hours. So hang on, let's do some math together, shall we? Since the other attorney wants to do math, let's do math as well. So it can be this. So 9 a.m. Eastern, right? It's 2 p.m. in UK. Right. So if we start 2 p.m. the court with Linda for until they normally go at 12 p.m. Eastern, they go for lunch, right? Which is 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, about 5 p.m. Yes, 5 p.m. 5 p.m. UK. That's 1 p.m. But 2 p.m. 5 p.m. Yes. So if we start from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m., we do Linda. But because we're going to be on catch up, we can do speed up. We can literally put them on 1.5 speed and they would be faster. Because literally yesterday, this morning, I was hearing Connie's testimony, and I think I had it on 1.5, and they were the perfect speed, because sometimes I do think that they speak a little bit slower. Oh, I haven't turned on the camera. Me talking here all this time with no camera on. So yeah. What I was saying. So 9 a.m. So court in Lori Vallow starts at 2 p.m. But if we finished at 1 p.m., basically we could finish at 12 p.m. because when they go to lunch, and then we always be on catch up. But I don't think. Oh, okay. See you soon. Oh, I do want to be hidden, but I might turn it off later. I completely forgot. I don't know. I was like, I don't want I don't want to give up on this trial, but I also I don't want to do 2 trials. Oh, it's fine, Maria. It's absolutely fine, my friend. It's okay. Um, it's absolutely fine. It's just me being me. Um. Yeah, I am invested on this one as well, Paula, but I'm also very invested on Lori Vallow. I know everyone is going to be covering Lori Vallow, but it's going to be our take, and I absolutely get you. And I don't want to. I hate leaving things unfinished. I don't like moving on and leaving things unfinished. But covering both trials would be absolute at the same time is absolutely insane. Me saying, oh no, of course. I hope your presentation goes well, Maria. Good luck. It was awesome to have you here. It's always awesome to have you here, my friend. I'll see you very, very soon, and good luck if your presentation is today. I'll see you very soon, my friend. Oh. So yeah, I hope it does go well, my friend. I do want to cover this. Like, I want to end this one, and of course, I'm so glad so that you enjoy it. I'm very, very happy about that, Maria. So I just don't know what to do, because doing 2 trials at the same time, it would be a lot. Hopefully this trial will finish before then, but I am not seeing this trial finishing before Monday. I'm absolutely not seeing it. So it's just impossible, I think, that this trial is gonna go on closings tomorrow, even though that the judge kind of hinted at that. But then that would mean that the defense is attempting not putting anyone on a witness. But then that wouldn't going back to the case that made us be all here, that ineffective counsel, and that they did not ask for a fire expert. So I'm just a bit confusing. But I so wanted this to be done before Lori. Because, I get you, Paula, and I agree with you. I don't know. I wish I could, literally be in 2 places at the same time. I mean, I technically can. I could do this trial on the second channel. Yeah. Oh, judge is back on the bench. I need to put the sound on. Hang on.
We are back on the record in the case of People versus Linda Stermer. Any matters to address before we bring in the jury? On the bench? Yeah.
And why do we always start with a sidebar? It's like you guys didn't have enough of me already talking. I have to talk some more. Oh, by the way, we might lose our counter because Garden Bot is home, and I think he needs the computer now. So yeah, I think William felt a little bit left out. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. It's a lot of people to tag. I'm joking. I'm just joking. But yes, I think we're gonna lose our counter, my friends.
I can leave the counter on the business phone.
Oh, you want the business phone? Sorry.
Keep it.
Sorry. Well, we'll keep for now our counter. If the counter has to go for a little bit, it's okay. I mean, I think we can survive a little bit without the counter. I think the judge is maybe asking for a timeline because we would all love to know. They are laughing. Are they laughing? Hang on. Trying to look a little bit closely, but I think they laugh. Oh no, it's okay. No worries. Oh, it's no worries. Thank you, Will.
Okay, we'll bring in the jurors now.
And more talking. Oh yeah, no, it's absolutely fine, my friend. You have a great day too. Hope work goes well and quick for you. Sorry, I took the ticker out. Hope work goes quick for you and for everybody that is listening as well. That you can go home and relax and have a nice evening as well. But we're still gonna be here. Don't worry. I'm not going anywhere. I might turn off my camera actually. I might just be wanting a little bit of an afternoon off camera. But I'm still gonna be in chat. I'm still gonna be talking up and probably yelling and screaming at this attorney. That is for sure. It's just sometimes, a bit off camera.
Welcome back, Terry. And sir, you're reminded you're still under oath?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Blair, redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sir, would you agree with me that as fire consumes fuel, it reduces the mass of that fuel?
Yes.
And so something that may have been this big, 3, 4 feet, whatever, catches on fire, it may be reduced to something much smaller than that. Clarifying question.
I'll allow for clarification.
Yes.
You were asked, I believe, some questions by Mr. Mueller about a fire starting in a room, as we've described here in court, I guess, with Ms. Stermer being downstairs and Todd being up in the living room. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Is there a conceivable way that a person could be, well, let me rephrase the question. How does that, or is it conceivable that a fire could start in one room and somebody be in another room, but that person in the other room be responsible for pouring an accelerant or something like that in a room and catching fire?
Sorry. Objection, Your Honor. Talking speculating from a possibilities. He's an expert. We talk about probabilities.
Direct response to his line of questioning, Your Honor.
I'll overrule the objection that's responsive to the cross-examination.
Yes, it is possible to pour a flammable liquid like gasoline in one room, and then as the vapor from that gasoline will spread and could potentially find an ignition source. I'm sorry.
That's okay. So if there is an open flame in a room, such as a fireplace, and a person dumps gasoline in that room and then runs out and leaves, it is still conceivable that room could still catch fire.
Yes.
And Mr. Mueller, in fact, brought up Ms. Stermer's statement that she was downstairs in the laundry room doing laundry. Do you recall that?
Yes.
That also works on a presumption that Ms. Stermer is telling us the truth about her location in the house. Is that correct?
Objection. Now he's asking for credibility determination. Well, he already determined her to be credible. Never mind.
Is he
So
testifying?
you're withdrawing your objection?
I withdraw it.
Okay.
Ask that again.
Sure. We're working on certain presumptions here that the statement provided by Ms. Stermer is an accurate depiction of what happened on January 7th, 2007.
That is a presumption, yes.
Because what we know, based on your opinion, if it's fair to say, is that there was a fuel source, gasoline, in the living room, and it was exposed to an open flame, correct?
Correct.
Continuing to lead.
Clarify.
Yeah, there is a lot of leading, so if you can try to, I get you may need to do some for redirect, but.
Thank you. And that's kind of where I'm going. I have to lead a little bit to redirect, or else we're going to be here all day, Your Honor. So, we don't know what the source of the open flame necessarily was in the living room at the Stermer residence.
Exactly? No.
Could have come from the fireplace.
That's an option, yes.
Could have been someone threw a match on it.
That is a possibility.
Or some other flame source.
Correct.
You were asked about Linda's clothing not testing positive for gasoline. Do you recall those?
Yes.
Is it possible to not get gasoline on your clothing when you're pouring gas?
Yes, it's possible.
It's also possible she could have changed clothes.
It's possible.
There are certain possibilities here that do exist that explain some of the evidence in this case. Is that a fair statement?
Leading again.
Clarifying, Your Honor.
I'll allow it for clarification.
Yes, it's possible.
You were asked about, and we're kind of cut off on this, so I'm going to kind of go on to this a little bit. Mr. Stermer's sweatpants. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
And about how they did not, may or may not have burned. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Are there certain factors that play into how clothing burns or whether clothing might burn?
Yes, there's when
He literally
It's
asked.
responsive to cross-exam, I'll allow it.
So yes, when clothing, that all comes down to, depending on how it's formed or how it's placed, if there's something on it. And I, I briefly mentioned something, well, there could have been a blanket on his lap. That's kind of goes back to what I talked earlier in my testimony about putting leaves on top of a fire. It would like almost smother it. So if there's something over the sweatpants that may have prevented burning, or the fact, or how the sweatpants were placed. Are they stretched out, they hung on a line, or are they clumped up in a big wad? Those are all going to, that is all going to affect how or if they would burn.
Could be human intervention as well. For
Yes.
instance, if I'm on fire and I'm doing this with my hands and slapping the fire or brushing the fire out, that could put the fire out.
Potentially.
And you were also asked more questions about the statement of Ms. Stermer after Mr. Stermer exited the residence. Do you recall those?
Yes, yes, go ahead.
Do you recall the testimony that, or the statement of Ms. Stermer where she described Todd as being on fire?
Yes.
So based on that statement, we would know Todd is on fire, but his pants did not burn. Fair?
Objection. Form of question and foundation.
Yeah, but if you could rephrase that, it calls for speculation.
Fair. Mr. Stermer was on fire based on that statement, correct?
Correct.
And we have evidence that he was burned. Was that fair?
Yes.
And there is some testimony or questioning about whether or not his sweatpants would have burned away. Do you recall that?
Yes.
What we do know, I guess from what I'm trying to get at here, is while he was on fire, his sweatpants did not burn. Fair?
Objection. Form of the question again. Leading.
Yeah, I'm not sure where you're going with it, but maybe more open-ended questions.
I'm having a hard time asking open-ended questions about this, Your Honor. I'm sorry. Without going thunder into an area. What I'm trying, I guess, to get at here is, well, you know what? I'll leave it where it is. I think I've covered it enough. NFPA 921 is a reference guide, correct?
Correct.
Are you expected to memorize NFPA 921?
No.
As being described as a reference guide, is that something you would reference if you need guidance or advice?
Yes.
When you're determining what data you collect that may or may not be relevant, are you relying on your training and experience?
Yes.
So based on your training and experience, you would know that some items contained at a fire scene have nothing to do with anything. Is that fair?
Yes, that's a decision that's made through training and experience.
Stop with the leading objection or leading question, despite the reminders.
It's clarifying, Your Honor, and I'm just trying to get to the point of this redirect.
I'll allow it. I think it's just to get through this in a more efficient manner, so I'll allow it.
Thank you, Your Honor. You were shown a large poster board by Mr. Mueller about NFPA 921. Do you recall that?
Well, a couple of them.
Couple
yes.
of them,
Yes.
fair. One of which was talking about an incendiary fire, I believe. Am I correct on that, or am I mistaken?
I don't recall that, but
Okay.
I might be wrong.
Well, I recall in your testimony, you were trying to talk about an inference that you're allowed to make when it comes to an intentionally set fire. Do you recall that?
I don't think it was an intentionally set fire, it was any fire.
Any fire. Can you explain that to the jury, because Mr. Mueller cut you off before you could explain that?
You didn't need the comment.
Well, that's what happened, but fair enough. Your Honor. I'm
Both of
sorry.
you are providing improper comment. I don't think the jury appreciates it, and I don't.
I apologize, Your Honor. So again, you were attempting to explain an inference that you're allowed to draw when it comes to fires, some fires, is that correct?
Correct.
Can you explain to the jury what that is, please?
That was the discussion of your ignition source and the first fuel ignited, and then the third is the circumstance that brings them together. And this is not, that's for all fires, not just an intentionally set fire. In that same section, or in 921, it states that logical inferences can occur to bringing those two together. And one of the inferences specifically states where there's a flammable liquid present and you may not be able, you're likely or may not be able to find the actual ignition source.
Does it provide any other guidance other than that? Or is that the extent of it?
It guides to make sure you don't make that inference without proper evidence to say that there was a flammable liquid there. It cautions you not to make other inferences about bringing those two together.
So for instance, the inference that you're allowed to draw, if I'm clear on this, is that if there is an ignitable liquid in a room and an open source of flame, a logical inference can be drawn that the open flame set the ignitable liquid on fire, or the vapor.
I didn't hear a question mark on that one.
I'll allow it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, it would allow, because of the flammable liquids in the room, it allows an inference that it came in contact with an open flame.
You were asked several questions by Mr. Mueller about your previous testimony in this case. Do you recall those?
Yes.
And you had a chance to look at that testimony?
On the stand, yes.
Okay. And at any point in time during that testimony, in the 2009 testimony, for instance, in that time frame, were you ever asked by anyone about first fuel ignited or anything along those lines, if you recall?
I don't recall being asked those specific questions.
You were asked about your report and there being, or excuse me, your testimony and there being two able-bodied persons at the Stermer residence. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you said that was a circumstance, I believe.
Yes.
Can you explain kind of more to the jury about what you mean by that?
And it's true, there's nothing in any of the reference material about able-bodied people. That is more of a common sense, what was it? A common sense observation about able-bodied people being able to self-rescue.
Not a human factor. He's testifying what typical people would do. You wouldn't let me get into what Linda Stermer might react, how she might react.
I'm gonna allow it based on his expertise, if he can.
He's testifying based on his own common sense, is what he even indicated, Your Honor.
Yeah.
So, I guess you were explaining, it was kind of a common sense thing. Can you kind of expound on that?
Well, I kind of explained to it. There's no, is there any scientific background? No. That I know of. Let me rephrase that. But it's, if I've seen in past fire investigations that there's somebody in the house who is able and discover a fire, they typically take some sort of action. Escape, call for help, go and try to save pets or something like that. There's usually some sort of action.
And when we're talking about maybe a slower building fire versus a faster fire, a slower fire such as electrical or something like that, would that be something that you would maybe expect somebody to notice?
It does call for speculation.
Have you investigated electrical fires before?
Yes.
And have you had the opportunity, have you had the opportunity to observe the damage and what they look like?
Yes.
And so, I guess to kind of get to the point, when you rendered your opinion that this was not an electrical fire, were you basing that based on your experience?
Yes.
This kind of seems like a silly question, but you talked about the oil lamps that were at the Stermer residence. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do those generally contain gasoline?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
I asked if they generally contain gasoline.
Oil,
Oil lamps.
objection, calling to speculate. No foundation there.
Overruled.
I wouldn't expect to find those because if you put gasoline in an oil lamp and light the wick, the fire is going to be bad. It's going to be very big and very quick. More than a person would expect from igniting a lamp with lamp oil in it.
Very good. Kind of goes without saying, but does gasoline emit an odor?
I can smell gasoline.
And does gasoline, is it to your knowledge, a fairly unique odor?
Liquid petroleum products have a unique odor.
You were asked about the boat hypothesis by Mr. Mueller. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
How was this boat described to you?
It was initially described to me as a toy boat.
Made of what material?
I wasn't told initially.
But a toy boat.
A toy boat.
Now, as part of your training and experience, are you allowed to, for lack of a better word, exclude hypotheses that just simply don't make sense?
Yes.
And in your training and experience, did that make sense to you that there would be gasoline in a toy boat?
It did not.
We'll try not to plow over too much old ground, sir, but you keep calling this a guide and a reference manual. This is the guide used by all fire investigators around the world, isn't it?
I can't speak to all fire investigators around the world,
How
but
about
in the United States, that is the main guide for fire investigation.
Now, you were asked a lot of questions about possibilities. It's possible about this. You remember that?
Yes.
You are a forensic expert, are you not?
I've never been called a forensic
All
expert.
right, you're a fire cause and origin expert, are you not?
Yes.
You rely on the scientific method and scientific principles, correct?
I rely on data, sometimes scientific, sometimes other.
You don't deal in the world of possibilities, do you? Anything's possible, right?
Well, the possibilities are part of drawing a hypothesis.
And when you come to an opinion, it's based on probabilities and on evidence you find. Is that not right?
And then the hypotheses are checked by analyzing the data with it.
Right. So, you were talking about electrical fires you've investigated, despite the fact that you've admitted you're not an expert in electrical, correct?
There's a big difference between an expert and knowing something about electrical fires.
Yes. So you're an expert witness. You understand that all fires are unique.
Some of them have similarities, but there's a great vast of different fires.
So you can't paint it with a broad brush. I've seen some electrical fires, so they exhibit all these same characteristics. Fair?
I never said that.
And you wouldn't say that?
I would not say that.
Because that would be intellectually dishonest, wouldn't it?
I would not say that.
Oh, it wouldn't be intellectually dishonest.
I'm gonna call it
I think he was just responding to your past question that you were rephrasing. So,
You talk about the smell of gasoline,
Yes?
right? And you said, I can smell liquid petroleum products. There are several of those, right?
Correct.
Right. You can't distinguish, that's gasoline versus some other kind of product that might be close. Fair?
I would never smell liquid petroleum. I would identify it, but I would never try to make a determination of what it is without a laboratory exam.
Fair enough, because your nose is just like every other nose. You can kind of smell, it smells like it, but I don't know.
Correct.
And you wouldn't go out on a limb, would you?
On smell alone?
Yes.
No.
All right. You were asked questions about testimony you gave in 2009 and 2010 under oath. Remember that?
Yes?
And you were asked, well, you weren't at... You're right.
Sorry. No, I'm fine. Okay. I've got somebody over here.
okay.
You were asked questions about, you didn't get asked about for ignition source and first fuels. Remember that question?
Yes.
It is incumbent upon you, as the expert who's going to testify to the cause of a fire, to tell the folks who are listening what the ignition source is, correct?
Yes,
And the first fuel, correct?
but those buzzwords may not have been used, but yes. I would tell them that what the ignition source and the first fuel.
Trial is not a cat and mouse game, is it?
It is not.
All right, so it's not about you don't ask, I don't tell. Fair?
I typically answer the questions that are asked. I try not to just start talking.
But you didn't volunteer in any of those hearings as we talked about ignition source or first fuel, fair?
I can't remember.
I'm following up on his recross or redirect. And in terms of slower or faster fire, were asked some questions about that, remember?
Yes,
Slower and faster, those are relative terms, right?
they are.
All right. You don't use those, you're not supposed to use those, correct?
It is very subjective.
It's cautioned against by
Yes.
921
Correct.
to say anything's abnormally fast.
It is cautioned.
Because there, as we explained, there are so many factors that go into the speed of a fire.
920 says you can discuss it, but you should be cautioned to making that your sole piece of data, making a decision.
Let's talk about this idea of inferring something without evidence. It's called negative corpus, is it not?
No, well, no. In negative, that is not the definition I've heard of negative corpus. I know what negative corpus is.
Negative corpus is supplying an ignition source and a first fuel where you don't have affirmative evidence of it. Negative corpus without the body, right?
Negative corpus means without the body.
Right. So you're supplying an ignition source and a first fuel without affirmative evidence of it, correct?
Well, the affirmative evidence is the fire itself.
All right, let me direct you to, if I can, the appropriate use of negative corpus. Identifying the ignition source for a fire by believing to have eliminated all ignition sources found, known, or suspected to have been present in the area of origin, and for which no supporting evidence exists, is referred to as negative corpus. You agree with that?
That is correct.
Okay. Determination of the ignition source must be based on data or logical inferences drawn from that data, correct?
Correct. Logical inferences.
And in fact, section 4.3.6.1 tells us any hypothesis that is incapable of being tested either physically or analytically is an invalid hypothesis, correct?
That is correct.
Goes on to say, a hypothesis based on the absence of data is an example of a hypothesis that is incapable of being tested, which means that's an invalid hypothesis, correct?
Correct.
And you suggest inferences that you can make based on an absence of data. The authorities that you look to say only when it's clearly defined, correct?
The logical inferences were made from data.
And it can only be used in those limited circumstances where the area of origin is clearly defined.
Correct.
Now, you previously told us that John Lentini and his scientific protocols is an authority that is referenced, correct?
I guess I'm going to object. I think we're getting crossed beyond the scope of redirect here.
No, he talked about the negative corpuses and inferences.
I'll allow it, I can go beyond the scope, but it's getting cumulative.
True? Clearly defined.
What question?
You can only use negative corpus, this absence of evidence, under limited circumstances where the area of origin is clearly defined, correct?
Correct.
And John Lentini tells us on page 128, clearly defined means that anyone, even somebody completely untrained in the investigation of fires, could look at the damage and unhesitatingly, without fear of contradiction,
I guess I'm going to object. I think this is
point at the, this is the authority, this is learned treatise.
the record, the book, Your Honor.
Your Honor,
I mean, how much of this are you gonna?
just one more
Just
sentence.
one quote? Okay, after this quote, we're done. And I'm not gonna have you read the whole book to the jury.
It's 2 sentences, Your Honor.
That's why I'm asking how many sentences, we'll see if it's 2.
Without fear of contradiction, point at the location and state, that's where the fire started. That would be clearly defined, isn't it?
Yes?
Now, it took you with all your training to define the area of origin, in this case, as a living room that's 20 by 20.
That's correct.
And you can't tell this jury anywhere in this area of origin where that fire started, fair?
The area of origin is clearly defined as the first floor living room.
So according to the authorities that I just read, somebody, like any of us, ought to be able to find exactly, looking at that evidence, all that damage, and find out exactly that the living room was the area of origin.
Object is the argument, but Your Honor, I think the formal question is improper as well.
It goes right to the impeachment.
I'm gonna sustain the objection.
In this case, we have a potential crime scene, you testified, right?
Yes?
We have a 7-foot pile of debris that you claim you excavated that's missing.
I didn't say it was missing. There's a pile of debris outside.
That 7-foot high pile you didn't see, did you?
I did not see a 7-foot pile in the photographs.
And you didn't record it.
I did not
Record
photograph
that.
it. Is that what you mean, recording?
Photograph it.
Correct.
In fact, so when you told us you looked for photographs of the excavation, you just couldn't find them. Remember you told us that yesterday?
Yes.
That's technically true. You looked and you couldn't find them, correct?
Yes?
Because you didn't take them, correct?
That's probably what happened.
So technically, what you told us was true, a half-truth. I looked and I couldn't find them. What you didn't tell us was that it's because you didn't take any pictures. Fair?
I don't have a specific recollection of taking that photograph. A photograph of the post-excavation.
Or during excavation.
I do not have a direct recollection of photographs during the excavation.
Famous last words, but last question. There was no gasoline found, other than Todd Stermer sweatpants, in the area of origin. Is that correct?
I was unable to locate any gasoline in the living room due to the heavy destruction of the living room.
So you can't rule out the logical possibility that there was no gasoline in the living room other than Todd Stermer sweatpants. Fair?
Todd Stermer sweatpants were in the living room. Correct.
That wasn't the question. Other than Todd Stermer's sweatpants, you can't rule out the logical possibility that there was no gasoline in the area of origin.
I cannot.
I know I said last question. I know I said it, Your Honor, but I just have one further area. All right. Like I said, famous last words. Thank you.
Did you employ a negative corpus analysis, or however it's described in this case?
No.
Can you describe for the jury what that means, since we didn't really get into what it means?
Negative corpus used to be used a lot in fire investigation improperly when a fire investigator would go to a house, didn't have any evidence or data of what started the fire, and jump to the conclusion, well, if I didn't find it, it must be this. It must be an incendiary fire. It must be accidental. That is improper. Now, it's typically the process of elimination is used by examining the data.
Thank you. And based on the evidence you collected, do we know whether or not Todd Stermer was in the area of origin?
We do.
And do we know whether or not his sweatpants were in the area of origin?
We do.
And those would be the sweatpants that again tested positive for gasoline?
Correct.
And we also, do we know if there was an open flame in the living room?
All the data suggests there is.
And what was that?
The remnants of a log in the fireplace and statements from Linda Stermer and, I believe, other witnesses.
And still ask a couple questions, Your Honor. This case has been going on since 2007, correct?
Correct.
Would that be almost 18 years?
Yes.
In that time, have you reviewed all of the evidence that may have been collected in this case?
I do not know if I've reviewed all of the evidence collected. I have reviewed a lot of the evidence.
Has there been any evidence brought to your attention that calls into question your opinion that this was an intentionally set fire?
No.
If it had, would you hesitate to change your opinion?
I would not.
Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Miller?
Todd Stermer was certainly in the area of origin at the instant the fire started, do you believe?
Yes.
Linda Stermer was not in the area of origin at the instant of the fire starting, correct?
There's no evidence that she is.
And you found, based on your testimony, you found her to be credible, correct?
Objection, that's calling me good.
That's not, the jury decides credibility, not the witnesses.
Your Honor, if I may, we determined it as reliable. I'll say reliable.
I'm sustaining the objection.
You found her statement to be reliable because you depended on it.
I've sustained the objection. Move on.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions for you.
Are you done?
We are done, yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Jury, your turn. Any questions of this witness? They're coming in.
My drink is here. I need it. Oh my days. This guy. Oh my days. Absolutely. My days, if you can. It's 5 o'clock in the UK. It's way past 5 o'clock. It's 7 o'clock. So have a drink. Enjoy. Because with this dude, I can't do it. I think I'm gonna... It's vodka and Coke. My favorite. It's this dude. I can't do it anymore with him. I'm gonna be every time that he's gonna ask me a question, I'm gonna press the screaming goat button because I need something strong. It's my favorite drink. I know is just it's just so disrespectful. Oh wait, was that for me, William? Oops. Hopefully it's not for me. Oh, dessert. Not right now. Maybe after stream. Sorry, Garden Bot is showing me dessert. I want it, but it's stream time.
Won't be cooking it after stream.
Oh, does it need cooking? Sorry, hang on. Dessert time.
Yeah.
Oh.
No.
tomorrow. Sorry, it's dessert time. Dessert comes first, guys. I am sorry. That needs to be discussed and it needs to be talked to, and I actually said no. Oh, CSD. Wait, I've got my drink. It was either cookie dough, dessert. What was the other one? Brownies. Not the funny brownies, sadly. Just plain old brownies. I wish we would have the funny brownies, but it's England. We can't have funny brownies, so I think the inspector, when they are finished and they are done with it, I think he's gonna run and never look back. Okay. All right. I'm glad. But guys, I'm sorry. I don't want to dampen your mood. That you know that after the jury questions, there's still a possibility that Wasp is gonna talk. Oh, thank you, William. Appreciate that. You agree with Jed? Oh, with GSD. Sorry. I saw it. Never mind. I haven't even started drinking. Ooh, there's cake. There's cake, everybody. I'm being spoiled today. Look, there's cupcakes that looks like a cake. I am being spoiled today. But cake's gonna have to wait a second to be eaten. I have fake brownies, yeah, not the funny brownies. We have fake brownies. Oh, I'm definitely gonna visit you when I'm gonna be in the US. GSD Dog's mom, I'm definitely gonna be there. I love funny brownies. Love it.
One of you wins the best handwriting of the trial award with your question today. So you get free water. And I have no objection from counsel, sir. Some questions from the jury. Were any fingerprints taken on the gas can left in the front yard collected at 1:40 January 8?
I did not collect any fingerprints. I just collected the can.
Any evidence of a phone, landline wiring during the excavation?
I did not locate any, but I also wasn't specifically looking for telephone communications during the excavation.
Do you know what happened to the, quote, container that Todd Stermer was transferred in from near the house to away from the house? Did you ever see it?
What's been referred to as the toy boat. I have never seen it.
For this specific investigation, did you already determine origin and cause before excavating the site?
No.
Do you believe investigating a fire is best to do right away?
Sorry about this, guys. Give me 1 second.
Or days later?
That depends on the case, of course. In this case, I am a strong advocate of not investigating a scene at night, especially right after the active fire. Because active fire, even if the fire's out, the scene is still steaming. There's a lot of steam coming off, so fogs up camera lenses and you can't see as well. And it's just, I always prefer to do investigation in the daylight. I've done them days after, but it's always better the sooner to the event, and the sooner to the event possible is always better.
Is there ever a scenario in an investigation for you to return to the site?
Yes.
Was there any reason for you to return, in your professional opinion?
This question is going to call for 18 years of experience since the fire and a lot of hindsight. So, and that's yes. In hindsight and more experience, I could have returned. It would have taken some more hoops to jump through to get there, but I could have.
When you arrived at the house and were told it could potentially be a crime scene, did you take into consideration while doing your investigation that Ms. Stermer's interview may not have been accurate?
I would have taken Linda Stermer's interview at just face value, not just take it at face value and not try to determine truthfulness or not truthfulness, because I wouldn't have enough information, so I would just take it at face value.
Okay, thank you. Counsel, any questions in light of the questions and answers?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Mueller?
Yes. You took Linda Stermer's statement at face value, correct?
Yes.
But her statement as to the origin of the fire also corroborated the physical evidence that you had found, correct?
Yes.
Which was the area of origin living room as opposed to the kitchen or dining room.
Correct.
So that was consistent, and that physical evidence corroborated her statements, correct?
Correct.
And her statements corroborated your physical investigation.
Correct.
Now, certainly you were aware of this boat that Todd Stermer had been transferred in.
Yes.
Because it's in your report.
Correct.
You just chose not to consider it, fair?
I did not look at it.
And you certainly could have requested that the gasoline can that was found in the front yard be tested for fingerprints. That's within your purview.
I could have, but I left that to the other detectives on the case.
And as to return to that question about returning to the scene, you certainly could have returned to the scene. Nothing prevented that.
Correct.
And are you telling us, based on now 18 more years of experience, you would have returned to take pictures of the excavation that you knew you had to take before?
No, I never said that. I would return to document more evidence.
Okay. You would have, I'm sorry.
I would have returned probably with Jim Shinsky.
You would have returned to document more evidence, but you knew in 2007, as a 6-year veteran, you need to document evidence.
Yes.
And a digital camera is simply just pushing a button.
Correct.
You took 138 pictures, right?
Correct.
But again, as you said, you simply forgot.
Objection, Your Honor, this has been asked and answered.
It has been asked and answered.
And any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you. And you still done?
Yes.
No, Mr. Blair. Jury, do you have any other questions of this witness? Okay, I've got a hand going up, I think one.
I got lost and I stopped paying attention to this dude because he's just pisses me off now. He just gets me and I'm like, yeah, no. He needs to stop. The thing is, it was 2007. 2007 there were digital cameras, but it was a new thing on the block. It's not like, no one was like, oh, I need to record this. Oh, I need to record this all the time because it was 2007. It was the dark ages.
Objection from counsel. Did you note any fuel in the cans in the shed?
I did not.
Thank you. Questions, any questions, lawyers, in light of that?
No.
None, Your Honor.
Okay. Any more from the jury? Nope. Okay, thank you, sir. You're all done. And is he excused from his subpoena
He has to be
obligation?
excused, Your Honor.
Excused? Agreed, counsel?
Yes.
To excuse him? Thank you, sir. You're all done. And Ms. Siderine?
Thank you, Your Honor. Please call Cynthia Deloach to the stand, please.
It's Mr. Wheeler, yes.
Thank you. Ma'am, if you raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, please have a seat. And then you can move that microphone right up to your mouth so the jury can hear you.
Okay.
And if you could start by telling us your full name and spelling the last,
Okay.
please.
Cynthia Deloach, Deloach.
Thank you. Ms. Siderine?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Deloach, you don't have to tell me your exact address, but where do you live? What city or township?
Lawrence,
How long have you lived there?
since 1980.
And did you, while living in Lawrence, have an opportunity to know who Todd Stermer was?
In passing, like at the gas station where I had worked, I had seen him there. I also worked at the school, so sporting events, things like that, I knew of him.
Knew of him?
Yes.
And did you know Linda Stermer?
In the same way, yes.
Yeah. Had you seen them at school?
Yes.
And were you familiar with their children?
Yes.
And did you have children in school at the time?
My children were older than them, but my nephew was very close to one of the boys, so yes, I had seen him in numerous places.
And so when you say one of the boys, you mean one of the Stermer boys?
Yes, yes.
Do you recall where you were working on January 7th of 2007?
Yes, I was at the Marathon gas station in Lawrence.
Right there in Lawrence?
Yes.
And what was your position at that time?
I was the cashier there.
And how long did you work there?
A total of 18 years, but I think at the fire time it wasn't, maybe 5 or 6.
Okay.
So,
And you brought up at the time of the fire, do you remember the day of the fire?
yes, I do.
Why do you remember the day of the fire?
I just remember the fact we're a small town, and I worked that morning. My husband and I had taken our son to the movie in Coloma. We were on our way home. We had to pull over for the Hartford Fire Department coming down Red Arrow. We got to like Red Arrow and 681, and then we pulled over for the Bangor Fire Department also that were coming into town.
And later on, did you learn then what those fire trucks were going to?
Yes, but when they were coming into town, I had said to my husband, I said, we should follow them, because I was worried about my parents. They were old, and it was always a big thing when we heard a siren in the family. We always called my mom and dad to make sure they were okay. So we were heading towards their direction, and the fire trucks went around the curve, so we just took the big block and went home because it didn't go in the direction of my parents.
You just wanted to make sure they weren't
Yeah.
pulling into your parents' driveway?
Yes.
And you remember that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And at some point, did you become aware that the fire trucks were going to the Stermer residence?
When we went around the curve, you could see them heading down 215, but I didn't know what driveway they were pulling into, no. But later in the evening, through my sister-in-law, is how we had heard of the fire.
Have you been to the Lawrence gas station recently?
Yes.
Is it set up the same as it was when you worked there?
No, it's totally different now. It's all opposite. Like, it's bigger. The entrance is at the other end now. The register is at the other end of the station. So everything is completely different.
Is it kind of flip-flop?
Yes, yes.
And what was your typical shift that you would work on like a Sunday?
7 till noon.
Do you recall if you saw Linda Stermer, I'm sorry, I thought you were stopping me for a moment. Do you recall if you saw Linda Stermer the day that you were working on January 7th of 2007?
Yes, I do.
And that would have been before you saw the fire trucks then later that
yeah.
evening?
Yes, long before that.
During your shift?
Yes.
Tell me what you remember about seeing Ms. Stermer at the gas station that day.
I remember her pulling into the station because she had made an outside purchase at the pump. So the reason I knew it was outside because it makes a dinging inside and we have to clear the register and turn the pump on. And I remember her pulling in like on the west side of the parking lot and then pulling up to pump 3, which would put her on the south side of the pump right next to the building. So my view was right to out the window to that.
So you have a clear view of...
Yes, ma'am. With the old station, yes.
With the old station. And you said you recalled her, you knew she was at pump 3?
Yes.
And you had to look out before you turned the pump on, is that right?
Yes, because the lady that owned the station was always very, you had to check first in case a credit card didn't work or something. You would know if that who the person was if they were to like pull away when they were done.
It was a safety feature?
Yes, yes.
And tell me what you saw when you looked outside that day.
She had, I'm not as positive if it was like my mom's old car and she had a Blazer. So you picked up you turned the glass and then you lifted up the top.
Where are you talking about where the glass and the handle would be located?
In the very back of the vehicle.
So in the rear of the vehicle?
Yes.
And you described it as like a glass with a handle?
Right, and you would just, pick it up and then the window would go up to the top.
Kind of like where the trunk would be, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you saw Ms. Stermer then opening up that glass?
Yes.
And lifting it up?
Yes.
And then what did you see?
Her putting the hose into the car, not into the gas pump, into the gas tank, into the back window.
So when you say not into the gas tank, you mean the tank of the car?
Correct.
And you distinctly remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And at that point, you couldn't see what she was pumping into, is that correct?
No, I could not.
But you distinctly saw her putting the hose through the half window into the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall what you saw after that?
No, because I'd gone about what else I was doing. She was done out there, and then she had came back into the station, though, after that.
So when one transaction is done, are you alerted at that time?
Yes, it dings that it's all done.
So then, did you hear that ding?
Yes.
And did you see her at that point?
I saw her outside of the station.
And then what did she do after that?
She came into the station then.
And then what did she do in the station?
She had made a comment. I remember we both were speaking to each other about the fact that she was happy that the lady that owned the station carried things in the store that, like breakfast food, food of any type or whatever. And she purchased a few things and then she was done.
Do you recall what she purchased?
No. Mm-mm.
I'm going to show you what's been marked, what's actually been admitted is People's Exhibit 30-1 and 30-2. Okay. Do you recognize these items?
Yes, this is register tapes that when they're empty, when we're done with them, they go underneath the counter in a box. Yes.
And do you recognize the flat piece of paper, which is then 30-2?
Yes, it's a receipt.
I'm going to go ahead and put that receipt up on the screen. And I'm going to have you then describe the receipt and what we're looking at. So I'm going to start at the top of the receipt, so you can either use it from the screen or from what you have in front of you.
Okay.
Can you tell us what we're looking at the top of the receipt here, this top section?
The top section is a purchase of gas that someone had made for $10, up top, at the very top.
So when you say at the very top, you're talking the $10, you're
Yes.
talking the 10, the number 10 right up here?
Yes,
Okay. And how do you know that that's gas?
because it says unleaded fuel pump 2.
Unleaded fuel pump 2.
Yes, number sign 02. So it's, mine is higher than yours. I mean, mine shows more than what's showing up
Oh,
there.
I'm sorry, so you're
Okay.
you're higher.
Yes.
I apologize. So that is a different transaction on pump 2, is that correct?
Yes.
I apologize, I was probably confusing you.
That's
So I'm
okay.
gonna have you go beneath that $10 and then
Okay.
just go ahead and then start telling me then what is beneath the $10, which I'm gonna say, which would be starting at this line. If you could then read that to me. Like, just explain that portion.
Okay, the pump 3?
Yes, the pump 3 part.
Okay, it says outdoor sale, pump number 3. It gives the date of 1/7 of '07 at 10:07. And it was an authorization that the pump was cleared and that the credit card had been used. And then it also gives the approval code for your, the approval of the credit card.
So is the approval code this long number here that I've got my dot on? Is that the approval code?
No, the approval number is 0075 or 7598 in the amount of 1101.
I'm gonna have you show me on the receipt where we're looking at here.
Okay, so here's the authorization and here's the approval code right here. Yeah,
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Blair, can you go down farther? I'm not far enough down. That's why. Okay, so the authorization code you're looking at is right here.
Yes.
The 007598, is that correct?
yes,
And then it says the outdoor sale pump 3, is that correct?
yes,
And this is the date you're referring to of January 7th of '07 at 10:07, is that correct?
yes.
Now, at the time, were you aware if that 10:07 was the correct time?
No, it wasn't, because when the time changed in the fall, Sue, our owner, did not manually change the register.
So it would have been an hour off?
Right.
Would the
so
correct time have been, do you know what the correct time?
907.
9:07.
Yes.
Okay. And so this shows the outdoor sale pump, the approval code. Where's the amount then for the outdoor sale?
It's amount 1101, right next to the approval code.
Oh,
See, amount 1101.
Right here, right where my dot is?
Yes,
And so that would have been the amount of the outdoor sale, 1101?
Yes.
Okay. And then if we continue down, what is this long number, the account number?
the account number of the credit cards used.
Okay. And then if we then move down a little bit farther, we see taxable, non-taxable, non-taxable, non-taxable. What is that?
Those were the items that were purchased in the store.
In the store?
Yes.
And that would have been then the numbers we're looking at here, $1.29, $2.29, $1.59, $2.49, correct?
Yes,
And that would have been a total then of $7.74?
correct.
And you said this is inside.
Yes,
And how do you know it's inside?
because I rang it up inside with her card, in the inside sale.
And then if I go down to the next section where it says MasterCard, can you then describe what we're looking at here with these names and numbers?
Right, it says the MasterCard was used. It was Todd J. Stermer's card, the account number that is on the card, and then it also has the approval that it went through on that.
Would that be that authorization number?
That would be the account, yes, ma'am.
Right here, the 007233?
Yes,
Okay. And then that also has the date and time?
yes,
And what's that?
10:09, but it would be 9:09.
909. And same date of January 7th, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, do you know what non-taxable and taxable items are?
Well, non-taxable would be anything you could eat.
So non-taxable then would be anything you could eat.
Right.
Could be a candy bar, could be eggs, could be anything.
Right,
Okay.
right,
And and then taxable would be anything you can't eat?
correct.
Okay. And I want to ask you about these numbers. So the long number I asked you about up here.
Yes.
The 55809, several numbers.
Yes.
Is that the same number that we're looking at then on the indoor portion?
Yes, it is. It's the same credit card used.
Same credit card used outside as used inside?
Yes.
Anything else on this receipt that would be pertinent then to that indoor sale or that outdoor sale that I'm missing?
No, I don't think so.
And did you see anybody else with Linda Stermer that morning?
No, there was not.
She was by herself. Is that correct?
Yes.
Nobody came to you right away, or let me rephrase that. Did somebody come to you immediately after the fire to talk to you about this transaction?
Not immediately, no.
No. How did it come about that you became involved?
There was a person that always shopped in the gas station, Deputy Wydick, and Tim would always ask me, did someone talk to you yet? And I said, no. Whenever they need to talk to me, they'll find me. I would tell him all the time.
I'm going to object to that. It's hearsay.
Objection, hearsay.
I'm not offering for the truth of the matter, only that how she became involved in the investigation, Your Honor.
I'll allow it to explain her late statement.
So don't tell me maybe exactly what Deputy, you said Wydick?
Yes.
Yes, so he would come into the store? Mm-hmm. He would bring it up to you?
Yes.
And at some point then, did you call somebody, or how did you become involved after you talked to him?
I came home one day and there was a card on my front door to get a hold of Mr. Maziowski at the Sheriff's Department.
And so did you do that at that time?
Yes, I had called him as soon as I came in the house and had that card.
Were you expecting that call?
No. Mm-mm.
Did you want to be involved?
No. Mm-mm.
But yet you called Detective Maziowski?
Yes, and he asked me if we could meet together. He had asked me to come that day, but I couldn't come that day. I went the next afternoon.
And then you explained to him what you explained to this jury today?
Yes.
I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Mr. Loach,
Yes.
how long have you stated that you, first of all, you stated that you have worked at this Marathon's, is it a convenience store or is it a gas station?
It is both. It's a convenience store gas station. It is a bigger convenience store now that has a new owner.
Okay. And the location of it was where?
On West St. Joseph Street in Lawrence.
And you stated that it has been completely redesigned?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. In the 18 years that you worked as a cashier at the Marathon service station, have you ever seen anyone pull up to the gas pump, get out of their car, open up the trunk of their car?
Yes.
Have you ever seen anyone pull up to the pump in an SUV, get out of their car, open up the back hatch of the SUV?
Yes.
Okay. On multiple occasions, right?
Yes.
Didn't find anything suspicious about that either, would you?
No.
Okay. Now, on the date of January the 7th of 2007, what was the weather like?
It was a little bit chilly in the morning when I went into work. It was winter time still, so I would say cold.
Was it raining?
No, not in the morning.
And it snowed? Was it snowing?
No. We had had snow prior, but it wasn't snowing that morning, no.
Was the sun out?
I think it kind of was a little bit.
Do you wear glasses?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
In 2007, were you wearing glasses?
I don't remember if I had my glasses. I think I probably did, yes.
Do you
Yes.
know whether or not you was wearing your glasses?
Um,
That day on January the 7th of 2007?
no, I probably wasn't because I didn't need them as much back then as I do now.
You know what your vision is in 2007?
No, pretty well, I guess. I don't know.
You didn't know what your vision was?
No.
Did you have to wear your glasses to read, or
Like I said, I didn't wear glasses as much back then as I do now. I just didn't. My vision was probably pretty good back then.
but you had to have glasses?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, did you know Miss Linda Stermer prior to January the 7th of 2007?
I knew of her, yes.
How did you know of her?
Like I said, we lived in a small town. I also worked a full-time job at the school. So I've seen them at sporting events, school events, in-town events, you know.
Okay. Just as common residents of the area, right?
Not close friends. I didn't know her on a personal basis, no.
You've never been to her house?
No.
Okay. Never met her husband, or
No.
had you?
At the gas station. I have, him and the boys used to rent movies there quite a bit.
Okay. And what all does the gas station sell?
Gas, alcohol, groceries, chips, you know.
Lottery tickets?
Yes. Mhm.
Were you at the time part of the custodian of records there at the gas station?
Could you repeat that?
I say, did you have anything to do as the custodian of the records at the gas station?
No, I did not.
You did not.
No.
And you stated that the time that you referenced to on the receipt that was shown on the screen, that this time was 9:03, but you stated that that was, or is it 10:03, 10:06:55, but you stated that wasn't the correct time?
Correct.
And that was because the owner didn't want to change?
She manually, when the time changed, she manually did not remember to change it in the register.
So it was an hour earlier?
Yes.
That you would say that your observation of what you saw of Miss Stermer would
Yes.
have been 9:06, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, did Miss Stermer come inside the store and have a conversation with you about any purchasing of any other items other than the gas?
She came in and purchased some items in the store, yes.
Okay, did she have a conversation with you?
She just said she was just picking, it was very nice of the lady that owned the station, that she carried grocery items there. It was very small talk.
Okay. So the purchase of the gasoline, was it purchased inside the store or was it purchased at the pump?
That was purchased at the pump.
Was it purchased at the pump?
Yes.
With the same credit card that the
Yes.
other items inside the store was purchased with?
Yes.
Okay. Now, where were you? Well, let me just go back. After Ms. Stermer purchased the items and left, you didn't have any reason to suspect anything about any unusual activity that occurred at that pump by Miss Linda Stermer, right?
No, I did not.
Absolutely nothing that would give you any reason to think that anything was done that would be suspicious, right?
No.
She was just a common customer like all your other customers, right?
Correct?
Okay. And you heard about a fire later on that evening, right?
Yes.
But you didn't know where the fire was, right?
Not when I saw the fire trucks. No, I did not.
Okay. And when did you find out where the fire was?
When I spoke with my sister-in-law, who is my nephew is a friend of one of the Stermer boys, and that's when I found out. It was much late into the evening.
Okay. And did you make a statement that you had seen Miss Stermer earlier that day at the service station, at the gas station?
I don't think I did.
You didn't?
I don't think so.
That wouldn't have been something that would have caught your attention, the fact that you had seen the mother of one of the sons whose house had been burned on.
Mm-hmm.
You hear the fire trucks. You later on find out that the fire was at a location of a home of someone that you didn't know real well, but you knew them as town residents,
right,
because of the school activities, and that you had also seen one of the parents at your location where you worked that morning. So when your sister called you and told you,
Your Honor, is this a question?
well,
I mean, I think
yes, it's going to be a
we're
question,
getting into
Judge.
Very long testimonial here.
Well,
If you just
it's
ask
going to
the
be a question, Judge.
Yeah, if you could get to the question, please.
Did you tell your sister that you had seen Miss Stermer earlier that day
Asked
at
and
the store?
answered. She just answered that she did say that she said, you know, how horrible she saw him. She already answered the question.
Did she answer the question, Judge?
I will let you ask that last question again.
Yes. That's the question.
Yeah, just the question, your last question about, did you tell?
Did you tell your sister that you had seen Miss Stermer earlier that day?
I said to my sister-in-law, oh my God, I had seen her this morning. Yes.
You
And I
did?
said, what a horrible tragedy.
Yeah. And you told her that you'd seen her?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. That's all I want to know. Now, who was the other person that you stated that you had a conversation with about Miss Stermer?
I don't understand what he's getting at.
Did you have a conversation with someone else after you talked to your sister about Miss Stermer coming to the gas station?
No.
You didn't?
No.
Okay. How did you wind up having a card at your home from Detective Macioski?
Probably from Detective Wydick.
Okay, Detective Wydick?
Or a policeman Wydick, I don't know. A deputy, I should
Did
say.
you have a conversation with him?
Not that day, no.
But I just said, did you have a conversation?
I wouldn't really call it a conversation. He would just come in and ask me if I spoke to anybody from the sheriff's department. I would say, no, Tim, no, I haven't.
Let me ask you this. Was it a common practice for this detective to come, this deputy to come into the gas station and ask you, had you had a conversation with anybody from the police department or the sheriff's department?
It was common for Tim to say anything he wanted to people. He was a very open person, I guess.
Okay. And being an open person, he just asked you, did you know what?
He asked me if I was in contact with anyone, and I said, if they need me, they know where I'm at, is all we ever spoke.
Why would he ask you if you had been in contact with anyone?
I don't know.
One moment, that does call for speculation, I'll sustain.
Did he tell you why he was asking you if you had been in contact with anyone?
No.
And who was the anyone he was talking about? If you know.
This calls for speculation. I'll sustain the objection.
And at some point in time, you stated that you received a card, you had a card at your house,
Correct.
right?
Correct.
In your door
Yes.
from Detective Macias.
Correct.
And you contacted Detective Macias.
After I received the card, yes, I did.
What did you have to go and have an interview with Detective Macias?
Yes.
Where?
At the sheriff's department at his office.
So what did you tell Detective Macias?
I answered all the questions that he had for me.
He already had questions for
Well,
you?
he asked me, did I work that day? I said yes. He asked how long I was at the gas station that day. He asked if I had waited on Mrs. Stermer. I said yes. So, yes, I guess the basic questions he needed answered.
And that was it?
Yes.
You didn't tell Detective Maciaski that you saw Miss Stermer putting gasoline in any other part of the car other than the gas tank?
Whatever questions he asked me, I answered to him. I don't remember exactly what questions word for word he asked, but the gas was discussed that day.
He said what?
I said the gas was discussed that day. He asked me if she purchased gas, and I said yes.
Okay. And did you tell him that you saw anything unusual about her purchasing the gasoline?
I just told him that she pulled up to the pump, she opened up her back window, just like I had said, and she put the hose into the vehicle and started pumping the gas into the vehicle.
In the vehicle?
Yes, not through the gas tank, into the back window of the vehicle.
And you saw that?
Yes, through the window.
Where were you at in the gas station?
Right in front. There was the whole front of the gas station was windows.
Do you recall testifying in a prior hearing in this case?
Yes, I do.
You were asked in a prior hearing.
Your Honor, I'd ask that he ask this in a proper form. He wants to ask if she remembers testifying, and she needs to have her memory refreshed before he just starts going on with the question.
I just asked her, did she recall testifying in a prior hearing, Judge? And if she would just let me, you recall testifying in a prior hearing in this case?
Yes, I do.
You recall testifying that the gas the gas was being pumped in the car?
Through the window, I said yes.
You don't recall it?
Pardon me?
Do you recall testifying at a prior hearing in this case, right?
Yes.
And you were asked, you didn't actually see gas being pumped into anything, did you?
I did not see a container or a can, no.
I'm sorry, you said you didn't see a container or...
A container or a gas can, yes.
And your answer was
Something.
no, right?
Pardon me?
And your answer was no, right? You
Yes.
didn't see...
No.
Did you see Miss Stermer making any other type of moves other than just standing there by the car?
No, I did not.
You did not?
No. She was just standing there.
And you never saw a container?
No, I did not.
And after she purchased the gasoline, did she come back into the store
Yes, she did.
and purchase some other items?
Yes.
And you only had one interview with Detective Maciowski in reference to this, is that right?
Yes. We did meet at another time, and that was about going over this a little bit. He was asking me to explain that to him, and he came to the gas station to have me explain that to him.
Explain this receipt to him?
Yes, to break it down for him.
Okay. You didn't have the receipt when you went to his office?
We didn't talk about the receipt at the office, no.
So you didn't even talk about the amount of gasoline that she had purchased or the items that she had purchased?
We had talked about her purchasing gasoline and items, but not a specific amount or anything. We did not talk about this part, no.
Okay. Do you know if there was a surveillance camera at the service station?
I don't think that we used to have a old VHS tapes that Sue used to use, but I don't know if it was working, if it was even still in working order or used then at that time. No, I don't.
You don't recall if it was operating on that day?
That has been asked and
Did Mr. Maciowski ask you for any surveillance tapes?
No, he did not. He didn't ask me for any of this kind of stuff. He dealt with that with the owner.
Do you know if the owner,
Objection, Your Honor. She just was speculating.
Oh, I haven't heard his question yet.
I could have said, do you know the owner's name, Judge?
I'm waiting to hear your question.
Do you know if the owner provided any type of surveillance tape to Mr. Maciowski? If you know.
I don't know any of that, sir.
But you had seen a surveillance tape there at the system that was installed at the service station, right?
We used to just see the VCR tapes in the back room. They weren't, I don't know if they were used or not.
But you knew that there was a VCA system.
Yes, yes.
Was it operating that day?
I don't know.
She said she doesn't know.
I have just a second, Judge.
I mean, a quick conference.
Do you know what the price of gasoline was in 2007?
The receipt here says $2.60 16 cents, .9 a gallon. Maybe? I don't know.
Is your answer, you don't know? Or is it $2?
Just what the receipt says, I said.
Okay. And you said that she purchased $11 worth of gasoline, right?
1101.
Yes, okay. And do you recall when you was actually by year that you were contacted by Detective Maciowski?
Back in June of '09, I think it was.
June of '09.
Yes.
2 years later. Is that right?
Well, June.
Okay. Do you recall from a previous hearing that you stated that you went to the police and told Deputy Wyrick that you thought you may need to talk to the police?
No, like I said, Tim would come in the gas station and ask if I had spoke to them. I never went to him.
You never went to him?
No.
But Detective Wyrick, Deputy Wyrick, that would have also been 2 years after the fire of January the 7th of 2007, right? Approximately 2 years. And
When
some.
I spoke with Mr. Wydick?
Yes.
No, Tim would ask that all the time, coming in the gas station. And that was right after the fire, to numerous times when he would come in there. I mean, like I said, I did not go to him. He came to me.
When you say he came to you, he was just coming in, as you stated, that because he was just
A customer.
an outgoing person, that he would just make a conversation.
Yes, he would come in for his free coffee and stand there and ask
Free
questions.
coffee?
Yes, they would always get free coffee.
And you were just basically engaging with him in conversation about, have you heard anything about this fire? Or have you heard anything about the Stermer's fire? He would just kind of open up a conversation periodically when he came in with you. Is that correct?
Like that, something like that.
yeah.
Not
Yeah.
exactly, but
Right, yeah.
you had to know Tim.
So it pretty much was kind of like a information gathering conversation, right? If you heard anything, if you knew anything, right?
No, I think it was more or less, has anybody talked to you? And I would tell him, no, Tim, but if they need to find me, they will find me. And I would just leave it go at that. I did not want to be in that, you know?
Need you or find you in
Yes.
reference to just
To speak
because
to me,
Ms. Stermer
yes.
purchased some gasoline, right?
Just to speak to me, yes.
Yes, yes. Okay. And then Detective Maciowski waits until 2.5 years, and then he contacts you with a card at your residence. Is that correct?
He left a card at my residence. Yes, he did.
Detective Maziowski contacted you in June of '09, right?
Yes,
So when defense counsel said that was 2 years, it was actually a year and a half.
correct.
And then when defense counsel said it was 2.5 years, it was actually a year and a half.
Yes.
So was that confusing?
No, not really.
You knew it was still June
Yes,
of '09.
right.
And Tim came in the gas station a lot?
Yes.
Regular customer?
Uh-huh,
Regular of Lawrence?
right. Whether he was working or not, he was in there all the time.
And at the time of the day of the fire, you just knew the fire happened?
Correct.
You didn't know any details about the fire?
No.
You didn't know what had happened?
No.
You didn't know any details of the investigation?
No, I did not.
All you knew at that time is that Ms. Stermer came in and bought $11 worth of gas and bought some breakfast or some groceries.
Correct.
So you said that owner, I believe you called her Sue,
Yes,
had the whole front window was all glass?
yes,
And was that part of your security policy of watching out there and turning on the pump when it dinged?
right.
And I think
yes.
you had testified that it was then something you did to make sure you knew who it was in case they drove away.
Right, because she was getting to the point where if you didn't pay attention to what was going on, people drove off with gas, she would always tell us, you're going to start paying for that.
So then you started watching.
Paying more attention.
And you were asked the question, have you seen others pump things into their trunk areas or their rear of their gas before, or the rear of their vehicle before?
Yes, but most people, when they would come in, they would always lay like their gas cans on the ground and pump them in, and then wipe them off and then put them back in their vehicle. But yes, I did see some people pull up that way.
And one last question. When you then saw that ding and looked out and saw Ms. Stermer with the hose into the blazer into the trunk area, did you continue maintaining constant surveillance until she came into the store?
No, I did not.
And what did you do then once you saw her?
I wiped up. Like I said, she came in, the pump cleared, she started pumping. I did see how she started pumping with the hose in the back window. And then I just waited a few seconds, and then I just went around the counter to the right side, and I was wiping off the coffee counter.
So you weren't staring at her the
No,
whole time?
no.
Once you saw her pumping into the trunk, you started doing your work there?
Right.
And then she came in at a later time?
Right, as soon as the pump dinged, I knew she was done, and then, she ended up coming in.
When did it ding? Would it ding when somebody
When you
hung it
hang
up?
the nozzle up, yes.
So you didn't see if she then put any gas into her vehicle?
No, I did not.
But you wouldn't know if she put any gas into her vehicle after she put it into the back of the trunk?
Correct.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Just want to clarify, Ms. Deloach. In January of 2010, you testified in this matter, and you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And I asked earlier so I can get a clarification. You stated that you didn't actually see gas being pumped into anything, did you? And your answer was no. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
I did not see a container or a gas can, no.
Okay. And what we don't know is whether there was any gasoline being pumped at the time Linda was looking in the back of her vehicle. Isn't that true? And your answer was, I guess I don't. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
And do you further recall, and the question was, no guesses?
Your Honor, I would ask that he ask her if she remembers it and he needs to refresh her memory versus reading the transcript.
Get to the
Judge.
question, just focus on the question that was asked and her answer if it's prior and consistent statement.
The question that was asked, you cannot say under oath that any gas was being pumped when Linda looked into the back of the vehicle. Isn't that true? And your answer was yes. You recall that testimony?
I remember her pumping gas into the vehicle, is what I said, yes.
Okay. And the next question was, you never saw a container that day. Isn't that true?
Yes, I
And
told
the answer
I said
was
that.
yes, right?
I never seen a container.
Yes. Now, what are you talking about when the prosecutor asked you about this ding? What was the ding that you were referred to?
When the pump is finished and they hang the nozzle up, it dings in the inside.
It dings inside?
Yes, yes. So then you know they're done at the pump.
Do you know what did? What did you say? When it dings, it means what?
It means the pump is done.
Okay.
They hung the nozzle up.
Right.
Yes, and then it goes ding.
And that's heard inside.
It's from the register sound.
Okay. Did you tell Detective Maciowski that you didn't see any container?
Yes, I did.
You told him you did not see a container?
Yes, I did. I said I did not see. I saw the hose through the back window. I did not see it being pumped into a container.
And if gas was $2 a gallon, and she purchased, you stated $11 worth of gasoline, right?
1101.
Okay. How many gallons was that?
I'm not sure exactly how much it was because I don't remember if it was unleaded. Was it regular? You know, I don't. Well, 4 point some gallons.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
And again, you didn't maintain constant surveillance, so you don't know if she then pumped anything into her vehicle.
Correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Kelly, are you done? Okay. Anything else you good?
No further questions.
And jury, do you have any questions of her? Okay, I've got questions coming in.
Right, with someone that has worked in a gas station, president, in the petrol station, gas station, right? This line of questioning was so dumb. Like, yes, it dings in the inside when you finish and when you were about to start, because we have to authorize the gas. It's not just you get there and you pull the gas and the gas comes out. No, it has to be seen by a cashier first to authorize the pump. That's universal. This. Go ahead. They ask the question. Fire it up, and it dings every time it finishes, so we know that the transaction is done. So when they come in, they can not in the UK, no. Not in the UK, no. We do have gloves that the people can wear wear, but they don't wear gasoline clothes, no. And this dude is just. We have gloves though. There's providers like for the nozzle when you pick up the nozzle to pump the gas, that to protect your hands from the gasoline, the anything. So oh yeah, none. I did say. You're making me laugh to forget my pain. I did say no one will walk around with gasoline clothes. It is true though. It is true though. Zeze, like, don't want. I'm doing the hard hands. I forgot the camera was off. Okay, we'll see the question.
From the jury, no objection from the lawyers. When did you interview, well, I think this was asked, but I'll ask again. I think it's crossed off, but when did you interview with Maciowski?
It was in June of 2009.
When did Maciowski go to the gas station to clarify regarding preparation for the hearing?
I don't exactly remember the day, but I do know it was when the gas station was with the new owner, so I I don't remember, because I remember going in the back room with him when we did it that day, so I don't know exactly when.
Have you ever seen Todd or Linda Stermer fill a gas can while it was still in one of their vehicles before? Or did they commonly take it out and fill the cans on the ground outside the car?
I don't
If you know.
remember really, like, Todd usually came in and rented movies with the boys. I never really waited on him with gas, so I don't know.
Were you the only employee working that morning?
Yes, I was.
Okay, thank you. Counsel, any questions of her?
So one of the jurors' questions was, when did you meet with Detective Aziowski at the Marathon Station for preparation? Was it actually for preparation?
No, it was just, he was having me explain how this register tape was read.
So when you met with them at the sheriff's department, you didn't have a copy of the receipt to look at?
No.
And so it was like a second interview then to go over the receipt?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Kelly, any more?
Ms. DeLoach, you stated that Detective Maciowski came to the station and it was after the new owners had acquired the station?
It was when the transition was different, yes. So it was when the new owner, so it was probably in, I would say probably 08, probably sometime in 09 when he came in to talk, because I'd already spoke with him once. So it was after that.
So did you speak to him in 09 and he came to the station in 09? Or did
I
you
spoke with him at the sheriff's department in 09, yes.
in 09, the very first time?
Yes.
And then he came to the station and the station had been redesigned.
Yes.
When he came to the station.
And I don't know what year that was, but I just know he had the register tape apart, and he was trying to have me explain to him how to read that. To explain it in his terms, you know what I mean? Like the amount and, how that was used.
Did y'all talk about any?
No, I was just showing him about the tape.
Nothing about the exact amount of gallons of gasoline that was purchased?
No,
right?
I just explained to him how to read the tape.
Okay. And did Detective Maciowski ask you anything about the VCH surveillance that you all had at the...
That was never discussed, no.
Never
Not
was
with me,
discussed?
no. That was something probably with the owner he did, not me.
Okay. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor, nothing further.
Jury, any other questions of her? None? May she be excused from her subpoena obligations?
I would ask that you please be excused, Your Honor.
Thank you. Defense agree?
Yes, Your Honor.
User? Okay. Thank you, ma'am. You're all done. Okay. Counsel, we'll take our afternoon break now? Okay. Okay, so jury, we'll take about a 15-minute break, and remember the rules.
All right. Break time. It's time to unleash our break. Break, I gotta yes, it is break time. Oh yeah, was just embarrassing himself at that point. I mean, there was nothing that he couldn't have asked to make him look more dumb or more smart. Because the questions that he was asking, my days, as a person that used to work in a gas station, the questions that he was making, it's like he never put gas in his car, right? Because even a normal person that puts gas in the car, hang on.
Counsel, jury's left. Any matters to address in our break?
Your Honor, I'm just going to prepare the court that the next witness is going to be reading transcripts, so it's going to go back to a very similar style from Mr. Shinsky. So it's just going to be going through a lot of different transcripts. So when the court is had enough of transcripts, it can give me the A-OK, and then we can break for the day. I prefer to go as long as we can so that we don't have to have them come back tomorrow, but I know that that may be a lofty goal.
Okay. And I think the council said that you've worked out, that you're in agreement on the transcript.
Yes, we met after court yesterday. We agreed. I met with both Attorney Geeks and Attorney Skip Kelly, and we went through everything. We redacted it together, and he received a copy of the transcript last night, and I checked with him today to make sure everything was in accordance with our changes, and everybody agreed.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Is there a motion here, Mr. Booth?
No.
It's legal.
Oh man. The next witness is gonna be transcripts. That's gonna be boring. That's gonna be a snooze fest. I don't wanna. Can we skip it? I'm joking. Oh my days, that's gonna be a snooze fest of a witness, right? I'm sorry, but it's gonna be basically reading transcripts, the next witness, and it's gonna be a lengthy one. And they said they might go over time to read them. Like she said, if the court wants to stay as long as it needs to, so they don't have to, so the witness doesn't have to come back tomorrow. Oh no. And because it's gonna be like a read transcript, it's gonna be like a monotone like the other dude the other day. That was I know case one. I am not ready for that. I don't want that. Nobody wants that. Oh man, that's gonna suck because it's gonna be like a monotone voice reading things all the time, and no one wants to hear that. Like literally, no one wants to hear that. I mean, it's. I don't know. It's. I mean, like we can go over the cross. That was a absolutely pathetic cross, and I agree. GSD dog's mom. It's. That was the most meaningless cross I ever seen. Because the in a way, the attorney looked like that it never pumped gas in his car ever, right? And because I think it worked by the explanation of this lady that was just on the stand. I would too, Paula. Definitely. As like, I don't think they're gonna go long because I think the jury's gonna be falling asleep. I know I would. I would be taking a snooze, for sure. If this was like, it would be. I know they have pens and you can write. I either do that, like either fall asleep or do doodling all over the notebook and not paying attention, and that's not good because they're there to pay attention. They need to make it somewhat. It's not like they are entertaining. They have to entertain the juries or anything. They're there to present evidence on the case and everything, but they need to make it in a way that it's kind of captivating to the jury because it's 8 hours of a day of listening to legal stuff and legal terms and things that are happening, and it can be very monotone and it can be very, very boring. So if I was a juror in that case, I would absolutely either have like something in my pocket that I could pinch myself, that I could wake myself with, or I would just absolutely fall asleep. And I think that it is a very, very big danger of happening, and that is not good to happen because it's not fair for the defendant, and then it would cause problems and it could cause a mistrial and all those bloody blahs that we know. But in terms of the testimony of the gas station lady, right? I've worked in gas stations, and then I think anyone that has put gas in their car knows how a gas station works. That's basic knowledge, right? But this attorney did not seem like that because he was talking stuff and asking questions that doesn't absolutely make any sense whatsoever. So I don't understand where you went to school for law or anything, or if he got just has sorry, sneeze, or he has like drivers that he doesn't need to worry about that. But I mean, anyone knows how gas stations work. It's pretty universal, but his questions went absolutely nowhere, and I think it would be more useful for them have said, "I we don't have any questions," than just ask the same question all over and make a fool of out of themselves. That's just my opinion, but I mean, we can try to make like a poll right now and see what you guys think. What do you guys think? Do you think the state has proven? Do you think that they haven't? Where are you guys? Are you guilty? Not guilty? You're not sure? You need more time to think, or and I'm just yeah. So he was talking about the thing in gas stations here, and apparently in this gas station that we are on now. When you put when you start to start a transaction for to put petrol or gas, sorry, in your car, the gas registers, right, makes a ding to alert the person that is working the register that there is something in the screen that needs attention. Normally it's a pump that needs authorization, because you have to authorize the pump to dispense gas before you put the gas in a car. And then when they finish the putting the gas, they ding again to let know that the transaction is finished, and that if there has been processed and if it has that completed, and then can be authorized and the money paid for it. So that's at least how it works here, and apparently she was saying that's how it was working over there. So the ding is inside of the petrol station. Nausean talking about the tongue. So that's the ding that he kept referring about, and it doesn't ding outside for customers. It's just a worker thing that happens. But this guy was obsessed with the ding, with the dong. Um, so that's basically it. It's nothing like wow, marvelous thing. It's just a ding saying that the transaction is complete or you need authorization or something. I was like, ding. Dong ding. It says ça là tout la même chose, CS dog mom. So it's yeah. It was just that I don't know why he focused on the stupidest thing, and then he was focused as well on the owner. He was talking about the owner, like she's not the owner, so she can't. Oh, sorry, my notebook just fell to the floor. She can talk. She can't talk for the owner because first of all, the owner's changed, right? And then she's not the owner, so why do you keep going over a matter that she can't talk about because she's not the owner? She was not on the owner's case all the time, asking if there was an update, if there was this, if it was that. So I just don't understand the random questions that he was asking. And then you ask about the VHS tape. I'm like, if she was not in charge of that, she would not know. Like, for example, at my work, I know we have CCTV cameras all over the place, and I know how they work because all shops basically use the same software for CCTV cameras, for the cameras inside of the store, so I know how they work. But if I go to a colleague of mine and ask them to operate the system, they won't know because it's not their job, and is like the manager's job and the owner's job to know how to operate those systems, not VC. I don't know what he meant by that. I know VHS. Obviously I know what's a VHS, but normally the CCTVs and that, it's all digital. But hang on. I'm trying to Google it just um to see if it shows up, but it says a lot of meanings in terms of cameras. I don't know. Um, no, it's not like as body cameras. I don't know. Yeah, yeah, and it was wonky. And the thing is, it was 2007. How would you want to play it? What do you want to see? Oh, do you want to see the VHS tape of your client putting petrol in the boot in the trunk of a car? Yeah, we can watch that to incriminate her a little bit more. Like, it was asking for a piece of evidence. They can hurt her client so much more. Yes, there is not, because it was 2007. The normally those systems, they hold the footage for 30 days, right? After 30 days, that footage is long gone. It's gone. So if they did not ask for that footage after within those 30 days of the incident, when it went around in 2009 about it, those images would be all long gone. So it's just, yeah. Oh, and exactly, because you would not imagine after 18 years you would need the VHS tape again. I mean, and that, like, I would not imagine to keep, if the tape was in the evidence in a lockup. Yes, it wouldn't probably be over recorded, but it wasn't. So it's just, yeah. I just don't get it. It's his questions were a little bit ridiculous, if you ask me. So um who's not too expensive? Oh, the attorney. Yeah, I hope he's not. Maybe she knows the. I don't want him. Definitely need a free T-shirt there, all my days. But it just did not make any sense at all. I don't think it made any sense. To be fair, it was just too much indeed. Um, to even be a real attorney, because it was just ridiculous, the kind of questions and the way he was asking questions. Even then would be a consideration indeed. um uh, what do you guys think? Like, do you think that so far the state, what, like, is this, it's not saying winning or losing, because in a way there's everyone is lost, because Todd's mom will never get her son back, the kids won't get their dad back, and Linda will probably face exactly the rest of her life inside of prison, even though she just had 8 years for free, of freedom, and for free too. So, but what do you guys think? Are you guys still on the guilty side? Have you wavered a little bit? I think for me, at least, I am a little bit more convinced on the guiltiness. But I do want to listen from the kids. But apparently, I don't think we're gonna listen to from them today, which is sad. We are gonna listen to some transcripts, shortly. When court should be due back any minute now. They are not back yet, so otherwise I would have put the feed up. Feed up, not the feet. My feet. What am I even saying? So yeah, I hope I think the state might rest tomorrow, because it's been almost 6 days tomorrow. So you're guilty. I am a guilty too, but I am a guilty because it makes sense to me, but I don't know if the jury is there. But I think they are, by the questions that they were asking. Um, You know, I think by the questions they were asking, and you can get a pretty good sense of what they are thinking by the questions that they were asking, because like they were asking about the landline, if they were a landline line when they were the other guy was digging the fingertips on the can, even in the gas station. So their questions are I, I don't know. I'm getting that vibe, but I would need my our verdict expert on it, to know that that information, because I'm not sure. So, I would definitely need her insight and her input on it whenever she can. Our verdict expert, but I would like her to chime in and tell me what she thinks. But yeah. um so yeah, I think that's where I am. But I don't know. What I do know is I would hope that it would be finished by tomorrow, but they are not gonna. So we have a big decision to make, and I don't know what we're gonna do about that. Um, I don't know, you guys. Because I am seeing this dragging until next week. I am very well seeing this dragging into maybe Monday, Tuesday of next week. What do you guys think? Do you think by Tuesday we would be done with this trial? Or do you think that we're still going to be all next week on this one? Because that would be confusing. I don't know. I still need to make a decision about that. If we are gonna Tuesday, maybe. Yeah, could be. Because I'm pondering over, about the, because if I go, so 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, yeah. Because I was thinking, because I go to bed normally, right, within my new schedule starting next week, I go to bed at 9 a.m. Falling asleep and everything, and then if to have 6 hours of sleep, I would have to wake up at 3 o'clock. Court starts at 2. We can start at 3 and then catch up on this trial by lunchtime, and then do an hour break and start on Lori. But then I think I would be way too tired for that. I don't know. We could catch up on Tuesday, and then we can speed through 2 breaks. We can speed through lunch breaks and through all of that, which would save a lot of time. And we could listen at 1.5 speed, and we could definitely speed up these boring parts and skip readings of long, boring testimonies or transcripts or whatever they call it. So we could do that as well, which would be brilliant. And then we could finish. What do you guys think? Do you think that maybe Tuesday, catching up off Monday, and then we will do that until the end of this trial before Lori? Or should we just catch up on this one on Fridays, since Lori is not on Fridays, and we could catch up very easily on maybe the 2 days that this trial will be on Monday and Tuesday. We can catch up on the next Friday. What you guys think? What do you guys prefer? Because Lori's gonna be long, because it's gonna finish a lot later than normal, and that we are used to because of the time zones, including for me. But I don't know. So I just don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. If I know, because I want to finish this one, of course. We will finish this one, but it's just when and how we will finish. I could always do on a second channel, but I could do on a second channel, but I do need the PC for the counter for Lori, so I can't be doing both things, streaming and have the counter up. Making decisions is not my forte. Have you noticed that? Definitely is not my forte making decisions. I think I'm easier to make decision with garden bot than I'm actually on the for the stream. And I just never know what is the best thing to do or the best course to make. And I doubt myself a lot too. So that is something else. Oh, I'm sorry. I keep yawning. It's not late. It's only 7:30. But it does seem it feels that it's later. Court should have been back by now. I don't know what they're waiting for. I honestly do not know what they are waiting for, but they need to hurry up. And I hope they don't go too late. I honestly was not in the mood for late. I could do a poll, true. I could do a poll indeed. Where's the poll? Poll. Why is this doing this? So weird. Okay. Sorry. Just thinking about the question for the poll. Do you want to watch this trial before Lori or Fridays when Lori is not on? Fridays or before Lori / second channel. Okay, what do you think? So the question would be, do you want to watch the trial before Lori or Fridays when Lori's not on? And then the options is Fridays, and then before Lori / second channel, because I can always put on the second channel like the afternoon part of this. But then when we are on verdict watch, we can always do in dual on the main channel and then revert back. So I'm just gonna stop the poll. Yeah, thank you very much for that question, for that idea. Because what we can do is when they are on verdict watch, for this case, we could do in the main channel if we do before Lori, and on the second channel when they're on verdict watch we can be on the main channel and do it that way, because I'm gonna need the counter for that, so I'm definitely gonna need the PC for that time. And then yeah, we can do that way. So that could be an idea, because I think maybe like Zizzy was saying, maybe Tuesday they might be finished, and I think we're gonna have a pretty good idea for tomorrow about this, so we can make that effort. So okay, I'm seeing your guys' answers. Make sure that you vote. I'll leave it for a little bit to give time to everybody to look, and after the break when people return a little bit more, they can see that there is a poll there for it, and then we can see, because that could be an idea. And the thing is, the when we start the stream, before, if we do before Lori, I might not have camera, because obviously I'm gonna be waking up, I'm gonna do my morning routines and stuff like that, because that was gonna be my morning. But then I can just yeah. Exactly. All right, I'm starting to hear you. I think I think before Laurie's gonna start is gonna win, but it's okay. That is absolutely fine. That's definitely a possibility. That's gonna be awesome, I guess. But yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Maybe I'm not gonna have like camera for the first hour or so on the catch up, and then yeah, I'll have it because I'm gonna be yeah, that's gonna be an idea. Because then also don't forget that Lori, it's gonna be a crazy day. It's gonna be an hour and a half in the morning, an hour and a half break for lunch, and then it's gonna be a what, hour and a half in the afternoon. So it's gonna be not like crazy long days. So yeah, you voted. Yay. Well done, Stephanie. Very proud of you. Awesome, my friend. You voted. Yay! Everybody's voting. Nice. Nice. Um, still not back. Sorry, I did not forget to put the feedback. Don't worry. Yeah, still not back from break. But yeah, so that's a plan. That it is for now. Oh, what did I do? Oh no, I pressed the wrong button. What a surprise! Ooh. Oh, the Fridays is starting to crap up. So, I need your input. Thank you. Oh, hello, Sherry. You've been very quiet today, my friend. Hi. Thank you very much. Ooh, the mail. We don't like the mail. The mail normally gives us bills, and we don't like those. Thank you very much for everyone voting, because definitely I need your input, because I want to do things that would go to majority of of you guys. Obviously we can adjust and adapt, but this trial is not going to go forever, and it's not going to go for very much for long then I think maybe Tuesday. So I hope you're okay, my friend. I'm doing a hard hand thingy but you can't see it because I don't. Oh,
Okay.
Court scared me. I'm sorry.
Okay, we're back on the record. Everyone's here but the jury. Any matters to address before we bring in the jurors?
I have none, Your Honor.
Anything?
None, Your Honor.
Okay, bring in the jury.
Of course, we're not gonna miss Laurie. Laurie's still gonna be our priority trial for sure. If we do, we catch up on this trial. We might watch somewhat live on Monday, but then when Laurie's about to start, we'll do a break before Laurie starts, and then we'll start Laurie, and then we're gonna carry on Laurie live with the 30 minutes delay of always court mandated. But hey, nice one. Hey, but the Laurie, and then on Tuesday we're gonna be always catch up on this trial, and then on Laurie will be live. So obviously Laurie is gonna be our main focus, and on our main
Welcome back, jury.
Yeah, trial.
Ms. Ziderby?
Thank you, Your Honor. People call Steve Wilson to the stand, please.
If you raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat, and once you're settled in, move that microphone close to your mouth, and tell us your full name and spell the last, please.
Stephen Willison, Willison.
Thank you. Ms. Ziderby?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Willison, what was your occupation in, actually, let me just start there. What is your current occupation?
I am an attorney
And how long have you been an attorney?
since 1990.
And in 2007, were you working as an attorney?
I was.
And in what capacity?
I had my own law firm that did primarily work for insurance companies on property coverage matters.
And so when you say you did work for an insurance company, what was your primary role then with that company?
So we would help insurance companies determine their legal rights under the policy of insurance and determining whether or not a loss was covered typically, which most of my cases involved whether there was an intentional loss, which would not be covered by the policy of insurance, or if during the claims presentment process there was a material misrepresentation, which would also void the policy. So we would quarterback the investigation and the people, and then we would do what's called an examination under oath a lot of times, then we'd pass our recommendations on to the company, and then they would make their own decision on the claim.
Can you explain to the jury what an examination under oath is?
Sure, it's a lot like, you may have heard of depositions, but it's a lot like that, although the court rules don't apply. There's a provision in the policy of insurance, and every policy of insurance, that says that you have to participate in this process called examination under oath, where we get to ask you questions under oath with a court reporter present, and have you give us your side of the story, explain things that we need to know about. We get into some of the details of what was going on before, during, and after the loss. It's kind of their chance to present their side of the story to the insurance company, and it's our chance to find out some details that maybe we don't have yet in the investigation.
And are these examinations under oath, are they recorded?
They are. There's a court reporter present.
And then are they transcribed?
And they are transcribed.
And did you have an opportunity to interview Ms. Linda Stermer?
Yes, we did an examination under oath in 2 parts with her.
In 2 parts? And
Yes.
do you recall the dates of those?
I believe the first one was in February of 07. I believe it was January 7, 07 was the fire. I think February 07 we did the first one. I think the second one was October of 07.
And both of those were transcribed?
They were.
I'm going to show you what's been marked People's Proposed Exhibit 35 and 36. If you could just take a moment and look through those and see if you recognize those.
These appear to be the transcripts of those examinations under oath, although these particular copies seem to have some redactions, some things that were apparently agreed to be taken out of them.
And so other than the redactions, the transcripts then are, there haven't been altered or changed other than those redactions from your original transcripts?
It would not appear so, no.
And Your Honor, at this time I would move to admit People's Exhibit number 35 and 36 into evidence.
No objections, Your Honor.
Thank you. And as part, I want to, as part of your interviews in February and October, were you able to work with Ms. Stermer and draw out a map?
I believe particularly in the first one, we did ask, as she was describing where things were, both on the property and in the house, we had her draw out maps. I believe I had her sign them and made them exhibits to that examination.
So they're actually an exhibit then to those transcripts?
Correct.
And they're included in those transcripts?
Yes.
So I'm just going to show you a copy. And if you could just verify if that's been included in those transcripts and if that's a fair and accurate representation of what is in those transcripts.
Yes, I don't think I saw the exhibits in the binder, but yes, this was part of the transcript. This exhibit 4, and the EUO exhibit 3. 3 was the one that we had her sign of the inside of the house, and EUO exhibit 4 was the one that we had her draw of the property, driveway, things like that.
Your Honor, just to be safe, I'm going to mark this then as People's Proposed Exhibit 37, just in case it's not included in those binders. And at this time, I would move then to admit the map that's included as part of the transcript, but we'll read it separately. And there are 2 pages.
Ma'am,
No objection, Your Honor.
I do see that those are the last 2 pages of Exhibit 36.
So, Your Honor, then I would withdraw the new number of 37. We'll go ahead and just not to confuse the record, we'll keep it as Exhibit 36. It's just 2 pages out of Exhibit 36. At this time, Your Honor, I'd ask for permission to publish the map to the jurors. And I do have, may the record reflect, I have 15 copies here, 1 for each juror as we're going through transcripts.
Okay.
And when you refer to an EUO, that's your examination under oath, is that correct?
Yes, EUO, examination under oath. So it's just a shorthand term of art in the industry.
And just to be clear, you had referred to this map then as an exhibit in your transcript, and then that is what that exhibit sticker is on that map.
Correct.
So not an exhibit sticker from today's hearing.
It is not, yeah, that is not a trial exhibit number. That was an EUO exhibit number. We had several documents that we collected during that process.
Thank you. So I'm going to have permission to public then the transcripts, Your Honor.
You may.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and then put these up. We're going to start out with the February 27th of 2007 transcript.
Sure.
And we'll put that up on the screen. I'm going to start then, just have you verify the first page. You don't have to read the first page, but if you could just then verify the parties present and the date.
Sure. This occurred on February 27 of 2007. I was there, Mr. Jeff Getting was there, who was Linda Stermer's attorney. Rodney Thuma was a representative of the insurance company was there, and the court reporter was Rebecca Kerr from Network Reporting.
I'm going to have you go to page 3, and I'm going to have you start about a quarter of the way down where it says Mr. Willison. And if you could just read to the jury from that statement down.
Line 10?
Yes, line 10 down.
My name is Stephen Willison, and I am the attorney for Farm Bureau Insurance. We're here today to take your examination under oath. That is a process by which you participate in the company's investigation of your claim and the events surrounding this loss. This is probably going to be part 1 because it's far too early to have any discussions about the details of your claim, but we did want to get together relatively quickly and talk about the details of the fire. Everything you say is being recorded and eventually will be turned into a typewritten transcript. So it's very important that all of your answers are with words. If you nod your head like you have done recently, or you say, or you point to something in a photograph, I may understand what you're saying, but there's no good way to type that. So from time to time, I may ask you to clarify.
I'll have you continue then through line 14 on the next page, which would be page 4.
Okay, whether you meant yes or no, or to describe what's very obviously what you're pointing at, so that we have a clean record. Okay, and then she responded, I understand. And then I went on. It's also important you understand that you're under oath today. So just like if we were in a courtroom, all the penalties of perjury apply. But maybe more relevant to your insurance claim, you need to understand that the policy of insurance says that if you were to even try to mislead the insurance company, that can be a reason to deny your claim and void your policy. Even if you were the world's worst liar and no one believed you for a second, just the fact that you tried is a reason to deny it. Okay? And she said yes.
And you said that in one of those statements that you thought it was far too early. Can you describe to the jury why you felt it was too early and why you were conducting it then in February and then again in October?
Sure. Obviously, we knew that this claim involved the loss of life and was a total loss fire and was probably going to be big and complicated. And so putting together a claim on a total loss fire can take some time when you have to, if you think about every t-shirt that's in the attic and every little thing that's in your junk drawer, all has to be inventoried and valued and everything else, so that can take some time. But the facts of the fire, we wanted to get into early, and that's because we want to get to the root of it right away. If you are, if in this process you're going to choose to be honest with us, then your memory will be freshest then. And if you're going to choose to be dishonest with us, then you will have the least amount of time to come up with a story. So we wanted to get the details of the loss, the fire first, and then we would come back later and talk about the claim.
And I'm going to have you go to page 9, line 11, and just have you read to the jury then 11 through 15.
I asked, now, the day of the fire, the day before the fire, who was living at your house? She responded, our 3 sons, myself, and Todd. I asked, what about Brittany? She said, no, she was living in Florida.
I'm going to have you then go to page 13, line 13 through 19.
Page 13, line 13, you said?
Line 13, page 13, line 13, read through line 19, please.
I asked, how long were you and Todd married? She said, we were married in 1993. I asked, how long had you been in a relationship prior to that? She said, well, I don't recall exactly how long we were in a relationship before that. We met in 1989. I asked, how did you meet? And she said, my work.
I'm going to have you flip to page 14, and if you could read the entire page, please.
Oh, sure. My question was, since you were married in 1993, have there been any periods of separation? She said, no. Had either of you ever filed for divorce? She said, no. Had either of you ever discussed divorce? She said, yes. When did discussions of divorce start? She said, I don't know exactly. I know that, and then I interjected a month, a year, 10 years. She said, we had talked about it a few times over the last couple of years. My question was, whose idea was it? She said, I think Todd brought it up first. I asked, and then I just need to get a little bit of the flavor of the dynamics of the relationship between the two of you. Todd wanted a divorce and you wanted to stay together, or was it the other way around? I mean, what was going on when you were discussing it but not doing it? She said, I don't know that he was serious when he first brought it up. I think it was just kind of, I don't know, maybe we should get a divorce. I asked, when he first brought it up, what was your reaction? Did you agree or disagree? She said, I did not want a divorce.
And I will have you continue to page 15, if you could read that page for me as well.
At any point in time, did you decide you wanted a divorce? And she said, yes. I said, when did that start? And she said, maybe in the past year or so, and then we would talk about things and everything would be all right. And I asked, I know relationships are complicated, but was there any particular thing that was driving a wedge between the two of you? Any particular topic that was frequently discussed? She said, finances. I said, what about the finances? She said, we always seem to just not have enough money. I felt that Todd wasn't running his business as well as he could have been, and I felt he should work more. Am I doing this whole page?
Yes, please.
Okay. So then I asked, as in he wasn't doing it smart or he wasn't doing it often enough? And she said, well, I think that kind of goes hand in hand. I think if you're not doing it often enough, I don't think that's very smart. I said, that's true, but sometimes people work all day, all night, but they end up spending more than they make, and so it's not worthwhile. Other people are not working, and that's why and she interjected, I just don't think he was putting enough effort. I said, okay, had there been any discussion of cutting back on any lifestyle or expenses, or selling the house and getting a smaller place, or selling off part of the property?
Now have you read down to line 7.
And she responded, we had sold part of our property. I don't recall exactly what year. I think it may have been 2002 or 2003. So I asked, when you bought it, how much property did you own? She said, close to 120 acres. And I asked, and how much did you sell in 2002 or 2003? She said, around 90 acres.
I'm going to have you slip down then to line 18 and read just the bottom of the page.
I asked, why did you sell the 90 acres? She said, so that we could build and pay off things that we owed. How much did you sell it for? She responded, I don't recall. I believe it was around the figure 99,000 is in my head for some reason, but I'm not sure if that was the exact amount. It seems that that was about, and I said, so about $1,000 an acre, and she said, I believe so.
And I'm going to have you read the next page.
How much debt did you pay off with that? She said, I don't know. I asked, was it enough to pay off the debt and build the house? She said, no. I said, so what did you do for the rest? We borrowed. From whom? Bill Fleetwood was her answer. I asked, who's Bill Fleetwood? She said, he's a gentleman here in Lawrence that Todd has done business with quite a bit over the years. And how much did you borrow from Bill? I'm not positive. I know it went in stages. I'm thinking that it was somewhere in the neighborhood of maybe 100,000, but it was in stages as we needed different things. Do you still owe Bill today? She said, no. When did you pay off Bill? When we got our first mortgage on the property. I asked, when was that? She said, I believe that was in December 2003. I asked, how much was that mortgage? She said, $200,000. Keep going?
Please.
So then I asked, so you sold property and got roughly $100,000. You borrowed another 100, and then you borrowed 200. So your cost of construction was $300,000. She said, no. How much was the cost of construction? I asked. She said, I don't know. I asked, do you have an estimate? And she said, I don't.
I'm going to have you continue reading to the bottom.
You seem pretty confident it wasn't 3, and she said, right. I said, so what was it? She answered, I really don't know. I know that we paid off a lot of debt with it. I know that Todd made some business investments with some of it as well. I asked, well, what is your best understanding of how much each of those categories was? She answered, I really couldn't give you a good guess. I said, okay, do you think you had $100,000 of debt? She said, no, I don't believe we had. 50,000? She said, maybe. Then I asked, what kind of business investments are we talking about? And she said, Todd would buy military surplus, gloves, clothing, and then resell them to stores. Boots, like Mickey Mouse boots, that kind of thing. Mop suits, carbon suits, and that kind of stuff in large quantities.
And I'll have you stop there. And if you could go to the next page at the bottom on line 24, just read those last 2 lines in the next page.
I asked if they got a building permit to build the house, and she said yes.
And I'll have you read page 20.
Did you get it inspected? And she said yes. And I asked, what do you have in front of you? And she said, I went to Associated Governmental Services and got these copies of I think they're everything that Todd turned in order to begin construction of our home. I asked to begin construction. She said, I guess you have to file permits and drawings and diagrams before you can receive a permit to even begin. It gives a layout, but there were changes, significant changes made to it that are not reflected in those drawings. I noticed after I picked it up yesterday. Who did these drawings, do you know? And she said, Todd. I believe that Mr. Fleetwood helped him. And so then we marked that as Exhibit 1 to the examination under oath. I said, we've marked those documents that you gave us as Exhibit 1, right? She said, yes. We'll be back to your floor plan in just a minute. That tells us that you filed these in 1998, right? She said, yes. That wasn't the impression I got of how long you were building it. So what was the delay between 98 filing and beginning to build? She said, Todd had a knee surgery, and so he had to stop working on it completely, and so it sat for a few years.
I'm going to have you continue.
I asked, what did you do in 1998 to finance the beginning of construction? She said, well, the original plan was just to build it as we could afford to build it, and so we had a basement done, and we paid cash for that. Where did you have that cash? She said, what do you mean where? I said, how did you have that lump sum? I mean, she said, Todd, through working, just saved that amount and paid for it. So a rich uncle didn't die, you didn't get an insurance policy claim or something like that. She said, no. Then I asked, so how far had the house gotten before he had knee surgery? She said the basement was completely concrete, what was to be concrete, and then he had the trusses, I believe they're across the basement. The thing that was going to hold up the first floor? She said yes, and that was it. And then when did you restart? Answer, I believe that was in 2002. So it sat for 4 years. She said probably 3 or 4 years.
And I'm going to have you go to page 22 and continue reading that page, please.
And why 3 or 4 years? She said, because Todd's knee surgery, he was unable to work, and we got into substantial debt at the time. So then I asked, that kind of brings us back to you were in debt, you sold some property, you borrowed the mortgage. It sounds like you were back in debt again at the time of the fire when all this stress was going on in your marriage. Or was it just a matter that you were heading back toward that again? Her answer was, I don't think we've ever been out of debt. We'd have some paid down, but I think we were just in debt continuously. I asked, was there ever a discussion of bankruptcy? She said, no. I said, why not? She answered, because we just felt people that filed for bankruptcy are ignoring their debts, and it hurts you more in the long run if you don't continue to try and pay off your debts. I said, so at the time of the fire, what would you estimate your debt was? She answered, I don't know. Maybe, I'm not really sure. Do you want the mortgage included in that? And I said, let's set the mortgage out for now. She said, okay, maybe $100,000 or so.
And I'm going to have you then go to page 23 and then start at line 8 and then just read down.
I asked her where the $100,000 was owed to, and she said Todd had received loans from family members. I asked which family members. She said his mother. I asked Sandra. She said yes. I believe that was about $30,000. His sister Kathy was the most recent, $25,000. His brother Brad, $7,000. What was Kathy's last name? Martone Stermer. When you said Stermer, you saw that I was right by Brad, right? I'm sorry, Brad Stermer, correct. Medical, she said medical bills. I asked, how much do you figure that was? She said, I don't know, maybe $10,000. A truck around $14,000 or $15,000. Mechanic who has the truck, $3,500.
And I'll have you stop there and just go to page 24. And if you could start on that page, please.
I asked how long he had the truck. She said 7 months. I asked if there was anything else. She said, I'm sure there is. I just can't think of what it is right at this minute. The truck, who's that with? She said, do you mean who it's financed through? First Community Federal Credit Union, I believe. Peace, or FC. First Community, I believe. Or no, First Federal Credit Union, sorry. So I asked, what are your payments on that? She said, close to $500 a month. I asked, are you making monthly payments to mom, sister, brother? She said, no. I asked, do you owe any of your friends or family money? Meaning her instead of Todd. She said, I borrowed $1,000 from my grandmother. I asked, what's her name? She told me Frances Pierce. I asked if there was anyone else, and she said no.
And then I'm going to have you jump down to line 23, and that page, read that to the bottom of the page and continue into the next.
Were there any other wedge issues in your marriage besides finances? And she said, the horses that I had. I said, okay, what was an issue about the horses? She answered, I just think he would get, I just know that he would get frustrated sometimes at the number of horses I had and the work that was involved in taking care of them. He just got tired of that. What about the expenses? She said, no, he never complained too much about that. I asked, how many horses do you own or did you own at the time of the fire? And she said the number of horses that were at the property at the time of the fire was 12.
And I'll have you stop there, and then if you want to go ahead and switch now to page 33, on line 21, if you'll just read the bottom 5 lines of that and continue on to the next page on 34.
I asked her, what was the most you had been at in your marriage? She said 49. I said 49 horses? And she said yes. I asked, do you have the facilities for 49 horses? And she said, I leased land for them. And when was the last time you had 49 horses? She said, I believe it was in 2002.
And I'm going to stop you there. If you can switch to page 45 for me, please, on line 12. If you could start there and read to the bottom of the page.
I said, now we talked about issues in your marriage, we talked about finances, we talked about horses. Anything else? She said, pretty much no. I guess that pretty much sums it up. So then I asked, let me go through some other categories. Did either of you have any problems with drugs or alcohol? She said, Todd has had some addictions over the years. I said, like what? She said, to Vicodin. And when was he addicted to Vicodin? She said, about the time that he had his knee surgery, back when that permit was first gotten, when he blew his knee out. And how did he get past that? She said, I talked to his doctor and had the doctor change our prescriptions. Because I had shoulder surgery right before Todd had his knee surgery, and so the doctor prescribed both of us Vicodin. Keep going.
I'm going to have you skip down then to line 11 and read to the bottom of the page.
What other addictions has he had? She said he has smoked marijuana before and sleeping pills. I asked he used or been addicted to. She said the sleeping pills I believe he was addicted to. The marijuana, I kind of think he was addicted to that for a very long time, but then he was able to quit smoking it for a long time. He smoked it since then, but not on a daily or regular basis. I asked sleeping pills. She said yes. I said, what was he using, or when was he using those? And she said the few weeks before the fire. And do you think he was addicted to those? And she said yes. And before then, also, he had been addicted to them. It's been a couple of years.
I'm going to have you go on to page 47 and continue on.
When was the last time that you saw him take a sleeping pill? She said the weekend of the fire. The day of the fire? She said, I think it was the night before, the day before. I asked her when. She said when I got home that night, he took that and then his medicine for his ear infection that he had. I said, what kind of sleeping pill did he take? And she said, Ambien CR. I asked if that is over the counter. She said, no, it's a prescription. I asked, did he take any that morning? She said, I don't know. Did you see him take any medications that morning? She said, I seen him take his cough syrup, and I know he took some pills, but I don't know which pills he took. I asked several pills. She said, I don't know. I said, you said some pills. I'm just trying to get an idea of what you saw. She answered, I just saw that he had his bottles next to him and he opened them and took his medicine. I don't know. What bottles were there? What was in the bottles? She said, I don't know what the drugs were. There were some that were prescribed by the doctor for his ear, and I don't know.
And go ahead and continue then until the bottom of the page, please.
All right. So then I keep going. I asked like painkillers or like antibiotics. And she said, I think they might have been antibiotics or antihistamines. I'm not sure exactly which. Which else was there? She said, that's all I can recall sitting right there. Any sleeping pills there? She said, I don't think they weren't there. They were in the bathroom. I don't know if he took any of them. Did he act like he was under the influence of any drugs at any point the day of the fire? She said he was loopy, but he had been. He had been that way for the last couple of weeks. He had, displayed where he was just kind of doped up, kind of. I don't know how else to describe it, just loopy, and like he'd be talking and then he would just stop in the middle of a sentence and then come back to it minutes later or something as if there was no pause. Just kind of weird. My son described him one day as being stoned. I asked, did you ever confront him about it? Did you ever ask him what he was using? She said, yeah. I said, what did he say? She said, not to worry about it. It wasn't any of my business.
I'm going to have you go to page 49 and continue on that page.
I asked, are there any other addictions? She said, not that I'm aware of. I asked, did Todd ever have an affair? She said, not that I'm aware of. Did you ever have an affair? She said, no. I said, did either of you ever accuse the other one of having an affair? She said, yes. When and who? I asked. She said, well, Todd has female friends, I have male friends, and we'd get angry, I guess, sometimes, and just accuse the other person or ask the other person, but never, I don't think ever seriously. I guess just kind of, so I asked, had either of you made that accusation within 6 months of the fire? She said, yeah, Todd had. I asked, who did he accuse you of having an affair with? And she said, well, it was actually kind of funny because he came down to where I worked to surprise me one night to meet me for break, and I just so happened to have fallen at work and wasn't there at work. I was at the hospital. And when he called me on my cell phone, I answered it, and he says, are you at work? I said, no. And right then he says, who the hell are you with? And I told him my boss had to take me to the hospital. So then Todd came to the hospital, and everything was fine. But it was just kind of weird that he decides to show up and surprise me on the day that I end up twisting my ankle and going to the hospital. So
I'll just have you read the next two lines, 6 and 7.
Where were you working at the time? She said, Chemlink.
I'll have you drop down to line 18 on page 50, and if you could read to the bottom of the page.
Any other accusations? She said he would just sometimes yell something like that, like, are you seeing somebody else? Because, we had talked about divorce, but you never had? And she said, no. Did he ever accuse you of being in a relationship with a woman? And he asked me if I was.
And I'll have you read on page 51 down to line 16, please.
With who? She said, my friend Kate Fox. I said, had you and she ever had a relationship like that? And she said, no. So I asked, and what was his basis of that accusation? Did he tell you? And she said, yeah, because Kate had attempted suicide and was in the hospital, and I was really distraught over it. We were really close, and we worked together, and I was just really worried about her. And he asked if we were lovers. Was that a serious question, or was he just telling you to stop worrying about her? She said, I think he was getting sick of me worrying about her so much, and it was, just his way of, putting things.
I'll have you read then 15 and 16 and stop on that page.
I said, okay, you worked with Kate Fox at Chemlink, and she said yes.
And then I'm going to have you go to page 52, and if you could read this page for me, please.
I asked if there were any other recent accusations of affairs. She said no. And then I asked her, you haven't accused him in the last 6 months? And she said no. I asked, what about abuse? Any abuse in the relationship? And she said yes. I said, what kind, when? And she said, different times through the years, just different things. I asked, let's just talk about that in the last year. She answered, the most recent was around Thanksgiving time. He had shoved me across the room, had thrown my cell phone at me, and he pushed me into the wall. I asked, what was that fight about? And she said, part of it was me making a pineapple upside down cake to work for a potluck and not having made one for home. But I had all the ingredients to make two. I just hadn't made the one for home yet. I was going to make it on the weekend. And then that was about the time that he said, you're treating your coworkers better than your family. And then that night before the fire, he wanted to make love and I didn't. And he came into the bedroom and tried to pry my legs apart and take my pants off, but I didn't let him.
And I'm going to have you continue on that on page 53, please, that page.
I said, so was there any sexual intercourse that night or not? And she said no. And I said, how did you stop him? And she said, I told him it wasn't going to make anything better and that I didn't want to. And if he made me, I would tell the police. I had never said anything like that to him before, so at least he knew I was serious. I asked, have you ever hit him or thrown anything at him? And she said, no. I said, has he ever accused you of it? And she asked, of hitting him? Yes. And I said, but it wasn't true? And she said, right. Did you ever call the police? Did he ever call the police on you? She said, no. I said, did you ever call the police on him? And she said, yes. Before we ever moved to Lawrence, sometime prior to 1996. I couldn't give you the date. I didn't actually call the police on him. The girl was staying at our house, called the police, but I had talked with them. And at that time, he had hit me and pushed me quite a bit, and I had some marks on me, and two police officers came, a male and a female. And when he came out, the female officer was with me, and I was about ready to file a report. And he came out and said, are you sure you want to do this? Because you'll go to jail too. And I asked what he meant, And he said, well, if you accuse me of hitting you, then I'll accuse you of hitting me, and we'll both go to jail. All the grandparents were out of town at the time, and the police officer said that was true, and that if we didn't have someplace for the kids to go, that they'd have to have, I don't remember who they said, but it came down to like protective services would have to come and get the kids. And Todd says, are you sure you want to do this? And I talked to the police officer, and she said, well, yeah, it's his word against your word, and if you both say that you both got hit, then we have to take both of you in and let the judge decide. So I didn't pursue it any further, and they left, and we spent the night there in the house, and he apologized to me.
I'll have you continue.
So that was the only time that you called the police on him, and she said, well, like I said, I didn't call the police were called. But as far as abuse between he and I believe those two incidents were around Thanksgiving time and that time.
So I'm going to stop you right there. So in the duration of the marriage, she's saying that she's had two incidents, one prior to 1996 and then one at Thanksgiving time.
And the one the night before the fire.
And the one the night before the fire. Thank you very
That's
much.
what she wanted me to believe, yes.
And then I'm going to then have you start at line 24 on page 54, if you could continue on there.
I said, thank you very much. Who called the police around Thanksgiving? And she said, Kate Fox. I asked, what? And she said, Kate Fox. I said, what was Kate Fox doing there? And she answered, she wasn't there. She had called me on the phone to come and pick me up for work because we rode together and most every day. And I was crying and hysterical and upset, and I told her I couldn't talk to her, and so she called the police.
And I'm going to have you jump down to line 21 and read the bottom of that page, please.
I asked, this incident the night before the fire, where he tried to force himself on you, what kind of situation did that create between the two of you? She answered, he wasn't happy. I said, how are you? And she said, well, I actually felt relieved that he stopped. I mean, he kept yelling at me about it and different things, but not too bad. And he told me that if I would just make love with him, that everything could be just fine.
I'll have you continue.
I said, did you at any time from that moment on? She clarified, make love with him. I said, yes. And she said, no. I asked any sort of sexual contact at all the day of the fire, and she said, no. Any more instances like that where he was trying to force it? And she said, no. I asked, did you tell anybody about this incident before the fire? And she said, no. I said, have you told anyone about this since the fire? She said, yes. I asked who? She said, I told my mother, I told Mr. Getting, I told my counselor.
Now I'll have you stop there, and if you can go to page 57, start halfway through line 23.
But up until Kate Fox and I began working together, that was the most I had ever hung out with another female, and that was mainly because we worked together and we carpooled every single day.
And I'm going to have you stop there, and if you can go to page 62, please, on line 21.
I was asking about medications, and she said she was taking Lexapro since November of '06, and I was given the prescription for Ambien CR. That was my prescription, but I wasn't taking it.
And I'm going to have you then stop and go to page 63 and go to the fourth line down and just read lines 4 and the portion of 5.
This was her response. She said, the Ambien, I took it a couple of times, but it made me feel too groggy and too sluggish.
So I'm going to, you can stop there.
Okay.
And then I'm going to have you go to page 64, line 16. If you could just read 4 lines for me.
You described him in the morning of the fire having a tray of pill bottles by him. I meant what? And she said, no, I just said a couple of pill bottles, and I think that they were just what was prescribed for his ear.
And I'm going to have you go to page 66, line 10, and if you could read that from 10 to the bottom of the page.
66, line 10. We're in the middle of an answer. She says, I was thinking about some things, and I had spoken with an attorney that we know who had handled some of Corey's custody and stuff, and asked him that if Todd ever did decide he wanted a divorce, if he would represent me. I asked, who is that? She said, Mr. Jeff Gaggie, Gagie, Gagie. But I don't know if you would need that because you said within the last couple of years, and that was back in maybe 2002 or so. So it was a few more years than I was thinking. I asked, you contacted Mr. Gaggie? She said, well, actually, I was using Mr. Is it Gaggie or Gage? Do you know?
Gaggie.
Gaggie, okay. Well, I actually was using Mr. Gaggie for the rescue case of the 23 horses. And I asked, you needed an attorney to rescue horses? And she said, yeah, sometimes you do. I asked, I mean, I'm not opposed to using attorneys, and she said, sometimes you do. And, you know, Todd had got frustrated and upset about so many horses coming in all at once, and the fact that the previous owner of them had changed her mind about turning them over and that. So Mr. Gaggie was representing me on that, and I told him that Todd was really upset and frustrated, and he had spewed off about getting a divorce.
I'll have you stop there.
Sure.
And then I'll just have you skip down to line 14.
When did you have that conversation with Mr. Gaggie? She said, I don't know, probably sometime around 2002, then again in November of 06.
And I'll have you just jump down to line 19 and continue there.
This is her answer. In November, I went to Mr. Gaggie and asked him if he would do a divorce for me because I just decided that I just couldn't keep living this way. I had told Todd after that it was just too much, and he gave me some paperwork at that time. I didn't file, I didn't pay him or anything, but he gave me the paperwork that would be necessary to file. So when you asked me if I filed, no, I had never filed. But yes, I did talk to him pretty extensively about it, and I had told him about some different incidences that happened and that made me feel really uncomfortable.
I'll have you continue.
I asked her, like, what? And she said, well, Todd had been out hunting one morning, and I was sitting in the dining room at the computer before we moved it into the other room. And he came up the stairs. He was holding his gun and cleaning it. And he was holding his gun and a cleaning kit. And out of the corner of my eye, I could see that the gun was open. It was like a shotgun or a rifle. And he was carrying a cleaning kit. And he came over and he set the cleaning kit on the dining room table behind me and just held up the gun. Well, I could see the reflection in the computer screen that the gun was not pointed directly at my head, but I never turned around and faced him or anything at that point and didn't act like I seen him exactly what he was doing. And he held it there and he said, I'm really sorry I have to do this. And I turned around and just looked at him and I said, you're a jerk. And he said, why? And I said, why would you joke around like that? And he says, you were so scared. And he just started laughing at me. And he had told me Todd had been really studying the Bible a lot Todd had been really studying the Bible a lot this past year, 2006. I asked, he told me, and she said, pardon me, and I said, did you say someone told you Todd was studying the Bible? And she said, no. I said, Todd had been studying the Bible pretty heavily over the past year, a lot more than he ever had before, and, well, just a lot. And he told me that in the Bible it says that a man who gets a divorce from a woman, if she should remarry after that divorce, then it's still considered, in the Bible, it's considered adultery. So that man who divorces that woman is considered just as much of a sinner because he caused that sin. And he says, so I can't divorce you, but you can divorce me. So I told Mr. Gaggie that. Keep going?
Nope, I'm going to have you stop there. I'll have you read on line 19 down.
I asked, so any more episodes like that in between November and when the fire occurred? And she said, just a lot of little things. Like he would talk about divorce, he would talk about death, he would talk about suicide, he would talk about insurance, he would talk about moving to Canada. Just a lot of just different things.
And I'll have you read that on page 70.
When would he talk about suicide? She asked, what do you mean when? Just different times? Like he'd say, I'd be better off dead, I'm so sick of this. I asked what was going on when he'd say, I'm so sick of this. She said, being in debt all the time, not having energy to work on the house, our house wasn't complete, and he would stay home, not go to work, not work on the house, not do anything. He didn't, this last year, he was an avid hunter before, and we always had a lot of meat, deer meat and that. And this last year, he hardly ever went hunting. He got 2 deers, and I think that's the least he got in many years. The boys wouldn't go hunting with him this year. I asked why. She said, just too busy with other things, and that frustrated Todd. And he would say things like, the boys don't even enjoy hunting anymore, and I don't enjoy hunting anymore. He didn't play church basketball this year, and just a lot of different things. He just didn't. I asked, did you guys attend church regularly? She said, no.
Now have you stopped there?
All right.
And then if you could go to page 75, at the bottom of the page, on line 24.
I asked, what time did you wake up the morning of the fire? She said, probably around 7 o'clock.
And I'll have you continue then on page 76.
Did you have an alarm set? She said, no. I asked, were all 3 sons and Todd home when you woke up? She said, yes. Who all was awake when you woke up? She said, no one. I asked, what did you do? And just to clarify, this is the part of the examination where I go through moment by moment on the day of the fire. I want to know everything that happened so that we have a very clear timeline and we can start to verify the story. So I asked her, what did you do? She said, just puttered around about the house. I asked, I really need to know all the puttering. She said, I'm sorry, I'm trying to think what I did first thing. I always get up and brush my teeth right away. I got dressed. At some point that morning, I remember straightening my bathroom. Did you do any cooking? Did you do any laundry? She said, not right away that day, no. I asked, are you a coffee gal? She said, no. Well, I went down to the convenience store and got some eggs, and I believe it seems like it was Smoky Links, maybe some milk. I said, okay, wait, when you left to go to the convenience store, was anyone else awake? She said, no. I asked, do you know what time that was? She said, I know it was before 10 o'clock. I asked, you went to what store? She said, the Village Marathon. I asked in Lawrence. She said, uh-huh.
Now, you stop, just jump down to line number 9.
What all did you buy there? She said, I bought some eggs, some, I believe it was Smoky Links. I think I got some milk, and I filled up my Blazer. I asked, so you did buy gas for the Blazer? And she said, yes. I asked, how much gas? Do you remember? She said, I don't remember. I think the total bill for everything combined all came to, I believe, around $20. I asked, anything else? She said, no. I asked, did you have any gas? Did you put any gas in a gas can that day? She said, no. I said, are you sure? She said, I know I didn't. And I asked, you know you did not? And she said, right.
I'll have you continue on page 78.
How long were you there? She said, not very long, just long enough to do that, just to purchase those things. I asked, what time did you get back home? She said, within minutes. We only lived 5 minutes away at the most. I asked, so you were home in 15 minutes? She said, maybe 15, 20 minutes. I was gone a total of. I asked, now what? She said, I began cooking. I asked, is there anybody awake? She said, I can't remember if Todd was awake yet or not. I know that while I was cooking, he was up, but I can't remember if he was up before then or not. I asked, did you start cooking right away? She said, as soon as I got back, yes. I asked, the eggs and sausage? She said, yes. And then I put coffee on for Todd because he is a coffee drinker. Okay. And at some point he was awake, and she said, yes. I asked, while you were cooking? She said, yes. What else happened? I told him when he came out into the kitchen, I told him I had gone down and gotten those things and told him that I used the debit card. The debit card for what bank? I asked. She said, his debit card from his business account. I asked, why did you use the debit card from his business account? She said, because I knew there was money in there. I asked, where does he have his business account? She said, it's now LaSalle Bank in Paw Paw. I asked, do you have any records of that account with you today? She said, I don't. I'm sorry. I said, can you get those for me? She said, I can try. I don't know if the bank will let me have them because my name was not on the account. Keep going?
Yes, please.
So I asked, how did you get his debit card? She said, I took it out of his wallet. I asked, was that common for you? She said, yes. And then I continued my question, or was that unusual? She said, no, it was common for me. I asked, was it common to use the business account to buy groceries? She said, yes. He would write me a check from there for different things. I would either deposit it into the joint account or cash it and use it for whatever we were supposed to use it for. I told him about other purchases I made with it over the course of the weekend, and he got pretty upset because I hadn't written them into the register yet, and the fact that I had used it a few times. So I asked, so what did you buy over the weekend with it? She said, I bought a disposable camera. I asked why. She said, my grandmother had her 90th birthday party on Saturday, and I walked off and forgot to take my digital camera. And so I grabbed a disposable so I could get some pictures of family, and I filled prescriptions at Walgreens and at Walmart on Saturday.
And I'm gonna have you stop there, and I'm gonna have you go to page 81. Yes.
About 5 minutes or
Oh,
so.
that's fine.
Unless you're getting near the end, but I don't think you
No,
are.
so
Okay.
I mean, we can end
Okay.
it anytime, Your Honor.
Want to do it now?
That would be fine. We can do it now if you want, if the court would like to.
Okay. So, I don't think anyone's objecting, right? Okay. So. Let me read you my admonition again.
Should I step down, Your Honor?
Yes, thank you. Okay, you guys should have this memorized by now. During the trial, do not read, listen to, or watch any news reports about the case. Under the law, the evidence you consider to decide the case must meet certain standards. For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth, and the lawyers must be able to cross-examine them. Because news reports do not have to meet these standards, they could give you incorrect or misleading information that might unfairly favor one side. So to be fair to both sides, you must follow this instruction as well as all of my others regarding no communications and no research or investigations or social media, things like that. I'll have you return tomorrow at 9 o'clock to the jury room, please. And I think we're still basically on schedule.
Man, now that she was talking about the schedule. I want to know about the schedule, Judge. We got to know. We need to know. We need to know. Hang on, I need to do some rearranging. We need to know, Judge, too. Because I need to know what it is happening. So I'm just already trying to shut down things.
Counsel, any matters to address? The jury has left.
I have none, Your Honor.
Any matters? Okay, thank you. We'll be in recess. We're off. Yes, now we're off. Susan, the reason I was
Oh, Susan is the reason I don't know why is the reason she was doing something, but I'm glad that the court is done because I was falling asleep in my chair. But yes, she has lied so far. She has indeed lied through her teeth in so many things that we have caught up. And I think this witness is being pretty fast and pretty yeah good breathing. The transcripts is good, a good pace and everything. So but I think this is what they caught her lying, and that's why she got arrested and everything. So um yeah, oh, Zizzy, maybe have a little bit of a nap. I think the wasps got you too much, for sure, my friend. I hope you enjoy your time. I hope you have a great time, and I'll let you all go, because yeah, court is done for the day. And so are we. We're gonna come back at 8:45 in the morning, as always. So we are going to be here ready for another day of a trial. So thank you very much once again for your guys' support, for spending time with us, spending time with me. You guys are amazing, every single one of you. Have a great night, afternoon, morning, wherever you are. Paula, enjoy the rest of your birthday. Happy birthday, my friend. I hope you have a good day. Zizi, have a good date night. And whatever you guys, the rest of you guys are doing, Stephanie and GSD Mom, Case One, Pickles, William, you guys have a great night and enjoy your evening and your day. Bye.
And I'm a real-time crime professional.